Chapter 1 Black Wukong, is it useful? The cold wind kept blowing on the bare earth, making people feel unspeakable decadence everywhere. This is the future parallel world of Universe 7, the world of future Trunks. The time has come to fight the combined Zamasu. The two of them were separated after being hit by Vegeta's punch. Black Goku was so seriously injured that he was barely alive, and Zamasu was so angry that he was unable to fight back even though he was biting his molars. Then what's next? Vegeta smiled coldly. The moment when Vegeta tightened his fists and opened his hands wide, he was about to shoot the flash cannon at Goku Black and Zamasu. Whoosh! Brush! The High Priest and King Chuan, from Universe 7, not from the future, appeared in the sky at the same time. There were two very tall guards behind King Chuan, and the four of them looked down. Sun Wukong and Trunks on the ground were both shocked. Ah Chuan! Sun Wukong, who was watching the battle, flew towards King Chuan. Trunks also landed next to Vegeta, and their eyes were focused on the king above the sky. My body and being ignored, Black Wukong was trembling all over, obviously trying to break free from his confinement. Why can't I move? Despair. The High Priest just turned his eyes slightly and waved the scepter in his hand. The immortal Zamasu died on the spot, and the Black Wukong who was imprisoned by him slowly flew towards the High Priest. This person is useful to me. King Chuan waved to Sun Wukong who was not far away. Oh! Sun Wukong responded belatedly. Vegeta looked confused. Where are you taking him? Aren't you going to destroy him? Yet. It's useful. Chuan Wang waved his little hand, and a smile appeared on his innocent and harmless flat round face. I found my brother, but he just needs a body. What? Everyone present widened their eyes and looked at Chuan Wang high in the sky in disbelief. You actually have a brother? Sun Wukong looked at Chuan Wang and sighed repeatedly. Then when can we meet? Is your brother strong? Does he look like you? Even Trunks was speechless after hearing a series of questions. Didn't King Chuan just say that his brother was missing a body? So Black Wukong is about to be transformed into the body of brother Chuan Wang, and he still asks if it looks like him. Ah! This! Mr. Goku's brain circuit. Trunks thought about it and looked at Sun Wukong who looked curious, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times unconsciously. Okay, King Chuan nodded, and then his expression changed and he looked at the struggling Black Wukong with a cold gaze. You should feel honored. After all, Wukong and I are friends, that's why I chose you. Then destroy this universe. King Chuan glanced at the dilapidated buildings around him, and the simple villain said such terrifying words. We can't let my brother be stained. The High Priest glanced at the people present and asked King Chuan, what about these people who know about this? Well, keep it. King Chuan looked at Sun Wukong with a naive smile. They are all Wukong's friends. Okay, Lord Chuan Wang. The High Priest looked at Vegeta, Sun Wukong and Trunks. Then I'll give you 1 minute to prepare to go back. 1 minute, 60 seconds. There was really not much time left for a few people, and at 57 seconds they were already lined up. Hurry up, Trunks! Vegeta shouted to Trunks who was sitting in time. Whoosh! As Vegeta and Sun Wukong disappeared along with the spaceship and time machine, King Quan's little hand also moved. At the same time, the great priest who used his scepter to get Black Wukong into the protective shield watched everything around him turn into a blur of white. Okay. Lord Chuan Wang. Hurry up, hurry up. I'm going to see my brother. Chuan Wang was suspended in the white void, waving his little hands happily. Brush. Back to the All-King planet in the center of the 12th universe again. King Chuan looked at Black Wukong who was still struggling in the protective shield with a bad look on his face. What's next? How will brother come back? The High Priest turned his palm upwards, and the scepter that appeared out of thin air was held in his hand, and he tapped it lightly on the ground. Ripples appeared in the lake next to it, and a picture appeared. In the picture, a young man was standing on the bed, looking at his mobile phone and punching his legs. Oh yeah, that's wonderful. Yet Yen turned off his cell phone and stuffed it back under the pillow, happily lying on the bed and finding a comfortable position. I don't know when the theater after Dragon Ball Super will be released. Yet Yen reached out and murmured before turning off the light, well, I hope tomorrow will be another beautiful day. So, is this person my brother? A curious look appeared on his flat, round face, and Chuan Wang pointed at the lake with his short finger. Is he really my brother? King Chuan looked at the serious-looking high priest and confirmed again and again, why doesn't he look like me at all? Yes, Sir Chuan Wang, I have already asked Zuma, and it is absolutely correct. The high priest shifted his gaze from the lake to Chuan Wang. Then why is he in other dimensions? Does he have the ability to travel through any dimension? Chuan Wang asked cutely. Ah, this. The high priest looked at the young man on the lake who was sleeping sweetly and didn't know anything, thinking about how to explain it better. Forget it. Never mind, from now on I have an older brother. King Chuan quickly put the question behind him, clapped his hands and looked at the high priest hopefully. The high priest who wanted to explain his expression froze. It seemed that King Chuan didn't care about this matter at all. So, how to deal with this guy? He looked at the high priest with a cute expression, but in the next moment, he turned into a sinister expression and looked at Black Wukong in the protective shield. Replace. The great priest explained patiently, just replace his central nervous system. It is also the so-called soul. Hurry up, hurry up. Chuan Wang raised his little hands and kept swaying, showing that he was very excited at the moment. No, don't let me go. Black Wukong begged desperately in the protective shield. Facing such a level of God, all his struggles except begging were in vain. Replacement at the level of a high priest is just a matter of raising his hand and tapping his scepter lightly on the ground. Oh, he actually hit his core part between the third and fourth dimensions at the microscopic level. Haha, this Zamasu is really an incredible trainee Kaishin. The great priest sighed and looked at Black Wukong, who was struggling more and more fiercely in the protective shield. At this moment, Black Wukong suddenly covered his head and roared in pain. Chapter 2 This is your punishment, revised. He's not moving yet. Chuan Wang waved his hand and looked at the high priest without knowing why. We still need the next step. We need the help of the Super Dragon Balls. The high priest explained with a gentle smile as he looked at the happy King Chuan. I'm going to collect the Super Dragon Balls right away and summon the Dragon Super Shenron. Collecting Super Dragon Balls is an easy task for the great priest who takes action personally. The location is in the 7th universe. Looking at the huge Super Dragon Ball in front of him, which was as huge as a planet, Chuan Wang was eager to give it a try. He stretched out his hand to block the great priest who wanted to open his mouth. I'll do it. I'll do it. Come out, Dragon of God. Please grant my wish, I will make it happen. As the Super Dragon Balls emit a dazzling light, Super Dragon appears soon. The High Priest, the King, and the 2 guards behind them, one of whom was carrying the immobile Black Wukong on his shoulders, appeared in the consciousness of the Super Dragon in an instant. Say your wishes. Why is it you? Super Shenlong originally wanted to speak in an official tone, but he was a little surprised when he saw a few people appearing. It was strange that Mr. Chuan Wang didn't go to his master Salama for something. Why did he come to see him? Hi! Super Divine Dragon! King Chuan didn't care at all about the shock of Super Divine Dragon, and happily reached out and shook it as a greeting. What do you wish for? Are you just bored and chatting with me? The guard carrying Black Wukong laid him down on the ground. Cold sweat fell from his forehead. This was the body of Brother Chuan Wang in the future. Be gentle. Well, I really have something to do with you this time. The main reason is to ask you to transform this young man's soul into the body of this person on the ground. What's more, let's make this person immortal, okay? The high priest pointed to the boy who appeared in the magic ball on his scepter, and then pointed to Black Wukong who was placed on the ground. Why? And you said 2 wishes at once. I can only grant 1 wish at a time. This is the principle. Super Shenron's expression was filled with confusion. What kind of person could be worthy of the high priest and the king making a wish? He's my brother. King Chuan waved his hand again and couldn't help but urge, hurry up, hurry up. King Chuan is not King Quan's brother. Super Shenlong's pupils shrank suddenly. This is a big deal, he must tell his master. King Chuan and the high priest had no idea that the Super Shenlong was secretly planning to make a report. Yeah, the great priest said in a long tone, his menacing gaze glanced at the dragon Super Shenlong, and his words were very casual. 1 wish and 2 wishes. With your ability, these 2 small wishes can be fulfilled at once. If there are any unbearable consequences, I will not be responsible. Super Shenlong spoke humbly, feeling the silent threat of the great priest, and said the ugly words first. There is no other way, because he is not the master dragon god Salama, he has no ability to challenge the high priest. Hurry up, hurry up. Otherwise I will make you disappear. King Quan's expression began to become sinister, and he obviously lacked patience. Are you sure you want to realize these 2 wishes? Super Shenlong couldn't help but ask again. Confirmed. Immortal body, and let his soul return to this body. Come to the 7th universe. Before the words could be finished, a familiar voice interrupted and suddenly connected with the great priest's words. Okay, immortality and soul return, I also attached your request, the wish has been fulfilled. The blood-red eyes of the super dragon slowly faded away. There was a hint of playfulness in these words, and then his figure spun around in the universe, emitting a dazzling light and turning into super dragon balls and scattering away. The series of movements changed so quickly that it felt like taking schadenfreude and running away. Hehe, although he did not dare to confront the priests, their small requirements could be met. Master Chuan Wang and the great priest who came to the 7th universe. As the super dragon balls dispersed, Beerus saw the ferocious King Chuan and several people in front of him, and his words stopped abruptly. The high priest turned to look at Whis and Beerus who appeared without saying hello, his eyes a bit cold. King Quan's eyes were filled with piercing murderous intent, and his expression was ferocious. I want you to disappear. And your universe. All of them will disappear. The 2 tall and thin guards behind him also showed fierce eyes and cooperated to show the majesty of the king. Whis and Beerus had countless exclamation marks flashing above their heads, and they quickly knelt down on one knee. Beerus even lowered his head and shrank like a quail. As soon as they noticed that King Chuan and the great priest had arrived in the 7th universe, they rushed over immediately. Why does the king look murderous, and even the high priest looks so ugly? Lord All King Beerus had cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. Did he do something wrong? Why did you inexplicably anger Mr. Chuan Wang? Lord Chuan Wang, don't be angry. The high priest glanced at Whis and Beerus calmly, comforting Chuan Wang. Your brother is still in this universe. It's not a big deal if he disappears. If you want to punish him, let the 2 of you accompany your brother to practice. After all, this universe is more familiar to the 2 of them, and they still need to find someone. The high priest put his hands behind his back and said this, but he had other thoughts in his heart. He is also very busy. If someone is rushing, he can just deal with other things. The high priest said with a serious face, your brother also needs some experience. The new body will have to adapt to it. Wait until you get used to it before you go play with him. Can't you go see your brother directly? I'm very bored. Chuan Wang's flat, round face wrinkled. It's okay to meet him, but he can't play with you now. Because he can't control the power well. It's easy to get hurt accidentally. The high priest explained patiently, and if I force myself to play with you now, I will be tired after a while. You won't have a good time either. Is that so? Then when will my brother be able to control his power well? King Chuan muttered dissatisfiedly. It depends on the two of them. The high priest's eyes moved to Beerus, who was kneeling on the ground and sweating continuously. King Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and pointed at Beerus with his little finger. Then why are you still kneeling here? Do you want to disappear? Yes. Beerus responded hurriedly, the sweat on his head almost turning into a waterfall. Then let's go back first, Lord Chuan Wang, the great priest said gently. Being a housekeeper is very busy. The next moment, before Beerus and Whis could respond, the four of them had disappeared. Brush! Hey, I finally escaped. Beerus stood up and breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Looking for someone? It's Goku Black's body, right? Whis pointed his index finger at his chin and thought. I heard Wukong and the others say before that Lord Chuan Wang will leave Black Wukong in the future parallel world. Chapter 3 I traveled through time, revised. So where to find it? The universe is so big. Beerus put his hands behind his back and looked at Whis and asked. Not counting the addition of Son Goku and Vegeta in the land of gods, will there be one more Black Goku in the future? Oh! It's Chuan Wang's brother. What should I call it better? What is the name of Chuan Wang's brother? Beerus changed his position again, folding his arms and getting entangled. Whis kept sliding the magic ball on the scepter. The universe is so big that it can't be found at once. Can't you use the energy of God to sense it? Beerus quickly put aside his own question and turned to look at Whis. Doesn't it mean that Black Wukong has also reached the realm of God? Is that a rosy or peach color? No, because King Quan's brother has just entered Black Wukong's body, and his aura is very unstable. He can't use the power of God. Whis shook his head. Unless he has any major emotional fluctuations and leaks his divine energy, we can detect it. Is that so? Beerus frowned. If I had known better, I wouldn't have come. Oh ho ho ho! Time is running out. Black Goku's own power is very powerful. Looking at Beerus, who was extremely annoyed, Whis laughed unkindly. If Lord Chuan Wang's brother arrives on a planet with low combat effectiveness, the power will suddenly burst out. Whis didn't say anything else. Beerus had already thought of it. He gritted his teeth and yelled, we have to clean up the mess again. Anyway, let's inform Kaishin and the others first. Whis looked at the scepter in front of him and opened the contact. Earth, Western Capital, Dragon Ball Year 779. The weather was slightly cooler, and a cleaning man riding an environmentally friendly bicycle appeared on the street. He got off the car next to a trash can. The uncle picked up the broom and dustpan from the tricycle and was about to start the day's work. Hey! The uncle noticed a shivering crab-headed boy lying behind the trash can. Hey, young man, why are you lying here so early in the morning? Are you drunk again and have a hangover? The uncle quickly stepped forward and patted the young man's cheek. Ugh, sneeze. Yet Yen sneezed after being slapped awake and tightened his arms unconsciously. It's a bit cold. Is there strong cold air coming? What about his quilt? Where's the warm quilt? Yet Yen opened his eyes and looked at the surrounding scenery with a blank look on his face. He looked at the man sweeping the street and said, You are. Young man, please pay attention to your health. If you drink alcohol and don't go home to sleep in the cold weather, even though it's not too cold in the west, it's still easy to freeze to death in the middle of the night. You'd better go home and sleep. The uncle sighed deeply, patted Yen on the shoulder, took a broom and began to clean up the garbage around him. Where am I? Yen stood up in confusion. When the cold winter wind blew, he instinctively got goosebumps all over his body. These buildings are very similar to the Western capital in the Dragon Ball world? Are you dreaming? Yet Yen kept rubbing his arms with his hands as he walked down the street and looked around at the surrounding environment. He rarely dreams. Firstly, because he is pretty good at boxing and kicking and has a great body, and secondly, because he participates in too many school clubs. So he can sleep until dawn as soon as he falls down. Some shops I have never seen before. Shouldn't dreams be familiar environments? Yet Yen walked and couldn't react until the sun rose in the sky. This dream is too real. Good morning everyone, here is the latest news for you from Capsule Group. The latest invention of our group is this kind of intelligence. Yet Yen looked at the huge advertising screen of the building and suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself. Snapped. Next, I would like to ask President Bulma to show it to everyone. Looking at Bulma appearing on the advertising screen, Yet Yen raised his other hand and slapped his face again. Snapped. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Yet Yen took 3 steps back in a row, saying fuck, every time he took a step back. Amazing, so shocking. Could it be that he really traveled to the Dragon Ball world? Before the shock had passed, Yet Yen saw the reflective glass window. Standing there was a man with a crab head and wearing a black kung fu suit. This. Yet Yen pointed to the glass window incoherently, and the reflected figure also stretched out his hand. Sun Wukong. Yet Yen was shocked at first, then smiled faintly. I was wrong. This outfit, this black clothes and an earring on his ear, it's Black Wukong. Damn it. I'm actually a villain. Yet Yen suppressed his smile, got a little closer to the window and looked at himself carefully. Is he acting like a villain? That's not the point. How could Black Goku appear in the prosperous western capital? Shouldn't it be in Trunks' future world? Yet Yen reached out and touched his chin, thinking. Gurgulu. Yet Yen lowered his head and looked at his stomach. Is it time to cook? Yet Yen glanced at his whole body. Without Kabuto, he would have no money and a scion's appetite. It's too late to be happy about how you traveled to the Dragon Ball world, so why are you thinking so much? As for why he traveled through time and became Black Goku? Is Black Goku bad? People are like iron, rice or steel. You have to find someone you know first. Who should I find? Yet Yen fell into thinking again. The only people who can make scions eat well are Sun Wukong's family or Bulma's family. Since we're in the city, maybe it's not far from Bulma's house, so let's go to Bulma's house. Let's go. Yet Yen finally asked all the way after 2 hours and stood at the gate of Bulma's villa. This body is really awesome. I can walk for so long without having sore feet. Yet Yen looked at the robot security guard in the security booth at the door and said, Hello, I'm looking for Bulma. The security guard sitting inside didn't move at all and didn't even show an expression. Have you made a reservation? Please show me your invitation. This is a rule. You can't go in without these 2 things. Although his words were extremely mechanical, his words were very coherent and skillful. It was obviously not the first time he stated it. Can't you be accommodating? Yet Yen was a little confused. Is there such a thing? Is it so difficult to meet Bulma? Oh, have you made an appointment? Please show me the invitation. This is a rule, yes. Hearing this, Yet Yen couldn't help but pick his ears and frowned as he looked at the villa. If he couldn't enter Bulma's house, this meal would obviously be in vain. Chapter 4 Meeting with Sun Wukong, revised. Then let me fly in too. After saying this, Yet Yen jumped up and wanted to fly directly over the 3-meter iron gate at the door. The bleak wind blew by, and a few scattered leaves fell from the tung trees on both sides of the road. A drop of cold sweat slipped down Yet Yen's cheek. Try not to feel embarrassed. After all, he is just an ordinary person who traveled through time and occupied Black Goku's body. Gilyalu, Yet Yen's stomach protested again as he tried to remain calm to deal with the looks of curious passers-by. Hey, Yet Yen sighed helplessly. Since the first goal failed, he could only go to Bayazai Mountain to find Monkey King. After all, Monkey King was simple-minded and easier to fool. "Hey Goku, I'm your friend, Black Goku." Looking at the side of the road and watching the floating cars flying around, Yetian helplessly touched his belly and once again took the step of not recognizing his relatives. Yetian, who had just left, didn't notice that a meteor streaked across the sky and landed in Bulma's villa. "Hey, where's the person?" Beerus yelled, standing in the courtyard with his hands behind his head. Whis stood next to Beerus. He was still drawing the picture of the famous magic ball, searching the universe for the brother of the king who has the body of Black Goku. Bulma, who was carrying soy milk, poked her head out of the window. "Hey, Beerus, do you want some fried dough sticks and soy milk? Does it taste good?" Beerus asked instinctively, then he felt something was wrong, put his hand to his mouth and coughed twice. "Ahem. I'm here on business. Where's Vegeta? And is that guy Sun Wukong here?" "It's Lord Beerus, what's the matter?" Sun Wukong stuck his head out while holding the bun in his hand and chewing it in his mouth. "About Black Goku," Beerus said halfway and looked at Sun Wukong with narrowed eyes. "Why are you here? Don't you have a family of your own?" "Hee hee." Sun Wukong touched the back of his head in embarrassment. "I'm out to buy some things, so I'll stop by for a meal." Beerus responded speechlessly. "What happened to Black Goku? Wasn't Black Goku taken away by King Chuan?" Vegeta leaned against the door with his arms folded. "This is what happened." Whis, who put away his scepter, told everyone what happened before. Yetian on the other side started his own adventure of asking for directions. "Old man, how can I get to Bayazai Mountain?" Yetian stood on the edge of the bustling city, in front of a courtyard, and poked his head over the courtyard wall to look at the old man inside and asked. "Bayazai Mountain? It's half a day's drive from here." The kind old man sitting in the yard pushed up his reading glasses on the bridge of his nose. "What if we walk?" Yetian smiled and continued to ask politely. "Are you kidding me?" The old man was a little unhappy. He picked up the newspaper on his lap again and covered his face, refusing to talk to the fool. Yetian pursed his lips. "Forget it, follow the signs first." Doesn't he want to ride in the car? The problem is that he doesn't even have a pocket, so where does the money come from? After leaving the western capital, there was endless desolation. This long journey was undoubtedly frightening for Yetian. He met a carnivorous dinosaur in the wilderness, a huge strange bird in the sky wanted to peck him, and a piranha jumped in the river trying to eat him. Sitting under a rock sheltered from the wind, Yetian hugged himself and looked up at the stars in the sky. "Why don't I have a golden finger or system? When I watch other people travel through time, they can immediately master their chi and explode their energy like crazy. If they can't, they can quickly make friends with the characters in Dragon Ball. And he can't even see Bulma's face, and he can't fly. Life is not easy," Yetian sighed. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr you not awakened yet, or have you forgotten to bind me? In such a high-level martial arts world, if I don't have any skills, I might not survive 3 episodes. Yet Yen's face was full of sorrow. If he came to the Dragon Ball world and just became an ordinary person, who would be willing to do so? And he also traveled through time and became Black Goku. How could such a good opportunity be wasted? But why can't he use chi? Thinking like this, Yen, who was curled up on the ground, got up again, sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes, wanting to feel the breath, but as the stars move, the darkness gradually dissipates, and the sun rises. Early the next morning, Yen opened his eyes and looked at the desolate land in front of him. He sighed feebly, feeling nothing from his body. Also wasted a night's sleep. But he wasn't sleepy either. Fortunately, Yen continued to get up and headed towards Baizai Mountain in the right direction. In fact, thinking about this kind of time travel, it's okay. At least it's Black Goku at the beginning. Even if there is no system, isn't there still the Dragon Ball that comes with the Dragon Ball world? But finding the Dragon Balls won't be something that can be done in a short while. At least it will have to be after he learns to fly or becomes familiar with Bulma. Because if you want to make a wish with Shenron, you have to use the Dragon Ball radar to collect the Dragon Balls. If you want the Dragon Ball radar, you have to find Bulma. This is an endless loop. As for why he is not as powerful as Black Wukong, maybe it is because the fusion of soul and body is not complete enough, or because he has not found the key point that can inspire Chi. After 3 days of long journey, he finally stood at the foot of Baizai Mountain. Looking at the familiar house halfway up the mountain, Ye Tian grinned, "How nice! I can meet Sun Wukong himself. By the way, what year is it in Dragon Ball era now?" Ye Tian touched his chin and thought about it. It was in the advertisement he had seen before. Bulma looks like a middle-aged woman, but she often uses Dragon Balls to be a few years younger. I really can't tell how old she is. Hello, old man, what year is this? Without thinking too much, Ye Tian reached out and knocked open a farmer's house near Baizai Mountain. When he saw the old man opening the door, Ye Tian asked aloud, Isn't this Wukong?" The uncle couldn't claim to have mistakenly admitted the person, because this was originally the body of Sun Wukong. "This year is 779, what's wrong?" 779, thank you, uncle." Ye Tian waved to the uncle, then turned and walked towards the mountainside. 779 What happened this year? Hey, I only paid attention to major events and never traced the time. Ye Tian touched his chin and walked towards the mountainside while thinking, leaving the old man with a confused look on his face. Chapter 5 Astonishingly Noble Status, Revised. Ye Tian stood in front of Sun Wukong's house halfway up the mountain, wanting to knock on the door but feeling torn. Meeting the person I have admired for a long time feels like hearing about the new Dragon Ball anime, and it also feels like meeting your idol. Excited, yet timid. What should I do? Just when Ye Tian hesitated, 3 figures flew into the air in the distance. To be precise, it was Sun Wukong who pulled Kikai, followed by Sun Wushan. That person standing in front of our house. Sun Wushan shouted in disbelief. Scions have sharp eyes, even a mixed-race scion. Dad. Sun Wushan's eyes widened, and he turned to look at Sun Wukong, who was flying next to him and was still worried about not being able to practice. What's going on? Who is that person? Why does he look so much like Dad? As the 3 of them landed, Kikai trembled with her hands. Wukong. This guy seems to be coming with bad intentions. Ye Tian was so confused that he just stood at the gate and didn't do anything yet. Why is it that the person who comes here is not kind? You are. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes and looked at the person standing in front of him seriously. Just when Ye Tian wanted to explain his kindness and thought of words, Sun Wukong spoke. I know. You are Daquan's brother. Sun Wukong reacted quickly and even clenched his fist and clapped it on the other hand. Which one is Daquan? All kings? King Quan's brother is not Black Wukong. Don't think that because he doesn't know much about Dragon Balls, you are trying to deceive him. But the huge amount of information still made Ye Tian a little confused. I didn't expect that I would meet you here. The excited Sun Wukong was already excited. The person who brought it up was just right. As for what Beerus had told him before, he had long forgotten it. Hey. What's going on? Kikai stared at Ye Tian with trembling fingers. With quick eyes and hands, Kikai pulled Sun Wushan behind her, and then took Sun Wushan back to the house without leaving a trace. Boom! The door was closed, instantly cutting him off from the 2 people outside. He must be an enemy, so similar to Goku, but don't forget the dares from the past, and the somewhat similar Raditz. Could it be another relative of Sun Wukong? Kikai held Sun Wushan in her arms and shivered, her words trembling. Beat him, Goku, don't let Goten experience the same past as Gohan again. Sun Wushan, on the other hand, looked at Kikai with a confused look on his face. What on earth happened? Aha! Standing outside the house, Sun Wukong seemed to have heard Kikai's words. He couldn't wait to roar and waved his powerful fist towards Yetian. Boom! Yetian, who was still thinking about the huge amount of information, was caught off guard by a punch and fell towards the woods at the foot of the mountain. Boom boom boom! An unknown number of tree trunks were broken along the way. Yetian sat up and coughed amidst the flying leaves and broken branches. Ahem! Damn it! Yetian touched his cheek, it hurt. Why don't you use Qi to defend yourself? Sun Wukong flew to Yetian's side and looked suspiciously at Yetian, who was sitting on a branch. How can you be like this and attack someone without saying hello? Yetian yelled angrily. Not to mention his idol, your approach of attacking someone without saying a word is very wrong, isn't it? Oh! I'm so sorry. Sun Wukong grinned. Only then did he think of what Weiss had said. It seems that after King Daquan entered Black Wukong's body, he still couldn't control it well. Sun Wukong thought about it and touched the back of his head, his apology was not sincere at all. Have you ever asked me if I want to fight you? Yetian touched his cheek and asked helplessly, which is quite typical of his character. Yetian sighed, life is not easy. When Sun Wukong saw this, he felt that this was not suitable for a discussion. He reached out and took out the communicator given by Weiss and pressed the contact button. Weiss, although I don't know what's going on, Black Goku is here at my house now. As soon as the contact was connected, before Weiss could speak, Beerus' high decibel voice rang out. What? At your house? Are you talking about King Daquan? How come that King Quan's brother is on Earth? I'm not sure, I don't know for sure, but with that look and outfit, it must be Black Wukong. He's just become a little silly. Sun Wukong muttered. Ask him, how could he know? Hey, Weiss, do you think it's possible that there's physical attraction to each other? That's why you show up at Goku's house. Beerus' howl came from the communication line. Oh ho ho ho! I don't know about this either. Anyway, just find someone. Weiss smiled, his voice became a little louder, and he obviously got a little closer to the communicator. We'll be there right away. Don't let anyone leave. Weiss in the land of gods turned off the communication and turned to look at Beerus. Lord Beerus, shall we set off now? What nonsense are you talking about? Beerus yelled, hurry up. Hurry up and go to Earth to confirm. 10 minutes later. Yetian sat on the sofa, looking at the steaming hot tea in front of him, and then at Kikai, who was shivering in the kitchen. So, I'm not very sure about the specifics. Sun Wukong grinned and waved the blame without any hesitation. It's better to let Weiss or Lord Beerus do the talking. Yetian's eyes shifted to Beerus and Weiss, who were standing respectfully in front of him. So what? Under Yetian's doubtful eyes, the two of them knelt down on one knee and saluted respectfully, King Daquan. Yetian accepted the two peoples kneeling in confusion, and then he asked them to stand up. Tell me, what is going on? Seeing that Beerus and Weiss were both thinking about organizing the language, Sun Wukong put his hands behind his head impatiently and glanced at Kikai hiding in the kitchen. Kikai, please explain things quickly, Kikai. Kiju is scared by you. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Beerus and Yetian glanced at the kitchen. Kikai was shocked by the gazes of the three people. What she was afraid of was not the god of destruction and the angel, but the one who looked the same as Wukong. Sion. After hearing Weiss' simple explanation, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. I am the king of Daquan? King Quan's brother. Yetian pointed his index finger at his nose and asked stupidly. Yet. The three people present nodded in unison. Chapter 6 What the hell? I won't. Damn it, not long after arriving in the Dragon Ball world, his identity as a time traveler was exposed? You can say that. Weiss responded, to be precise, your original body has been lost, leaving only your soul. Ahem. Beerus coughed twice deliberately to stop Weiss from continuing. Oh ho ho ho. I'm so sorry, I almost let it slip. Weiss put her hand to her mouth and changed the words with a smile. In other worlds. Yet Yen took over and asked tentatively, what about my original body? Did it just die like this? Yet Yen thought about it and realized that he grew up in an orphanage and had no relatives. In the end, there was no one to collect the body for him. That body will also dissipate with the transfer of your soul. So you don't have to think about the follow-up issues. Weiss explained as if he guessed Yet Yen's thoughts. Oh, then why am I King Quan's brother? Why did I come to this world? Yet Yen continued to ask. Isn't the world of Dragon Ball the work of Akira Toriyama? Can you still have something to do with your own soul? You came to this world because you are King Quan's brother. You came to this world because you are King Quan's brother. The next moment, Yet Yen looked at Weiss, who was still smiling without the slightest embarrassment despite cold sweat on his forehead, with disdainful eyes. This sentence is nonsense, saying it is equivalent to not saying it. But Chuan Wang's brother, isn't he the number one person in Dragon Ball? He was above 10,000 people at the beginning? What's the secret that even I, myself, can't know? Yet Yen felt that he smelled the shocking secret of the Dragon Ball world. You can't say that. Weiss shook his head directly, not even giving any nonsense this time. Okay. Yet Yen nodded, picked up the cooler teacup on the table and blew on it, pretending to be polite, then take me to see King Chuan. Since you are a Daquan king, you must have the posture and momentum of a Daquan king. Well, you can't see Mr. Chuan Wang yet. Weiss continued with a smile. Yet Yen raised his head and stared at Weiss without saying a word, his eyes full of questioning. As a noble king, why can't he meet the king? What's wrong with an older brother meeting his own younger brother? You have just entered Black Wukong's body, and you are not yet able to control your power well. The great priest hopes that you can fully control it before meeting King Chuan. This does indeed ring true. Oh, by the way, the great priest is also a mystery. Very mysterious. Okay. Then who will teach me? Weiss, you or Beerus? Or the great priest? Yet Yen looked at the two and asked bluntly, but his attitude was still very familiar. As for the skills, I want to learn your ultimate freedom, and I also want to learn your destructive skills. After all, after watching Dragon Ball, these stunts are the most important. Now that he has Goku's body, he naturally has Saiyan blood. Isn't it easy to transform into a Super Saiyan? Super 1 to Super 3, and then Black Goku's pink realm. What Dragon Ball fan doesn't want it? They dream about it every day. Don't be too ambitious. You haven't mastered your power yet. Beerus looked at the familiar face in front of him and took the attitude of teaching Sun Wukong a lesson. Well, Yet Yen, who was poured cold water on him, frowned and looked at Beerus with some dissatisfaction. I need you to teach me how to do things. Also, Beerus, you actually taught me a lesson. You are quite courageous. Yet Yen's eyes flashed with danger as he grasped the posture of King Daquan. As the king of Daquan, can the god of destruction dictate what he does? Ah, I'm sorry, Lord Daquan King. Beerus was struck by this look, and his expression instantly changed and he knelt down on one knee to beg for mercy. Looking at that face, it's easy to mistake him for Goku. But he's actually the king of Daquan, damn it. Okay, sorry, it's your first offender, forget it. Yet Yen didn't care about Beerus. He would also learn destructive skills in the future, so there was no need to make the relationship so tense. Looking at the face that looked exactly like his own and the arrogant posture, Sun Wukong felt more and more that the person in front of him looked like Black Wukong. It was weird, really weird. Oh, 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 oh. Weiss smiled and looked at Sun Wukong, who had a strange expression on his face. You really helped me a lot this time. I will tell the high priest. Well, I didn't do anything. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head again, why he kept saying strange things. Then how should I control my power? Yet Yen looked at Weiss. In this regard, he felt that Weiss was more reliable. After all, Beerus relies on sleeping to practice. Besides, Weiss is Beerus' master. It's better to go back to the land of gods first. If you use power here, it will cause harm to the earth. Weiss stretched out his hand and shook it gently, and his scepter appeared in his hand. Let's go then. Beerus sighed quietly. This king of Daquan is probably not an easy master to serve. Wait a minute. Are you going back? I'm going too. Sun Wukong looked at the people who had finished speaking and stood up to leave. He quickly extended his hand. Beerus looked at Sun Wukong with great disgust, but his words of rejection had not yet been spoken. Sun Wukong immediately said, I found him. Beerus narrowed his eyes and looked at Sun Wukong. You can go, but the credit for this matter cannot be placed on your head. No problem. Sun Wukong nodded crazily. How could such a small thing be more important than cultivation? Kikai, who was observing the situation in the kitchen, was not afraid when she heard this and walked out. No. Wukong, you still want it. There is no chance to say the word work because there is no one in the entire hall at the moment. Damn bastard! Wukong, you bastard! Kikai yelled angrily. The four of them soon arrived at the land of gods. The not-so-small lake, the forest of exotic flowers and plants, the huge treehouse-like house in the distance, and the familiar surroundings made Yen feel extremely strange. Okay, let's start practicing as soon as possible. Weiss pointed to the lake not far away from Yen in front of him. Try to inspire your divine power. Go attack that lake. Yen pursed his lips and looked at Weiss with a strange look, as if looking at a fool. What is this? The power of God. He can't even breathe the simplest way now, so why talk to him about the power of God? Chapter 7. Is he really the king of Daquan? Ahem. The power of God is... Weiss closed her eyes and stretched out her index finger, but suddenly something stuck. It's the rose-red realm of Black Wukong. Sun Wukong standing nearby reminded him with his hands on his hips. Yet Yen continued to be confused. He was not really Black Wukong, how could he be so good at rose-red? And don't take it randomly, okay? It's obviously pink. No. Yet Yen spread his hands bluntly. Weiss and Beerus looked at each other. They don't know how to do anything, how can they be taught? Compared to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, King Daquan is obviously more troublesome. Then try to gather the energy in your body. Weiss sighed faintly. If you can't reach the divine realm, then the fighting instinct of the Scion body is still there, right? I'm so angry. Yet Yen thought about it for a moment and said frankly, neither can I. Ahem. Don't you know how to use Qi? A trace of distress appeared on Weiss's usually indifferent face. This king of Daquan is like a human baby. He doesn't know anything, not even the instinct to eat. Yet Yen also noticed a bit of embarrassment. This was really unworthy of his status as the king of Daquan. How about starting with the super tournament? The yawning Sun Wukong once again put forward his opinion. Goku Black's body and Scion's blood should be successful, right? I understand this. Yet Yen nodded confidently. Anyone who has watched Dragon Ball knows this. Angry. Cells. Soon Yen closed his eyes and fell into his own fantasy. Angry, angry. Think the worst. Failed exam? Will you be unable to find a good job in the future? Rent is due? Can't get a girlfriend? Damn, this kind of life is too tragic, right? But now that he has traveled to the Dragon Ball world, these situations are simply impossible to happen. Yetian, who had his eyes closed, suddenly laughed out loud. He has already unfolded his imagination. At this moment, he is sitting with the king. Below, the angels and gods of destruction from the 12 universes, as well as the kings and gods, are kneeling in front of him. This is like the overlooking perspective of an ancient emperor. Beerus waved to Whis, and then the three of them gathered around Sun Wukong and muttered, "This person is Black Goku, right?" "That's right. This costume must be that of Black Wukong." Sun Wukong nodded with certainty. "Do you think Black Goku's brain was damaged, so King Daquan became like this?" Beerus pointed at Yetian, who was still laughing. "How about asking the high priest?" Weiss frowned and spoke in distress. Yetian, who was being pointed at, began to feel distressed as he imagined it, because the angels of destruction kneeling below actually stood up and scolded him for being useless. A majestic Daquan king can't even release his energy, and he can't fly? Hateful. Aha! Yetian, who was standing on the grass, frowned, with faint blue veins popping out, and a faint yellowish aura began to appear around him. "I can't bear it." Yetian closed his eyes and fell into true anger. "How dare you look down on me like this?" Aha! Feeling the changes in Yetian, Beerus and the other two looked at him one after another. Look! Look, he has turned into a Super Saiyan." Sun Wukong said in surprise, "I said he was Black Goku." Beerus and Whis looked at each other. So are they thinking too much? As Yetian continued to roar, the arrogance around him became more intense, faintly causing lightning. "Oh, this is the Super 2 form," Sun Wukong sighed repeatedly. Weiss's eyes gradually brightened. "In this way, you will soon be able to control your body skillfully." Before Beerus could speak, Yetian's arrogance suddenly felt like a deflated balloon. No more energy. But in an instant, Yetian returned to normal. He fell to the ground, breathing heavily. "Why don't you continue? I feel like you can still enter Super 3 form in one breath." Sun Wukong looked at Yetian in confusion. "Who?" Yetian waved his hands repeatedly, and finally calmed down a little. "I will suffocate if I keep shouting. It seems that I have to learn how to breathe first. Thank you to those who dubbed the characters in Dragon Ball. It's really tiring to howl like this." After hearing this, Beerus looked at Weiss secretly and said in a low voice, "Sure enough, you still have to go find the high priest and ask." Weiss nodded in agreement, looked at Yetian and said, "King Daquan, please take a rest first, Beerus and I will go outside." "Okay, let's go." Yetian waved his hand. When he could breathe again, he also looked at Sun Wukong, who was punching and kicking in mid-air. "Hey Wukong! Come down!" Yetian waved to Sun Wukong. "What's the matter?" Sun Wukong retracted his fist and fell from mid-air to Yetian and asked in confusion. "You can fly, right? Then teach me how to fly." Yetian glanced around. Beerus and Weiss were gone, leaving only Wukong. "Oh, you're talking about the Wukong technique." Sun Wukong grinned and stretched out his index finger to explain, "You just use qi, and then you can fly." "Oh." Yetian looked at Sun Wukong with disdain. He was really mentally ill to ask this question. Except for his fighting talent, Wukong is like an idiot in every other aspect. Someone who doesn't know idioms and isn't very good at arithmetic. Speaking of the reason, Yetian ignored Sun Wukong and sat cross-legged by the lake alone. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and saw that Yetian ignored him and continued to jump into the air to practice. Brush. In front of King Quan's house in the center of Universe 12, the great priest was looking at the calm lake surface, seeming to be thinking about something. "Here you are? What's the matter?" The great priest suddenly turned his head and looked at Beerus and Whis, who appeared behind him. "Yes, Lord High Priest." Weiss responded and then expressed his doubts tactfully. "Is that one, the one with Black Goku's body, really the king of Daquan?" "This is not a doubt you should have." The high priest put his hands behind his back and continued to look at the lake. "You can admit the wrong person, can I admit the wrong person?" The picture reflected in the lake was that of Yetian in the land of gods. He was sitting by the lake, holding a piece of dogtail grass that he broke off from somewhere in his hand, and waving the water of the lake out of boredom. Chapter 8 Dissipated Memories of the Past. "Well, how long have you all been alive?" The great priest turned to look at the two of them this time. Hearing the question of a cow's head being lower than a horse's tail, Whis looked at Beerus, because he was an angel. Only when Beerus dies will he stop functioning and fall into a deep sleep until the next god of destruction appears. "Well, as long as Kaishin doesn't die, I can live forever." Beerus was not sure what the great priest meant, and answered honestly with a cold sweat on his forehead. "So you have a long time to supervise and take care of it." After a long silence, the great priest spoke slowly. "But the most important thing. Don't let King Daquan's emotions be so extreme that he recovers his original memory." The high priest's face was somewhat serious and solemn. "Oh ho ho ho! What if it recovers accidentally?" Weiss raised an eyebrow and looked at the high priest. This kind of thing was beyond their control. Looking at Whis, who was provoking his father, cold sweat fell from Beerus's forehead. Although he did not dare to participate in the conversation between the two, he was obviously a little curious about this issue. Then just wait for them all to perish. When the great priest god spoke, there was a coldness in his eyes. In addition to teaching King Daquan how to practice and master his own energy, your task is also to remember not to let King Daquan have too much contact with the relevant history in ancient times. Understandable. After saying that, the high priest looked at Whis and Beerus, who got up from one knee with warning eyes. That period of ancient related history. Beerus fell into deep thought as he listened. "Which period of history? I've lived for too long and I really can't believe it." Okay." Whis nodded, then looked at Beerus, who was stroking his chin in thought. "Then let's say goodbye first. As for King Daquan's training, with Black Wukong's body, you don't have to worry too much." Seeing the two men nodding, the great priest turned around again and continued to look at the lake. "King Daquan, let all the past of King Daquan sleep forever with your dissipated memory. You must be able to live more comfortably without those heavy burdens." Yetian, who was reflected on the lake, threw away the dogtail grass in his hand, put his hands behind his head, lay on the grass and looked at the sky in the land of gods. The two people who went back were silent and didn't speak. Beerus couldn't help but ask, "What is the relevant history in ancient times?" Lord Beerus, don't you know?" Whis said in surprise, and then laughed, "Ho ho! I thought you would know. How about we go back and ask the high priest?" "Forget it." Beerus shook his head hastily. "It's better not to know than to tell the truth later. But I'm still very curious as to why Daquan King can't be restored to his original memory, and what happened to that history." Beerus' hand on his lap touched his chin again. Yetian, who was involved in all this, had no idea at all. At this moment, he was sitting on the wooden pier with Sun Wukong. "Who?" Sun Wukong picked up the instant noodles, blew on them twice, and then took a big gulp. "I've been thinking about it for a long time, so, how are we going to fly?" Yetian looked at the instant noodles in front of him without moving. "I said it all. Use your gas. Then you can fly." Sun Wukong responded inarticulately while chewing instant noodles. "So how do you use qi?" Yetian thought, recalling the scene in Dragon Ball Z where Sun Wuhan taught Sun Wushan and Bidali the air dance. "Relax your body. Use qi." Gohan said that qi is the body's energy mobilizing the energy in the body. When the words suddenly appeared in Yetian's mouth, which was concentrating on it, Sun Wukong heard the familiar name and looked at Yetian in surprise. Then, the instant noodles that had not yet been stuffed into Sun Wukong's mouth slipped from the fork back into the bowl. Crack! He saw Yetian, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him, levitating, slowly starting to levitate from the grass and going up to a height of more than 3 meters. Hey, King Daquan, you are floating! Sun Wukong shouted in shock after swallowing the instant noodles. This shout interrupted Yetian's thoughts. Yetian instinctively raised his head to look at Sun Wukong opposite. But there was no figure of Sun Wukong in front of him, and then he didn't wait for Yetian to have any reaction. Boom! Yetian fell back to the ground from a low altitude, causing a dog to eat grass. Ba, ba! Yetian spit out the grass foam in his mouth and looked at Sun Wukong angrily. You guy, you damn Gukong! Ha ha! Sun Wukong grinned and put his hands on his hips, changing the subject. Look, you were able to levitate just now. You should be able to fly. Yet. After being reminded like this, Yetian immediately looked at his feet in surprise. Do it again and relax. Feel the energy. The movement of qi. That's it. Seeing his feet slowly rising up in the air, Yetian smiled and flew into the air and started spinning, first making an S shape, then a Z shape, and finally ending with 8. Brush. Beerus and Whis, who had just appeared, saw Yetian flying in the air, and Sun Wukong who took Yetian's bowl of instant noodles and continued to eat. Hey, King Daquan can fly already! Weiss looked up in the air in surprise. Hey Beerus, Weiss, I can fly! Yetian fell to the ground, looking extremely excited. Oh, Weiss nodded indifferently. Everyone knows this kind of trivial matter, so there are really no words to praise him. Hey, hey! Where did your instant noodles come from? Beerus shouted in dissatisfaction as soon as he saw the empty bowl at Sun Wukong's feet. I brought it myself last time. Sun Wukong opened his harmless eyes and said while sucking. Damn it! Isn't that for me? How dare you take my stuff? You're stealing it! Bastard! Beerus yelled and looked at the 2 empty bowls of instant noodles, obviously furious. By the way, Weiss, I thought of a new question. After being happy, Yetian looked at Beerus who was scolding, and turned to ask Weiss. I am the king of Daquan, right? Yes. Weiss looked at Yetian doubtfully. This question had been confirmed repeatedly. I know King Quan's ability. His combat effectiveness is not high, but he has a very special ability. He can make the universe disappear if he wants it to disappear. Right. Yes. Weiss continued to nod and looked at Yetian with a smile. So as the brother of King Chuan, what about me? Do I have this ability? And should I also have my 12? No, it should be 18 universes at the beginning. Yetian also smiled, with a look of expectation on his face. Chapter 9 Competing with Sun Wukong. Yetian's smile froze and turned into anger instantly. Hey, hey! Don't be too obvious about your perfunctory behavior. I really don't know. Weiss took 2 steps back and stood in front of Yetian, stretching out his index finger and shaking it. His tone was quite helpless. This kind of question is beyond the scope of my knowledge. If you want the answer, you have to ask the high priest. Then take me to see the great priest. Yetian glanced at Weiss with disdain, and then sat back and waited for Weiss to lead the way. We just came back from the high priest. Weiss shook his head and refused, and continued to persuade him. The high priest said that he is busy with work recently and doesn't know when he will be free. This time, Yetian's eyes were full of contempt, and he was so perfunctory. Still that kind of perfunctory thing. The high priest is the steward of the king, how can he be so busy? You can't find an excuse to serve snacks. Yetian couldn't help but cursed. Hey, King Daquan, do you want to spar? Sun Wukong, who was scolded by Beerus and wiped the saliva on his face, walked towards Yetian and asked. Humph! What a fight! How can I not beat you? Yetiankin's cheeks bulged. How could he be in the mood to fight now? Don't be like this, I can suppress all my fighting power to fight you. Sun Wukong came to Yetian's side, with a hint of prayer in his words. If Beerus is angry, he will definitely not spar with me. If I don't give Whis new delicacies, he won't accompany me either. Listening to Sun Wukong's bitter words, Yetian still agreed, well, it's not impossible. When he came to the Dragon Ball world, he had not yet experienced his own skills. After all, in the past, he was a master who kicked the vicious school bully and kicked the Taekwondo president angrily. As soon as Yetian said these words, Sun Wukong immediately did some backflips to distance himself from Yetian. He bent his hands and arched his feet into a fighting posture. Yetian also imitated Sun Wukong's posture and put on a bodiless posture, waiting for Yetian to react. Then, I'm coming. Sun Wukong rushed towards Yetian Fei without even exploding his anger. Yetian was a little confused. Because at this moment, in the eyes of Yetian, who was attentive, Sun Wukong's movements suddenly turned into a doubled action movie, and the fists pumped out were as slow as a turtle crawling. Sun Wukong didn't expect that he was just a tentative punch, but it was easily held by Yetian. Sun Wukong, who looked surprised, was directly hit by Yetian on the cheek and flew out, falling to the ground. Wow! Beerus, who originally didn't have any expectations for Daquan, covered his face early on, and complained emphatically, it's acceptable to not be good at fighting as Daquan King. It's just that Black Goku's body is a bit wasted. No, Lord Beerus, please open your eyes and take a look. Whis reminded Beerus with his hands behind his back. Sun Wukong cried out in pain and got up from the ground. He rubbed his cheek and waved to Yetian, come again. Haha. Yetian tiptoed towards Sun Wukong quickly. Feeling the sound of wind caused by Yetian's fist scraping through the air, Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and his anger reached Super 1 form. The fist was blocked by Sun Wukong. Yetian looked at Sun Wukong, who turned into yellow hair with dissatisfaction. Didn't we just agree to fight at the lowest combat power? Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong scratched his cheek awkwardly, this is the instinct of the body, I didn't mean it. Yetian just complained casually, and he clenched his fists hard to try to push forward a little further. But Sun Wukong's single hand is comparable to facing a mountain that he cannot shake. Sun Wukong even had the leisure to sigh, it's really weird to fight with a face that looks like mine. Ho ho! It's really unexpected. Beerus had already opened his eyes and looked at the two people fighting in the distance with emotion. The battle you broke out in an instant was so powerful. My hands were so shocked that they became numb. No matter how Sun Wukong heard these words, Yetian didn't even think of praising him. He looked at his fist that couldn't be pushed out. Veins popped up on Yetian's forehead. He gritted his teeth and tried hard to punch out. Ha ha! In the Dragon Ball world, the output must rely on roaring, this is an iron rule. Yetian roared, and the next moment his body was ignited with light yellow flames, and at the same time he reached the Super 1 form. With 50 times the power, Yetian's fist instantly pushed Sun Wukong's hand away and hit Sun Wukong's shoulder. Sun Wukong was in pain and quickly retreated to open the distance between the two and flew into the air. He grinned and dived towards Yetian, then we have to fight seriously. Yetian didn't respond. He felt that he was not very proficient in Wukong, so he waited on the ground for Sun Wukong's attack. Sun Wukong swooped down towards Yetian, and the two fists bumped each other, causing air waves to sweep through the air, causing ripples to appear on the lake next to them. Boom! Yetian quickly struck at Sun Wukong's abdomen at a speed that was difficult for anyone present, and Sun Wukong was instantly knocked away. Da-da-da! Sun Wukong continued backflips on the ground, jumped into the air again to stabilize his figure, put his hands on his waist to gather energy and glowed with light. Ha! Sun Wukong's Qigong wave hit Yet Yen quickly and violently. Yet Yen's eyes showed curiosity, and then he waved his hand calmly and swatted the Qigong wave away. Snapped. Yet Yen also put his hands on his waist eagerly, feeling that the energy in his body was running rapidly. A Qigong wave also gathered in his hands, and Yet Yen also shot his own Qigong wave towards Sun Wukong. As the Qigong waves shot out, Sun Wukong had already moved quickly behind Yet Yen, and he punched Yet Yen in the neck. Yet Yen's reaction was beyond common sense, and he even had time to grin. This is really King Daquan's first battle. Beerus felt unbelievable. No matter how you look at it, you don't think that such skills will appear on a guy who just couldn't even let go. It should be his body's instinct, after all, this is Black Goku's body. Weiss watched the battle between the two men carefully. You see, King Daquan looked very unfamiliar just now, but now he is able to fight in mid-air very well. The two men were fighting each other in mid-air. Sun Wukong quickly lowered his body to avoid Yet Yen's fist. Veins popped up on Yet Yen's forehead. He gritted his teeth and raised his feet to continuously kick Sun Wukong. Brush. Chapter 10 Going to Bulma's house for dinner. Because at this moment, Sun Wukong has reached the Super 2 form. In the eyes of Sun Wukong, who has fought thousands of times, the use of these forms is like drinking water and eating. But Yet Yen can't. It hasn't been long since he took over Black Wukong's body, and it still takes a long time to adapt. There is simply no way to reach the Super 2 form while fighting. Furthermore, the original Black Wukong himself did not master the Super 2 and Super 3 forms very well. Yet Yen simply can't change forms skillfully. Yet Yen, who was in Super 1 form, was completely trapped in the situation of being suppressed and beaten by Sun Wukong in Super 2 form. He was so lonely that he punched and swept his legs. Although Sun Wukong's many attacks did not hurt him very much, Yet Yen was obviously very unhappy with such a frustrating battle. No fight. I won't fight. The angry Yet Yen distanced himself from Sun Wukong and fell to the ground, looking angrily at Sun Wukong in mid-air. Ah, why? Sun Wukong put his hands on his hips in confusion. He was feeling a little bit from the beating. Why did he suddenly stop beating after saying that he didn't want to hit? I'm hungry. Yet Yen would not lose face and say that he was aggrieved by being suppressed and beaten. He touched his stomach and looked at the empty instant noodle box that had been eaten by Sun Wukong before. I don't want to eat instant noodles, Weiss, can you take me to Earth to eat something else? Yet Yen turned his attention to Weiss. It's been a few days since he came to Dragon Ball World, and he hasn't met Bulma, Piccolo, or Krillin yet. Although Sun Wukong has seen it, he has not yet touched the 10,000-year-old Vegeta. The most important thing is that when he arrived in Dragon Ball World, he was hungry for 2 days. He finally had something to eat, but only instant noodles. In the land of gods, Whis and Beerus were stingy and protective of food, and they actually gave him those strange unknown things in the universe. How could he possibly eat 2 meals? Both meals were instant noodles. Definitely not more than 3. As an advanced animal that has finally climbed to the top of the food chain, why should it be a vegetarian? He wants to eat meat. Eat meat? What? Lord Daquan King, do you want to go to Earth? When Beerus heard this, he was so frightened that he was only halfway through his yawn. Can't you go? Yet Yen raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction and began to act like the king of the world again. Oh ho ho ho! Then let's go to Bulma's house. She happened to tell me last time about a new dessert shop nearby. It tastes very good. Weiss said with a smile as she put her hand to her mouth. Are you all going to Earth? What about me? Sun Wukong fell to the ground and looked at Weiss and the others. Where is my practice? Aren't you going to practice with me? Humph. We are like iron, rice or steel. You are not hungry, but I am. Yet Yen looked at Sun Wukong dissatisfied. Well, then take me with you. The 2 bowls of instant noodles just can only fill your stomach. Sun Wukong smiled and put his hand on Weiss's shoulder. Beerus also looked at Sun Wukong with disdain. Take your hand away, that position is the throne on my right hand. The 3 people who lined up and followed Weiss arrived on earth and fell directly from mid-air into the courtyard of Bulma's house. Hey, Bulma! Let's have dessert! Beerus howled, and soon Bulma walked out of the room on the balcony. Her belly was slightly bulging, obviously she was pregnant. Hey, Yetian was still very excited when he saw Bulma's face, but when he saw the swollen belly, Yetian was instantly disappointed. Bulma, who was being fucked by Vegeta, was not interested. He was not a beauty seeker. Why are you here? Bulma put one hand on her lower back and the other on her belly. She was very happy to see the arrival of several people. But when she saw Yetian, she actually shrank, and quickly came to Weiss and Beerus. Hey, why did you bring Black Goku here? Just find it if you find it, don't bring him here. It's okay, the one in Black Goku's body now is King Daquan. Don't worry. Weiss comforted Bulma. Oh, Bulma responded, she was the one who named King Daquan, but she was just afraid. Regardless of King Daquan or whatever, he was standing right in front of Black Goku, and he was only a few meters away from her. Soon Bulma also noticed that Sun Wukong was also present. She immediately thought of Kikai's previous call. Wukong, you are here too. Kikai called me and said that if she sees you, she will notify you to go back to work. Well, just pretend you haven't seen me, please. Sun Wukong's face dropped as soon as he heard this, and he clasped his hands and begged Bulma. This. Bulma pointed her index finger at her chin in embarrassment, obviously thinking about whether to tell Kikai or not. Are Whis and Lord Beerus here? Future Bulma, who looked slightly older, pushed open the glass door of the balcony, looked at a few people and said hello. What do you want to eat? I'll ask someone to prepare it immediately. When she saw Yetian, her movements only froze for a moment, and soon returned to normal. Well, pork knuckle, egg custard, abalone, 8 treasure duck. Beerus hurriedly reported a list of dish names. Okay, future Bulma remembered calmly, then turned around to give orders. Hey, why are there 2 Bulmas? Before he could recover from the shock of Bulma's pregnancy, Yetian saw another Bulma, and he began to doubt his life. Is this still the Dragon Ball world he is familiar with? Why is future Bulma here? Ho ho! Lord Daquan, it was Vegeta who brought people back from the future. Weiss explained to Yetian, who had never seen the world. Is that so? Yetian glanced back and forth at the 2 Bulmas without saying anything. Vegeta really enjoys the blessings of everyone. He is not as pitiful as him, a single dog born in his mother's womb. Speaking of which, in the Dragon Ball world, the girls he likes, Bulma, number 18 and Videl, have become someone else's. It was too late. Yetian cried in his heart, but soon his eyes were fixed on Bulma's big belly. In fact, Bulma is also very good, and Gohan's daughter Xiao Fang is not bad, but in this case, isn't he, Vegeta and Sun Wukong just a generation shorter? Imagine that scene for a moment. When he sees Vegeta, he is not allowed to follow Bra and call Daddy. Or when you see Sun Wukong, follow Xiao Fang and call him Grandpa. When he meets Sun Wufan, will he still follow Xiao Fang and call him Daddy? Chapter 11 Klin, the strongest human on earth. Yetian shook his head repeatedly and turned his attention to other places. It was still in his stomach, and he didn't know when he would be able to take action. He is just an unborn baby now. Yetian looked at Weiss. He rolled his eyes and quickly had a new idea. Angel, Bados is also very beautiful. Looking at Yetian, who had been standing there with an ever-changing expression, Bulma was always following Whis and Beerus. Her life was very important. Bulma followed the 2 of them. She looked at Weiss in a low voice, who had just sat under the umbrella and elegantly picked up the tea, you said that man, Daquan King, just stood there motionless and didn't speak. Shouldn't he? Will they attack us suddenly? Well, don't worry, it won't happen. Weiss took a sip of tea and replied calmly in the affirmative. Seeing Yetien's expression changing constantly as he was thinking about something, Beerus, who was lying on the recliner, sat up and lowered his voice a lot. He stretched out his hand and pointed to his temple. I think this Daquan King, this is possible. Have some problem. Bulma looked at him smiling and frowning for a while. Yetien also nodded in agreement, especially the look towards his belly, which was very penetrating. Bulma once again silently distanced herself from Whis, whether it was Black Goku or Daquan King or something like that. It's still scary. Gilyalu. The dissatisfied sound from his stomach brought Yetien back from his thoughts. He stretched out his hand to say hello to Bulma, which he felt was very polite. Yetien stretched out his hand and shook it at Bulma. Hi, Bulma, I am the king of Daquan. Hello. When her name was called, Bulma was excited and gave an awkward smile. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly felt awkward. Yetien originally thought he would be excited when he saw Bulma, the president of the world's #1 group. But in fact, it's just that. Here comes the food. The three little Pilafs quickly broke the awkward atmosphere. They arranged tables and chairs on the balcony, and then filed many delicious dishes on the table. Eat! Eat! Sun Wukong, who was standing aside with his hands on his hips, happily sat down at the dining table first. He picked up a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, suddenly looked at Bulma and asked, "Where's Vegeta? I don't know where he ran. He won't tell me." Bulma touched her belly and sat down with everyone. Oh! As Sun Wukong concentrated on the food, no one else spoke again, and everyone who ate the meal was very satisfied. So full. Sun Wukong patted his round belly with satisfaction. Then shall we go back? After Sun Wukong had eaten and drank enough, he began to worry that Kikai would suddenly come over and ask him to go back to work. Well, Mr. Daquan King, shall we go back? Weiss looked at Yetien, who was still struggling with the chicken legs. After spitting out the chicken leg bones from his mouth, Yetien also burped with satisfaction. He stretched out his hand and looked at Weiss. Well, I want to buy something. What are you doing? Weiss looked at Yetien in confusion. Give me money to buy things. Yetien had already thought about it, and there was no way he could just come to Bulma's house on Earth to have a meal. But he doesn't want to go back and continue eating instant noodles, so collecting supplies is very important. Ho ho! I don't have any money. Weiss laughed, and then refused confidently. Me neither. Beerus leisurely picked out the pointed tiger teeth with a toothpick. Yetien stretched out his hand in embarrassment, carelessly. Here. The black card. Bulma carefully placed the black card in Yetien's hand. Here you go. How embarrassing! Yetien grinned and put the card in his arms unceremoniously. He didn't have a pocket in his clothes. You're welcome. Then we are friends, right? Bulma became a little bolder. Yet. Friends. Yetien's smile became brighter and brighter. It's great to be friends with the CEO. I hope to have more friends like this. Then come back quickly. Sun Wukong sat still and a new round of desserts was already on the table. But Weiss moved. He made eye contact with Beerus, and then followed Yetien. With the black card given by Bulma, Yetien just bought and bought along the way. Anyway, Weiss had a magic ball and could hold any number of things. Actually, I can handle such a small thing by myself. You can stay at Bulma's house and continue eating. Yetien turned to look at Weiss, who had been following him. Oh ho ho ho! Accompanying Mr. Daquan Wang to buy things is a big deal. Small things like eating delicious food can be done at any time. Weiss, who was following Yetien, put his hand to his mouth and said with a smile. Oh, that makes sense. Yet Yen nodded with satisfaction to Weiss, who came forward. He knew that what Wes said was flattery, but who didn't like to hear flattery? As for the things you buy, don't you have ready-made storage tools? If you are worried about this angel, wouldn't there be Bulma's variety capsule? Nothing can fit in. Yet Yen, who didn't have this trouble, tried to feel like a rich man, and it was so exciting. Boom! Bang bang bang! Suddenly there was an extremely chaotic sound from the adjacent street, and the screams were accompanied by gunshots. At times like this, everyone wants to become a warrior of justice. Can I join in the fun? Yet Yen asked tentatively. Weiss nodded calmly and flew behind Yet Yen. He felt that he was more responsible for looking after Yet Yen. Besides, he couldn't interfere in the good and evil of other creatures at will. As the smoke filled the air, Kling, wearing a police helmet, engaged in a shootout with several bank robbers. Bang bang bang! Bullets continued to fire, and Kling hid behind the shield and stood up from time to time to fire a few shots. That's Kling. Seeing Kling with thick black hair, Yet Yen recognized him at a glance. The strongest human being on earth. Why do you do as the locals do? Can't you just go up and knock someone over with your fists? Can I join in? Yet Yen turned to ask Weiss. It's okay, as long as you are happy, Lord Daquan. Yet Yen, who was affirmed by Weiss, naturally did this kind of thing with this question in mind. He flew down to the ground and did it with his fists. Click landed. Bang punch. Paw sweeps the legs. Caw kicks people. Taking advantage of the gap when the gun stopped firing, Yet Yen knocked out all three robbers in one go. Hi, Kling. Yet Yen stretched out his hand to say hello to Kling behind the shield. Chapter 12 Iceberg Beauty number 18. No. No, I am the king of Daquan. Yet Yen stretched out his index finger and shook it. This name is the most famous. Weiss followed Yet Yen silently without saying a word, as if he wanted to be a competent bodyguard. Kling looked confused when he heard this, looked at Weiss and greeted politely, "It's Weiss." Krillin naturally knew Weiss, because he had met him at Bulma's house before, and he had also gone to the game between Universe 6 and Universe 7. After listening to Yet Yen's words, Kling quickly thought of Sun Wuhan's Scion masked Superman, so he stood up on tiptoes and patted Yet Yen's shoulder seriously. "King Daquan, at least you have to cover your face." Listening to Kling's specious words, Yet Yen tilted his head with confusion on his face. "What on earth are you talking about?" But Kling raised his hand to look at the watch on his wrist, and shouted to his colleagues who tied up the robbers, "Call it off. I'll leave the rest to you. Let's go, do you want to come and sit at my house?" Kling greeted Yet Yen enthusiastically and pointed to his motorcycle. "Okay." Yet Yen agreed obediently, and he can go and see number 18. That is the beauty most Dragon Ball fans love most. Yet Yen got on the back of Kling's motorcycle, and Weiss flew high into the sky. It took the two of them more than 10 minutes to arrive at Kling's house. And Weiss also fell from the sky. "Marin, number 18, I'm back." Crossing the yard, Kling walked towards the house. "Kling." Number 18, who heard the voice and opened the door, poked his head out, and soon noticed Yet Yen following behind. "Sun Wukong. Are you here too? Your impression has changed a lot." Number 18 frowned and looked at Yet Yen warily. But when number 18 saw Weiss, her brows relaxed. It seemed like an illusion. "Hello. I'm the king of Daquan." Yet Yen greeted. Number 18 is even more beautiful than in the anime. She gave people the impression of an iceberg beauty, with her exquisite facial features and convex figure. Yet Yen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "King Daquan." Number 18 squinted his eyes for a moment and quickly lost interest. "I don't know what this one-liner guy is playing at. When will the salary be paid? Let me tell you, I have recently fallen in love with a piece of clothing." On the 18th, he turned to Kling. Looking at Kling, who was standing next to number 18, only up to his shoulders. It was really like a rose stuck in cow dung. "Clin, do you want to practice your skills?" Yet Yen looked at Colin with a faintly unkind look. He, I can't beat you. Besides, I'm old." Clin put his hands on his hips and smiled, not feeling anything wrong with admitting defeat. "Don't." Yet Yen stepped in between the two of them, stretched out his hand and hooked Clin's neck. "Let's have a fight. You are the strongest human being on earth." "Ha ha ha, Wukong, don't praise me like that." Clin grinned and touched his head in embarrassment. Really? Really? I'll fight you as normal, and we can practice our skills at will." Yet Yen continued to seduce Clin, and he felt annoyed if he didn't give Clin a good beating. "Then let's spar in the yard." Clin couldn't resist Yet Yen, so he pointed to the open space in the yard. "Okay." Yet Yen couldn't wait to do 2 backflips, assuming a Wing Chun stance. "What new moves have you learned recently?" Clin said, slightly retracting his chin and getting ready for a move. "No. I'm practicing with Weiss and Beerus." Yet Yen shook his head blankly. "That god of destruction? You are so relaxed, unlike me who is busy at work every day." Clin didn't make a move, just chatting, obviously not planning to make a move first. Hee. "Then here I come." Yet Yen grinned with a winning smile and rushed towards Clin quickly. Boom! A punch hit Clin's face. Clin was caught off guard and was hit with saliva flying from his mouth. "Hey, Wukong promised to hit anyone at will." Clin took 3 steps back in pain before he stabilized his body. He reached out to touch his cheek and rubbed it. "Sorry." Yetianji apologized perfunctorily, and then rushed towards Clin again. Clin was much more vigilant this time, and he bent his arm carefully to block Yetian's fist with his elbow. Boom! Yetian swept his foot and kicked Clin in the abdomen. Clin's eyes had already noticed it, and he quickly retreated to avoid Yetian's kick. Clin used the wall next to him to swing his fist at Yetian, and Yetian fist bumped with him unceremoniously. The two fought each other in close quarters. Although Clin was the strongest human being on Earth, as he got older, his physical functions also declined a lot. In the fight between the two, Yetian basically had the upper hand. He could hit Clin with punches and kicks from time to time, but Clin was obviously not good enough and was almost always beaten. Ha! Yetian dodged Clin's kick and punched Clin in the eye again, causing Clin to cover his eyes. Marin, who heard the noise, rubbed her eyes and walked out of the house and looked at number 18, "Mom, what are you doing with all the noise?" "Oh, it's nothing. Did it disturb you to take a nap?" Number 18 looked at Marin who came out and asked. "Hey!" Seeing the new beauty appearing behind Marin, Yetian was distracted and was hit hard on the jaw by Clin, causing him to stagger a few steps. "Who is she?" Yetian pointed to the beautiful woman next to Marin and asked Clin with a curious expression. "Hey!" Because his back was turned, Clin retracted his fist and turned to look, and said with a very calm expression, "It's Lan Chi. Did I disturb you?" "Lan Chi?" Yetian looked confused. By the way, the girl who first appeared with Bulma in Dragon Ball." He blinked and looked carefully. Lan Qi's face showed a bit of vicissitudes of life. "Isn't this beauty always chasing Tianjin fans?" "That's right, you have to have a character with yellow hair to like Tianjin rice." "Wukong, why have you become so strange?" Clin looked at Yetian in confusion. "Why can't you even recognize Lan Chi?" "Ha ha ha, you are such a 18-year-old girl, I can't even recognize you." Yetian was so embarrassed that he stretched out his fingers to scratch his cheek. "By the way, I even said my name is the King of Daquan." "Then you have to cover your face." Clin shrugged helplessly, and the topic returned to the beginning. Yetian couldn't hear it this time. At the moment, his mind was entirely on Lan Chi. He looked at her with a vague look. She was also beautiful. Chapter 13 Vegeta Kin Super 4 and Super Blue. What a pity. For everyone, this is an old acquaintance, too familiar to start with. Now Krillin and number 18 still think of him as Goku. Forget it. Yet Yen, who was angry, quickly said goodbye to Klin. It took him a while to come out. I'm going back, see you later. Yet Yen, who was carrying a background board with Weiss, waved at the three of them and flew towards the capsule villa. So what is this guy doing here? Number 18 looked at Klin, who was bruised, with an unkind look on his face. If it weren't for Weiss's presence, she would have really wanted to have a fight with Sun Wukong, and actually bullied her Klin. His Klin cried out in pain when number 18 touched his cheek. I don't know what this guy Wukong is doing here. When Yet Yen and Weiss returned to the balcony, Sun Wukong and Beerus were waiting impatiently. Hey, King Daquan, you've actually been here for 6 hours. Sun Wukong put his hands on his hips dissatisfied. Okay, go back quickly. Beerus yawned and lazily got up from the recliner. Oh ho ho ho. Why don't we leave after dinner? Weiss looked up at the dark sky. It was almost dinner time. Yeah, that's fine. Beerus stood up for a moment, then sat back on the recliner. A few people went back after dinner. The next time passed extremely fast, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yet Yen wrinkled his face bitterly and sat cross-legged by the lake, sighing. He looked at Sun Wukong, who was being trained by Weiss in mid-air, and sighed repeatedly. As the highest-ranking Daquan king in the Dragon Ball world, he didn't feel any treatment at all. Hey, Yet Yen sighed again. It has been more than a month since he came to Longzhou. He went to the outside of the earth and spent the whole day in the land of gods. Either fight Whis, fight Son Goku, or fight Beerus, who occasionally gets up and comes out. No one can win. Frustrated. He is the most frustrated person to travel to the Dragon Ball world. He is also the guy whose identity as a time traveler was revealed at the beginning. Wukong, your current Super Blue only has form, no realm. Don't attach it. Weiss, who was in the air, had his hands behind his back while dodging Sun Wukong's attacks while teaching Sun Wukong. Come here first. Noticing Yet Yen, who was sighing below, Weiss fell to the ground. Master Daquan King is here for you, you and Wukong have a try. We must treat him fairly and not neglect Mr. Daquan Wang. Oh, Yet Yen was so angry that he rushed to the lake in Super 2 form. You can try to break through the Super 2 form and enter Super 3. Weiss below saw Yet Yen, who was skilled in transformation, and reminded him. Don't want to change. Yet Yen looked lazily at Sun Wukong opposite. Just use Super 2 form to fight me. Oh, Sun Wukong responded hurriedly, just hit some. Sun Wukong and Yet Yen clashed with each other, fists collided, and then they kicked and punched each other. The two fight every day, and they have almost mastered each other's tricks, and then the two fists collide. Yet Yen quickly moved above Sun Wukong and kicked Sun Wukong's neck. Sun Wukong felt the sound of wind and squatted down to avoid Yet Yen's kick. Brush! At this moment, Vegeta's figure suddenly appeared on the grass, and he looked at the two fighting in mid-air with some surprise. Vegeta, why are you here? Weiss was the first to notice Vegeta. And he shifted his gaze away from Sun Wukong and Yet Yen. Yet Yen's ears moved slightly and he heard Weiss's voice. He quickly retracted his mind and folded his hands on his chest to block Sun Wukong's fist. Yet Yen also lost interest in fighting and immediately retreated to distance himself from Sun Wukong. Here it comes, here comes Vegeta, the second oldest man in the world. Hey? Is Vegeta here? Sun Wukong also stopped and looked down. Beerus, who was yawning, had obviously just gotten up. He was talking lazily to Vegeta, and then the two faced each other from a distance, obviously planning to fight. Sun Wukong and Yet Yen, who were in mid-air, quickly flew down to Weiss's side. What's wrong? Sun Wukong looked curious, but was soon replaced by excitement. Is Vegeta going to spar with Beerus? Humph! How could Vegeta beat Beerus? Yen snorted disdainfully. When Vegeta fights Beerus, it's only for food. Vegeta can't even defeat Son Goku, anyone who has watched Dragon Ball knows this. Wanyan Lao is not called Wanyan Lao for nothing. Prophecy Fish, what did you just quietly say to Lord Beerus? Weiss looked at the Prophecy Fish standing next to him. I say, these two scions, Son Goku and Vegeta, will become Lord Beerus's formidable enemies. Formidable enemies. That's it, then it's no wonder Lord Beerus is angry. Weiss nodded with his hands behind his back. Haha. Seeing Vegeta with Super 4 and Super Blue, Yen's eyes almost popped out of his head. Where is Vegeta's tail in the text? Damn it, where did this guy get in? Is there something wrong with Wanyan's second child? It's still in Super 4 form, with Super Blue superimposed on it. Looking at Sun Wukong and Weiss with indifferent expressions, Yen also looked at the battle high in the sky and couldn't see anything. Vegeta and Beerus are both too fast, so they fight very well anyway. Yen silently looked at the empty space behind him, and then looked at Sun Wukong, who was wagging his tail. Why didn't he have a tail? Why hadn't he discovered this problem before? Why didn't he notice Sun Wukong's tail? Because you are so familiar with the tail, you automatically ignored it. Yen was deep in thought, and he didn't pay attention to the battle between Beerus and Vegeta at all. Oh! I didn't expect Vegeta's strength to have improved a lot. As Weiss suddenly interrupted Yen's thoughts, Sun Wukong's surprised voice also sounded. Wow, wow, Lord Beerus has been suppressed and beaten. As Yen looked at Beerus and Vegeta fighting in mid-air, he looked confused. Hey, why is this guy Vegeta so powerful? Where is the legendary second child? Isn't it right that he has seen Dragon Ball? Or is his memory wrong? Is Beerus really fighting seriously? The Prophecy Fish expressed his doubts, and also asked Yen's thoughts at this moment. No, he was just playing, Weiss responded with a smile. Hearing such a conversation, Yen couldn't help but nodded, and then he agreed with the logic. There is no reason why Vegeta would be so strong. Chapter 14 The Earth is in danger. Oh, angry Beerus is in trouble. The Prophet Fish sighed helplessly. Listening to Weiss and the Prophecy Fish singing and singing, Yen continued to watch the fight between the two, both of whom were very fast. Yen struggled to see, and when Vegeta roared, Yen saw Beerus hit in the cheek. Snapped. Weiss, hit. The Prophecy Fish said, I really hit it. Sun Wukong, I hit it. Listening to these uniform words, Yen looked in disbelief. Although Beerus was playing, was it so easy for Beerus to hit him just by saying? Hey Weiss, hurry up and get a protective shield, Beerus is going to get angry, the Prophecy Fish shouted nervously. Hurry up. Sun Wukong also urged Weiss. Yen looked confused, why are you so nervous? He doesn't think kittens are scary at all. Okay. Weiss reached out and gently grasped it with the palm of his hand, and the scepter appeared in his hand. Crack! As the protective shield opened, Beerus and Vegeta's bodies were controlled within the protective shield. A dazzling light instantly emitted from the protective cover, and as the smoke raged, the figures of the two people were buried. When the smoke dissipated, Vegeta put his right hand on his left shoulder. He was breathing heavily and his body was in a mess, covered with scars. Hoo! His Super 4 Super Blue is also gone, just his normal black hair. Humph! Do you think I'll be too lenient with you just to get carried away? Beerus put his hands on his hips and mocked. What a powerful enemy! It must have been 10 million years too early. Prophecy Fish, you bastard fish! Beerus fell to the ground from the disappearing protective shield, looking fiercely at the Prophecy Fish that was no longer next to Yen. Despair! Beerus looked back at Vegeta, who had also fallen to the ground. Although his words were still disgusting, they still contain some hidden appreciation. Although your strength is still so rubbish, if you were in other universes, you would probably be a candidate for the god of destruction. It's a pity that this is Universe 7. Ha ha ha! Beerus put his hands on his hips and laughed as he spoke. I am the strongest god of destruction. Damn it! Vegeta looked at Beerus' retreating figure and punched the ground angrily. Boom! The ground cracked, creating a small deep pit. At this time, Sun Wukong walked behind Vegeta and comforted him. Why are you angry, Vegeta? You are already very powerful. That's awesome, I'm no match for him. Vegeta snorted coldly, stood up, and patted the non-existent dust on his shoulders. Haha! There's nothing we can do about that. Who makes him the god of destruction in this universe? Sun Wukong grinned as if he didn't care at all, and suddenly he asked as if he thought of something. Vegeta, why don't you use the same state you fought with Black Goku last time? Can't fully master it yet. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong with disgust. Ha ha ha! Are you at your best? Whis also heard Sun Wukong say this and jumped into the topic, even Beerus-sama couldn't do it to the best. Yet Yen tilted his head and looked at the three people who were talking. Did he just hear the words Black Wukong? Right, he really wanted to get in and chat with them, but he wasn't familiar with Vegeta. And the Vegeta in front of him was obviously not the 10,000-year-old boy he was familiar with. Yet Yen was a little troubled as he watched the three of them talking and laughing. Then why don't we give you some special training so that you can enter a higher level as soon as possible? Whis looked at Vegeta with a smile. No, you don't need it for the time being. Vegeta waved away Sun Wukong who was blocking him. I want to go back. Oh, Whis responded. That. Yet Yen finally spoke at this time, but Vegeta's figure disappeared suddenly again just like when he came. Isn't Vegeta teleporting? He can actually freely come to the land of gods. Yes. When I died before, he could still go to the underworld. Sun Wukong responded. Yet Yen blinked his eyes, his face full of doubts. This Vegeta is weird, there is something wrong with him. He is definitely not original. Stop talking about this, Lord Daquan King, let's continue to compete with Wukong. This time use Super 3 form. Whis turned to look at Yetian. Oh, Yetian responded lazily. Tian said that he should control his power as soon as possible. As a well-known Daquan King, he has no qualifications at all. 2 more days passed, and Yetian felt like his whole body was numb. He wanted to be so angry that he threw salt at him almost every day. He spars and fights every day. Did he come to the Dragon Ball world just to fight? He's here to show off. He has the status of King of Daquan but cannot leave the land of gods. He fights with Whis and Sun Wukong every day. Why? At this moment, Yetian was still fighting with Sun Wukong. As he sighed, he was hit in the cheek by Sun Wukong and fell into the lake below. Boom! Lord Daquan King, I have told you many times not to be distracted during the battle. Whis, who was standing below watching the battle, frowned and shouted. Damn it! Yetian jumped out of the lake wetly and rushed towards Sun Wukong. Seeing Yetian and Sun Wukong fighting again, Whis was watching the battle while guiding Yetian. Pay attention to the speed and strength of your punches, Lord Daquan. When fighting, you must control the shape you change at any time. Don't keep it at Super 3 all the time. Lord Daquan King, fighting in the Super 3 form will accelerate the consumption of physical strength. You must control it. Brush. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. Kaiowashinshin suddenly greeted them politely from behind them. Oh, why are you here? Beerus glanced sideways at Kaioshin Xin and asked in disgust. Whis, who spoke from time to time, also closed his mouth and turned to look at Kaioshin Xin. It's like this. Vegeta is controlled by magic. The earth is in danger. So I want to take Sun Wukong back to the earth. The only one who can stop Vegeta is probably Sun Wukong. Kaishan Xin briefly explained the details. Beerus yawned nonchalantly and shouted to Sun Wukong, who was still fighting Yetian above. Wukong, come down. Lord Kaiwashi. As Sun Wukong landed, Yetian also looked at Kaiwashin curiously. This Eastern Kaishan is indeed very weak. Chapter 15 Imprisoned? Hey, I want to take a rest. Yetian crossed his arms and complained dissatisfiedly. I've already reached Super 3 form. When will I be able to truly control my power? He plays every day. After being in the Dragon Ball world for so long, he has gone from normal to Super 3. Do you still have to wait for yourself to transform into Peach Red? Sure enough, the next moment Beerus put his hands behind his head and yawned lazily, looked at Yetian and said, how can I become a god? Beerus's eyes welled up with physiological tears, but I'm also bored. Is there any quick fix? Yetian looked at Weiss tentatively and asked. Oh, no. Weiss put his hands behind his back with a smile, and said words that made Yetian extremely discouraged. Where is Kaioshen taking Sun Wukong? Yetian asked curiously as Kaioshen Xin and Sun Wukong disappeared after whispering a few words. Weiss repeated what Kaishan Xin had said before, and Yetian instantly showed an excited expression. The earth is in danger, why don't we go take a look? Oh ho. We angels are not involved in good or evil. Weiss didn't care at all. Well, I only care about destroying the planet. Beerus responded lazily. Then the earth is destroyed, and it doesn't matter if we can't eat delicious food. Yetian asked abruptly. Weiss floating in the air and Beerus on the grass looked at each other. But soon Weiss looked at Yetian with a smile, it doesn't matter. You can find Shenlong to resurrect the earth. You don't even need Super Dragon Balls for this kind of thing. Yetian, who wanted to go to earth, felt discouraged. I want to go to earth. I've been here for so long. Oh ho. When you are fully accustomed to your own power, let's go to earth to eat delicious food together. Wait a minute. Yetian looked dissatisfied. Suddenly he rolled his eyes and looked at Weiss with a grin. I don't think this kind of practice is possible. By working behind closed doors, you will never be able to master your own power. Oh, is that so? Weiss reached out and touched his cheek, looking thoughtful. Then I promise you. Weiss turned his palm and held the scepter that suddenly appeared. Seeing Weiss's action, Yetian bent his hands into fists and pushed behind him. Oh yeah. Then look. Weiss handed the scepter towards Yetian, and the scene on the earth flashed on the magic ball. It was Son Goku fighting with the controlled Vegeta. What does this mean? Yetian couldn't react. Didn't Weiss just promise to take him to earth? Lord Daquan King, don't you mean that you can't just work behind closed doors? Then wouldn't it be better to watch other people's battles more? Weiss said and waved his hand over the magic ball, and the scene switched to the battle of others. If you don't like Goku and Vegeta's fight, we can still watch other people's fights. Yetian looked at Weiss with eyes filled with difficulty. Did he mean this? What he means is to go to Earth and see the scene, okay? Don't you like this battle? Then I'll give you another one. Weiss reached out again. No, that's not what I meant. Yetian sighed and pointed at himself. Look, I don't even control 1% of Black Goku's strength. Is it possible that I have to stay here for another 100 years? Yetian Xungsun said, Scions need constant life and death battles to inspire their own power. Such as Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Indeed. It makes sense. Beerus looked at Weiss calmly. It seems that people can no longer be locked up in the land of gods. Then where are you going to find someone for a life and death battle? Weiss asked this question. Well, Yetian fell into his own thinking again. Sun Wukong and Vegeta don't need to think about it. The only people he is familiar with are the people on Earth, so who is going to fight him? Pico. Son Gohan. Trunks is too young, and. Yet Yen stretched out his fingers and started to pull them apart. Still going to Earth. Upon hearing this, Weiss suddenly moved closer to the magic ball. Oh, it's Bardos who is contacting me. Be back in a moment. Lord Daquan King. Brush. Hey. Looking at Weiss's disappearance, Yen was a little confused, but he quickly reacted and turned to look at Beerus, his eyes full of threats. What's the meaning? Who are you trying to deceive? The magic ball doesn't even have flash, but I still need a hammer to contact you. Ha, I'm so sleepy. Beerus put his hands behind his head calmly and walked toward the house. Yen finally figured out that these two guys deliberately trapped him in the land of gods. But why? Just because he can't control his powers? It can't be that simple. So what's the reason? I always feel like everything is a mystery. Looking at the empty grassland, Yen reached out and touched his chin. Brush. At this time, two more people appeared, the injured Sun Wukong and the anxious Kaishin Xin. What's going on? Yen pulled back from his thoughts and walked towards the two of them. Is Mr. Whis here? Kaiowashin Xin looked around. Is Mr. Beerus here too? It's so bad that Jobit's recovery technique is useless. What happened? Yen looked confused. How could this come and go so quickly? Goku was still alive and kicking before he left, but now he is lying down and back. Is Vegeta so powerful after being controlled? That's right, the second child of 10,000 years is always like this. In the past, he was controlled by Babadai, and then there were quite a lot of cases where he was deliberately controlled. Beerus is sleeping, do you dare to call him? Seeing Kaiowashin Xin anxiously about to cry, Yen asked aloud. Kaiowashin Xin had more cold sweat on his forehead, which was comparable to a waterfall. Cough, cough, cough. It's okay. I can still hold on. Sun Wukong looked at Kaioshin Xin who was so worried that sweat was dripping from his forehead and comforted him softly. Haha. Goku, you were crippled by Vegeta. Yen added insult to injury with no humanity. On the other side, Weiss had arrived in front of King Quan's house. The great priest with his hands behind his back looked indifferent, looked at Weiss and asked, did something happen to King Daquan again? Chapter 16 Set him free and let him fly. Hey! The great priest's indifferent expression suddenly showed traces of cracks. You are so bold. You actually imprisoned Lord Daquan King. Well, didn't the high priest say that he should not be exposed to that period of history? Weiss looked at the high priest with innocent eyes. That clearly means you asked us to do this. How can you blame us in turn? When did I say such a thing? The corner of the high priest's mouth twitched. I just want you to keep him away from that period of history. Excuse me, my beloved father, what is that history? Weiss asked curiously. You don't know, right? Those who know have all been lost along with that period of history. The high priest's eyes were a little blank, obviously reminiscing about something. Maybe I'm too cautious. After all, it happened 3 billion years ago. Weiss responded, interrupting the great priest's recollection. What kind of history is that? More than 3 billion years ago, as the steward of the king of Daquan, that is, my brother. His guidance was wrong. The high priest fell into memories again. His face looked a little ugly. It was obviously not a very good memory. It's not a good thing for you to know this. After saying this, the high priest did not intend to continue. Weiss looked at the high priest speechlessly. It's really not good to be like this. He just said one sentence and then got stuck. Do you mean it? As for where King Chuan wants to go, let him go. As long as he doesn't run out of the area under the jurisdiction of King Chuan. After saying this, the great priest turned around and flew into the house. Ha ha ha! It seems like I heard something really great. The corners of Weiss's mouth raised slightly. With the permission of the great priest, Weiss naturally would no longer restrain Yetian, so Yetian's release began. In the land of God at this moment. Brush. As Weiss returned, he saw 3 people with different expressions on the grass. The leisurely Yetian squatted beside Sun Wukong, talking nonsense. Kaya Wen Shen Xin anxiously circled in place, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Yetian was the first to see Weiss's appearance. He looked at Weiss with threatening eyes. So, what did Bados want to do with you? Oh ho ho ho! The scepter he was holding disappeared. Weiss put his hand to his mouth and said with a smile. That Mr. Weiss, Goku is injured. We are helpless, what can you do? Kaiowashin Xin quickly walked to Weiss and explained the matter simply again. That one from Iraqi. Yetian still squatted beside Sun Wukong without any image and complained, I have never heard of it. How can you do magic? He was puzzled. There are many problems in this Dragon Ball world. First of all, Vegeta's combat power can Super Blue and Super 4 forms. And the Iraqi I'm hearing now couldn't be from some fanfic, right? It's magic, Demon King God. Weiss, who walked up to Sun Wukong, listened to Kaioshen Xin's explanation and casually explored Sun Wukong. C. I need some time, I have to look for it. Weiss stood up and turned his hand, and the scepter was held by him, and then he watched the magic ball start to slide continuously. Yetian yawned. It took a long time to search. It took half an hour. It feels like the earth should be getting colder now. Yes. Weiss's scepter touched. And a small porcelain bottle appeared in the palm of his outstretched hand. Just give it to Wukong. Oh ho ho ho! There are too many things. Yetian stood up in disgust and looked at Kaya Wen. Xin opened the porcelain bottle and fed it to Sun Wukong's mouth. It doesn't taste good. Sun Wukong smashed his mouth vigorously. But in the next moment, his eyes widened and he roared, ah. Along with Sun Wukong's roar, countless black threads emerged from his body, and those threads separated from his body and dissipated in the air. Fuck! What the hell? Yetian was startled and couldn't help but step back. Hoo ho! All right. Weiss looked at Sun Wukong and sat up, and nodded to Kaiwen Xin. Then let's go. Sun Wukong jumped on the spot and found that he was healed. He turned to look at Kaiwen Xin. Okay. Hold my hand. Kaiowashin Xin showed a brief smile, and then became serious again. The situation was so urgent, how could he still laugh? Whoosh! Seeing the 2 people disappear, Yetianqing looked at Weiss with a stern look, hurry up and tell the truth. Did you do it on purpose? You don't want me to step out of the land of gods. I tell you, you are being imprisoned, committing a crime, and it is wrong. Oh ho ho ho! Then let's go to Earth too. Has King Daquan thought of someone to fight a life and death battle with? Hey! Yetian was a little surprised, so wasn't he imprisoned? Is something really wrong? The magic ball didn't flash because it vibrated like a cell phone? Looking for Gohan. I haven't seen the mysterious rice yet. Yetian quickly threw the question behind him. The process didn't matter. Then let's go now. Weiss continued to seek Yetian's opinion. Well. Let's go, let's go. Yetian quickly urged, only ghosts who can go to Earth will stay here. Now he absolutely despises the land of gods. He wants nothing but the same scenery every day. No matter how beautiful it is, he will get tired of it. If I stay here forever, facing Beerus and Whis, plus Son Goku and Vegeta. Damn it, he might as well go back to his own world. Although staying in school is a bit more demanding, there are many beauties. Although the food cooked by the ant in the school cafeteria is terrible, he can eat it outside of school. Yetian complained secretly in his heart and put his hand on Weiss's shoulder, Hurry up! Oh, where is Lord Beerus? Whis glanced around and found that Beerus was nowhere to be seen. He's going to bed. Let him sleep for 10 or 8 years. Yet Yen said impatiently, urging Weiss again. No, if I don't call Lord Beerus to earth, he will be angry. Weiss shook his head, and then slowly walked towards the house. The anxious Yet Yen felt that seconds seemed like years. He finally waited until Beerus, who was yawning, followed Whis out. Ha, I can finally go to earth to eat. Whis, who was carrying Yet Yen and Beerus, soon landed on the large balcony of Bulma's house. He walked to the lounge chair and sat down with a smile. Well, isn't this Bulma's home? Yet Yen looked at it and then asked Weiss, didn't you say you would take me to Gohan's place? Hey? It's already on earth. You can go find the rest of them if you want. Remember to come back after dark. We have to go back. Beerus lay down on the chair and said casually. He will ask Bulma to take him to eat delicious food later. Since the High Priest and Whis have told him not to worry about King Daquan. Why are they still keeping an eye on him? Set him free and let him fly. Oh, Yet Yen was a little surprised that Weiss would let him go. Previously, he kept an eye on him so closely when he even went shopping to buy something. It's really strange. But it's a good thing. Whis, Beerus. Bulma, who was standing in the courtyard with a big belly, waved to the two of them. When did you come? I just got here. Do you have anything delicious to eat? Weiss nodded politely to Bulma. Wait a minute, Vegeta, who was just controlled, damaged the parking lot and the wall of the courtyard. I have people repair it. Bulma explained. Chapter 17 The war is over. Oh, that's it. Weiss responded and looked at the excited Yet Yen who was shouting something strange again. Master Daquan King. Mysterious rice, mysterious rice. Yet Yen was trying to concentrate on feeling Sun Wuhan's chi, but unfortunately he only felt a bunch of chi gathering together. As for which chi Sun Wuhan had, he really doesn't know. Lord King Daquan, do you want to go watch Vegeta and his friends fight together? Weiss called out twice before calling him back to his senses. Hearing this, Yet Yen slapped his forehead suddenly. Right. How could he forget it? Sun Wukong was beaten until he was half disabled just now. You must go see the fun. On the other side of the battlefield, the battle has come to a successful conclusion. Sun Wukong looked angrily. Why is this happening? Fortunately, I came back as soon as I recovered. Humph. Vegeta snorted, crossing his arms and looking away, with a slight look of disgust. Oh ho ho ho. So after the war, are we going to hold a party to celebrate? Weiss appeared not far from everyone with Beerus and Yet Yen, and asked with a smile. Hey Lord Beerus, King Daquan, are you here too? Sun Wukong stretched out his hand and greeted him familiarly. Hurry up. I'm taking my precious sleep time to eat. Beerus put his hands behind his back and shouted to everyone, cursing. Hee hee. Let's go back and eat. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Although he could fight to the end, he still had to work hard because he was hungry. Vegeta didn't object, and instead flew towards Zidul with everyone. Yet Yen, who was following the crowd, was not too disappointed that the battle was over. He silently looked at the people he saw. The one in green was Piccolo and he didn't run away. Except for Son Goku and Vegeta, who we have met before, the remaining two are also very easy to distinguish, Future Trunks and Son Gohan. Kaishin Xin has been automatically ignored by him. By the way, why is Future Trunks here? Isn't this past the plot of Dragon Ball Super Zamasu? But forget it, you can find out the reason if you ask Weiss when you have time. His mysterious rice. It doesn't look mysterious at all, and it gives people the elegance of a scholar, With Yet Yen's thoughts swirling, everyone returned to the capsule villa. The two Bulmas had already prepared a large table of things waiting for people to return. Everyone was eating, drinking, playing and chatting. Looking at more and more familiar and unfamiliar characters in the Dragon Ball world, yet Yen may not even know what he is stuffing into his mouth. His eyes were all on Vitalai, who was currently holding Xiao Feng and coaxing her. What? Are you taking King Daquan to other places? Are you not going back to the land of gods for the time being? The meat stuffed in Sun Wukong's mouth splashed out. This scream interrupted Ye Tian's intoxication. Only then did Ye Tian look at the cup in front of him. No wonder the drink was so sour. It turned out that he used vinegar as a drink. Ha ha ha. It's not a problem to work behind closed doors. Weiss turned sideways gracefully to avoid the splashing flesh foam. Then what should I do with my practice? Sun Wukong hurriedly swallowed and said anxiously towards Weiss. As for the idiom about working behind closed doors, he didn't understand, but he didn't care anymore. Humph! Who cares about you? Beerus, who was eating pasta next to him, raised his hand. Stretched out his fork and shook it dissatisfied. King Daquan's affairs are much more important than yours. Hearing this, Ye Tian nodded and flattered him more. Beerus' flattery is rare. How could this be? Sun Wukong muttered dissatisfied. If he stayed on the earth, his body would soon rust. What should I do? Kikai appeared quietly behind Sun Wukong, with her hands on her hips and said, Go to work. Make money. That's it. Sun Wukong turned his head with a reluctant expression. So, we won't be returning to the land of gods for a while. Weiss finalized their decision. Prepare some more food for you, we will probably stay on earth for a while. Beerus turned to look at Bulma with a big belly and gave the order unceremoniously. Che Bulma turned her head in disgust, then touched her belly and looked at Beerus. I just want to eat and drink. My child will be born soon. Do you want to prepare some gifts for me? Humph, gods don't have the etiquette and customs of mortals like you. Beerus said with great disgust. Beerus walked slowly, but his right hand was busy, bringing all kinds of food on the table in front of him. Ho ho, tell me, what kind of gifts will you prepare for the newborn child? Weiss held a cup of black tea and smiled like a spring breeze. The first sight of her made others feel good, which instantly increased her favorability. Everyone was eating and talking about their favorite topics, but Vegeta had already stood up and walked away without anyone noticing. Ye Tian listened to everyone's conversation with his ears raised, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth unconsciously. It's great. In the world of Dragon Ball, everyone is the one you like. It's real. And he also has a noble status. You should also take time to exercise. Piccolo said to Sun Wuhan with veins flashing on his forehead. Oh, Sun Gohan responded perfunctorily. His studies were already very heavy, and Piccolo has become more and more like a mother recently. Hey, where is Vegeta? Where did he go? Sun Wukong, who was full and stroking his belly, looked around and found that Vegeta was not there. I still want to spar with him after I'm full. Why should we have a discussion? When we are full, we will go home. Kikai cursed and looked at Sun Wukong with her hands on her hips. But it's still early. Stay a little longer. There's still a lot of food left. I'll digest it and eat some more. Sun Wukong shouted dissatisfied. He looking at such a scene, Ye Tian laughed out loud, and then he quickly thought of his own big event. Hey, Gohan, aren't you free now? You and I will discuss and learn from each other. Ye Tian walked to Sun Wuhan's side and invited him, feeling Weiss's unexplained gaze. The words took another twist on his lips, it can also be a life and death battle. Let's stimulate the potential of us scions. Seeing Ye Tian actually talking to him, facing the same face as his father, Sun Wuhan said it was impossible not to be angry. But Sun Wuhan made up his mind instantly and began to think of various reasons to evade. Chapter 18 Is the Super 2 form your full strength? Gohan's expression was a little stiff. Why could his father act like a normal person, and how could he get along harmoniously with his other self? Under Sun Wukong's careful urging, and Piccolo nodding in agreement, Sun Wufan and Yetian quickly stood by the artificial lake in the courtyard. The night wind blew slightly, and there were faint ripples on the lake. The swaying wind blew their hair. The two people had the same seriousness on their somewhat similar faces. In this quiet atmosphere, the people on the balcony did not speak but just watched silently. Except for Sun Wukong and Beerus, who are still struggling with sweets. As Yetian took the lead in shouting, he activated the maximum force in the blink of an eye, entering Super 3 form to release all his combat power. The breeze in the sky had long since dissipated, followed by air waves on Yetian's body, making the trees tremble. The withered grass at Yetian's feet was instantly bent, and everyone on the balcony stretched out their hands to resist the howling wind. "Hey, are you trying to destroy my house again?" Bulma, who was pregnant with her belly, shouted loudly. "Where are the friends you made friends with?" The second time he came to the door, he wanted to cause damage. Was this Black Wukong's true colors revealed? Ho ho! Weiss smiled awkwardly. A scepter appeared in his palm, and a huge protective shield appeared, wrapping the entire villa. "Hey, you guys deserve a beating from the sky." Seeing the strong wind blowing dust and grass clippings towards the food, Beerus turned around to protect the food and cursed. "Let's not fight on the ground, we will damage Aunt Bulma's house." Sun Wuhan pointed in the air and took the lead to fly up. "Oh oh oh oh!" Yetian then followed and flew into the air. He was used to playing in the land of gods, so he didn't think about this problem for a while. "You show your strongest strength and let me see it." "Mysterious rice," Yetian said eagerly. "Ha ha!" Sun Wuhan didn't say much, and he was so angry that he reached his Super 2 form. Yetian was a little confused and forgot, because Sun Wufan only wanted to study, and he probably wouldn't even change the mysterious rice. "So your Super 2 is your strongest combat power? Come up with the mysterious transformation you used to fight Bu." Listening to Yetian's scolding, Sun Wuhan felt a little surprised. This Daquan king knew quite a lot. "Do you really want to see it?" Sun Wuhan's faint voice sounded. He had indeed realized this state after seeing the discussion between his father and Grandpa Bardock some time ago. But just as he said to Uncle Piccolo before, he hasn't fully mastered this transformation yet. In addition, the peace during this period of time made him focus on studying, and he could no longer grasp the mysterious state. In fact, he didn't care much. After all, the earth was protected by his father and Uncle Vegeta. He just needed to study hard and work hard. Will you change? Yetian was a little happy after hearing this. How many fans are looking forward to his mysterious fan? Not really. Sun Wuhan admitted bluntly. Haha. If Yetian doesn't come from all over the place, what does it mean that he's not very good at it? If you do, you will, if you don't, you won't. The more Yetian thought about it, the angrier he became. He swung his fist towards Sun Wuhan and beat him if he couldn't get angry. Teach Gohan to be a new man. Reading is okay, but physical exercise cannot be neglected. Not very good at ghosts. Boom! A heavy punch was struck at Sun Wuhan, and Sun Wuhan quickly dodged sideways. This punch was so powerful that if Sun Wuhan was hit, he would probably end up seriously injured. Call. The next moment, Yetian's hair quickly shortened, and his state retreated to Super 2 form. Then let's be fair. I don't really want to fight you. Sun Wuhan frowned slightly. Facing his father's face, it was really difficult for him to do it. It's not his father, so it feels extremely weird. Boom! Without giving Sun Wuhan any time to talk nonsense, Yetian punched Sun Wuhan on the cheek. He planned to force Sun Wuhan into a mysterious state. How could Sun Wuhan not know how to cook his secret rice? This punch was not 1% more powerful than the previous one. It was obviously just that Ye Tian wanted Sun Wuhan to shut up. As Ye Tian punched again, Sun Wuhan became more serious, and their fists collided. The collision of the two fists could only be regarded as a test at best. Ye Tian's other hand had already made a fist and swung it out. Boom! Sun Wuhan gritted his teeth and bent his arm to catch Ye Tian's fist with his elbow. The two of them started punching and kicking each other in close proximity. Bang bang bang! Facing Ye Tian, who was faster than himself, Sun Wufan only used very few attacks, but more defensive ones. He always had to fend off Ye Tian's attacks in a hurry. This fully proves that Sun Wuhan has not practiced his skills for at least a month. This made Ye Tian even more angry, his mysterious rice. Ha! Ye Tian's punch was a little faster, and the force he exerted became stronger, and he kept punching towards Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan also quickly stretched out his arms to resist, and Ye Tian punched Sun Wuhan again in the face. Seeing Sun Wuhan being knocked away by him and spinning continuously in the air, Ye Tian didn't want to wait at all and flew to catch up, punching Sun Wuhan again. Sun Wuhan also noticed Ye Tian's movements. He quickly crossed his hands in front of him to block Ye Tian's attack, and the two began to fight at close range again. Bang bang bang! Hearing the sound of bodies colliding from above, Sun Wukong, who had eaten his fill, walked up to Piccolo and asked, "What has Gohan been doing lately? It feels like his skills have deteriorated again." "As a father, you don't know, so you still have the nerve to ask me," Piccolo said contemptuously, without even looking at Sun Wukong. "Gohan always has a bad habit of having to be forced to fight." Sun Wukong put his hands on his hips and said what he said without any hesitation. "Ho ho!" Whis looked at Beerus with a smile. "Lord Beerus, he has always asked Sun Wukong to accompany Lord Daquan to train. Looking at it now, Lord Daquan Wang has made great progress." Well, Beerus picked his little tiger teeth with a toothpick, and his words were extremely perfunctory. "Goku's son is too rubbish. Damn it!" Being beaten by Ye Tian all the time, Sun Wuhan also felt that he had no face at all. "I had high hopes for you, but now..." Realizing that Sun Wuhan's arms started to tremble to resist his fist, Ye Tian increased his strength a little more. After knocking Sun Wuhan into the air, he shouted and put his hands on his waist and said, "I am very disappointed in you." Chapter 19 Mysterious Rice vs Daquan King's Rose Red. "Master Daquan, are you serious?" Sun Wukong looked at Ye Tian's gathered energy and turned to look at Weiss. "Gohan will be hurt. Don't you have those fairy beans? Just eat them and you'll be fine." Beerus also noticed the worried looks on everyone's faces. "Isn't Whis here? At worst, we'll let him treat Gohan later. If he was really beaten to death by King Daquan, Whis can revive him." No one felt comforted at all. Gong! Ye Tian shot out his own Qigong wave in mid-air, and the powerful energy hit Sun Wuhan high in the sky. The speed was so fast that it was impossible for Sun Wuhan to escape and dodge. He would either choose to resist or die. Ah! Sun Wuhan kept yelling, and his whole body was shaking slightly because he was exerting all his strength, and the most violent shaking was in his arms. He struggled to resist the Qigong wave in front of him with both hands. He gritted his teeth and had only one thought in his mind. Why didn't his father, who was watching the battle, come to save him? Why? If he cannot resist the turtle-style Qigong, he may be seriously injured or even die. In Super 2 form, the arrogance around Sun Wuhan should have been yellow, accompanied by lightning from time to time, but at this moment, the color of the arrogance around him is slowly fading. Looking at Sun Wuhan, who was shaking like chaff, Ye Tian's expression was indifferent. Gohan must be able to reach the state of the mysterious fan. Because of the subsequent tournament of power, he succeeded with Piccolo's help. Sun Wuhan, who was no match for the Qigong wave, was submerged in the dazzling light, and a huge explosion sounded, bringing up a lot of smoke. "Asshole, what did you do? Didn't you agree that it was just a sparring match?" Kikai below saw it and howled with tears in her eyes. "Hee hee." Yet Yen turned his head and looked down, showing a ferocious smile, which looked very much like Black Wukong. The two Bulmas looked at it, their bodies trembling instinctively, and a chill crawled up their backs. "What's going on?" Whis and Beerus also looked at each other. "Is there something wrong with King Daquan's brain again?" Yet Yen turned his head to look at the smoke high in the sky. After feeling the powerful energy fluctuations, he became excited. As the smoke dissipated, Gohan, whose clothes were a little damaged and his body looked a little embarrassed, seemed to be back to normal. But the sharp bangs in front of the forehead and the strong white silver chi gushing out have said everything. Full potential. Great, Gohan is fine. Shishi and Vitalai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were so nervous that they felt relieved at this moment. Oh, Gohan can become like this again. Sun Wukong's expression also became a little excited. Humph. Although Piccolo snorted coldly, the corners of his mouth were curled up, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. This Daquan King is no longer so annoying. Although that face still looks annoying. Oh, the King of Daquan is going to lose now. Why said in surprise, King of Daquan has not fully mastered the Super 3 form yet. Then it's my turn to attack. Sun Wuhan no longer gritted his teeth. This transformation seemed to make him regain his confidence, and he dived quickly towards Yetian. Sun Wuhan bent his feet and kicked Yetian in the face with a knee. Sun Wuhan's speed increased more than 100 times compared to his Super 2 form. Yetian was kicked by the knee and fell straight to the ground. He smashed into the courtyard of the villa, making a huge crater in the grass and causing the ground to shake slightly. Boom! Yetian felt the numb pain on his cheek. He stood up and flew into the air, clenching his hands into fists and furious. Ha ha! Yetian Bao roared and rushed towards Sun Wuhan in his Super 3 form. His punches were in vain, and he swept and kicked again, but Sun Wuhan dodged them. Whoosh! Under Yetian's surprise, Sun Wuhan quickly moved behind him and punched Yetian on the back. Yetian was knocked away again. Yetian, who finally managed to stabilize his body in mid-air, also felt angry. I am the King of Daquan and I have the body of Black Wukong. How could it be possible to lose? Just Black Goku's body alone can make Son Goku and Vegeta helpless. The angry Yetian didn't expect that what made Sun Wukong and Vegeta unable to do anything was the combined Zamasu. Ouch! The fists placed on his sides were clenched again, and Yetian quickly rushed towards Sun Wuhan and waved his fist again without giving up. Brush! But unfortunately, this time it was the same as before. Before Yetian's fist touched Sun Wuhan had already moved behind him. Boom! Sun Wufan raised his legs high and kicked Yetian, but the difference was that this time Yetian was already on guard. As soon as Yetian noticed that Sun Wuhan appeared behind him, he quickly flew forward to open the distance between the two. When Yetian turned around, Sun Wufan had already kept up with him and punched Yetian in the cheek. Yetian gritted his teeth and tried to dodge, but it was obviously too late and he received another solid punch. Before Yetian could get angry, Sun Wufan's fist struck again, this time hitting Yetian's abdomen, causing Yetian to vomit some blood. Yetian fell straight down and crashed into the huge pit before again. Smoke filled the air and the pit became much larger and deeper, drawing water from the artificial lake next to it. As the smoke dissipated, Yetian, who was at the center of the pit, stood up and wiped the corners of his mouth with his thumb. It was blood. Yetian squinted at the lake water that poured into the pit and spread to his feet. His fists tightened a little more. Hateful! Yetian flew up into the air again. Compared to Sun Wuhan, his figure at the moment was actually the most embarrassing one. Even the clothes on his upper body were badly damaged, and the corners of his clothes were torn off, and the fallen clothes were all over the water. I have to take back what I said before. The Super 3 form really can't beat you. Yet Yen looked at Sun Wuhan, who was hanging far away opposite him. His expression became even more serious. But, I won't admit defeat. Yet Yen roared angrily, if he lost to Sun Wuhan like this, where would he lose the face of the king of Daquan? This is his first true battle in the Dragon Ball world. If he doesn't win beautifully, he will win with great success. Doesn't he want to lose face? As Yet Yen roared, he felt some energy suddenly surge in his body. It was powerful and contained an undetectable evil. The yellow aura around him was gradually taken over by purple, with a thin red color appearing on the outer circle. And then a deep red color appearing on the outside. His long yellow hair instantly shortened, and then changed to a rose red, peach red, color, and the color of the arrogance on his body also stabilized at peach red, with a little spark of electricity. Chapter 20 Staying on Earth. Oh, I've become Black Wukong. Sun Wukong said in surprise, feeling the evil power. The two Bulmas had numerous exclamation marks above their heads. Instinctively, their first reaction was to look around for Vegeta's figure. The two who couldn't find him came to Whis and Beerus. Although the auras are very similar, that's Lord Daquan King. Weiss also looked up at Yet Yen in the air with emotion. Only the appearance, God's power is still not fully grasped. Even though he didn't fully master the realm of Peach Red, he was more than capable of dealing with the mysterious rice. Yet Yen looked at his hands excitedly. This color is just too glamorous. I'll try to get a color I like in the future. Looks like the game time is about to end. I'm so sorry for you for offending me, the king of all things. The corners of Yet Yen's mouth curled up into a proud smile. He punched and rushed towards Sun Wuhan. The speed was so fast that he left after images behind Yet Yen. I just want to give you some color. Boom! This punch hit Sun Wuhan in the abdomen, and the punch hit Sun Wuhan like a bullet shot from the barrel of a gun, flying into the distance in the blink of an eye. I still have control over my strength. Yet Yen was also a little confused. He had already restrained himself. This strength is really not something that can't be overcome. Call out. Sun Wukong moved. He put his hand to his forehead and caught Sun Wuhan, who was knocked away, and brought him back. Cough 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 cough. Sun Wuhan, who was lying in Sun Wukong's arms, was not in a good condition. He kept coughing up blood. Kikai and Bidalai beside him had already begun to wipe away tears. Yet Yen, who returned to normal, fell to the balcony and lowered his head under the condemnation of the collective gaze. I held in my apology for a long time and couldn't say it out. In battle, there will inevitably be some surprises. Besides, wasn't he beaten badly by a mysterious fan before? Can you blame him? When Yet Yen lowered his head and sighed, Weiss had already taken action to treat Sun Wuhan. After realizing that everyone's gazes were no longer so intense, Yet Yen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Next time when no one is around, he can apologize to Gohan in private. Very good. Gohan. Looking at Sun Wuhan, who stood up, Sun Wukong grinned and patted his shoulder. Not bad. Piccolo nodded appreciatively, but his eyes were looking at Yet Yen, who had his head lowered. It really scared me to death. Bidalai, who was holding Xiao Fang, smiled and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. That's right. Kikai also wiped her tears and echoed. Are you really not Black Goku? The pregnant Bulma poked her head out from behind Weiss and asked Yet Yen cautiously. That's not true. Yet Yen heard this and looked up at Bulma with a handsome smile that he thought was gentle and good-looking. Seeing the same silly smile as Sun Wukong's, Bulma patted her chest and came out from behind Weiss. It really scared me to death. Oh ho ho ho! Lord Daquan King, you are one step closer to fully mastering the power. Weiss looked at Yetian with a gentle smile. He. Of course, I am the king of Daquan. I also have Scion blood. Yetian quickly accepted the compliment and wiped away all the unpleasant emotions before. Right, you can't do things behind closed doors. It's only right to come out more and fight with others. Ha ha ha, then use that rose-red form you just had to fight me. My hands are itching to see it. Sun Wukong came to Yetian's side and said with a smile. No, let me correct you a little, this is called pink. Yetian's smile instantly faded, and he looked at Sun Wukong with disgust. I would have vomited with you in the land of gods. Sun Wukong looked disappointed. It's different, King Daquan, that one can only be a sparring partner, and this one is a sparring match, please. Sun Wukong followed Yetian, clasping his hands and begging. Yetian did not accept his trick and shook his head repeatedly. No. No. Beerus raised his arms high, stretched and yawned. It's getting late, it's time to go back to bed, Whis. I want to live here. I want to sleep on an ordinary bed like the one on earth. I don't want to go back to the land of gods. Yetian said quickly. When the ghost goes back, he will sleep with a blanket under a rock, and eat the same fast food he bought himself. Does Bulma have any other rooms? Let's sleep here tonight. Weiss asked Bulma, who was standing aside. Yes, you can go and pick whatever you want. Bulma naturally waved to the three little pilafs standing next to her. Please come with me here. Xiao Wu stood up and led Weiss, Yetian, and Beerus into the big villa. Oh, then I'll stay too, Sun Wukong said, trying to keep up with the three of them. Just follow me home. Kikai put her hands on her hips and blocked Sun Wukong's path with an angry look. Sun Wukong was extremely disappointed but did not dare to resist. He followed Kikai with a frustrated and aggrieved look. Then, let's go back, Dad. Sun Wuhan's clothes were already in tatters. After he said goodbye to Sun Wukong, he flew into the sky with Piccolo, Bidalai, and Xiao Fang in his arms. Goten, it's time to go back. Shishi shouted as Sun Wooten and Trunks were still playing with toys in the corner of the balcony. Then let's play together next time. After the two said goodbye, Trunks also entered the room. As Sun Wukong and the other three left, the entire balcony became silent, with only the stars in the sky still blinking as if silently telling something. Yetian, who was used to getting up early the next day, followed Weiss into the restaurant. Looking at the table of sumptuous breakfast, Yetian almost felt like he was about to burst into tears. This is the life that normal people should live. After traveling through time, I discovered the ordinary days in the past. I don't know how blessed I am when I am in the midst of blessings. Vegeta had already been sitting at the table, holding a steamed bun and chewing fried dough sticks. He didn't stop when he saw Weiss and the three of them. Whis and Beerus were eating and drinking leisurely as if they were at home. At this time, Big Trunks and Big Mai also came in. Good morning, everyone. Big Trunks greeted everyone, and he and Xiao Wu also took their seats. While eating breakfast, Yetian saw little Trunks coming in with a yawn, and finally two Bulmas. There were quite a lot of people, and the huge table was actually full of people. Yetian looked at Vegeta again, thinking to himself, how did Vegeta manage to get along with the two Bulmas with a calm expression? Are the three of us sleeping together at night? Chapter 21 A different Vegeta. Do it and enjoy the blessings of everyone. Yetian's thoughts began to spread mindlessly again. He drank the soy milk and kept looking at Vegeta from the corner of his eyes. A Scion Prince, he struggled a bit in the early stage. But after he came to Earth, he became the rich Bulma. The quality of life has skyrocketed. You don't need to worry about anything. Every day you just need to think about how to surpass Sun Wukong in cultivation. And Sun Wukong occasionally worries about money in life. But I don't even have this kind of trouble. I sleep on rocks and eat instant noodles and fast food. But Everyone has their own opportunities and characteristics. I envy Vegeta. Why are you staring at me? Vegeta stood up, put his hands on the table and looked at Yetian with an indifferent expression. It's nothing. Yetian quickly changed his gaze. He wouldn't tell Vegeta what he was thinking. Ho ho, Lord Daquan, do you want to have a life and death battle with Vegeta today? Weiss elegantly picked up the handkerchief and wiped the corners of his mouth, and continued, this must be the purpose of your stay yesterday. When Yetian heard this, he wanted to refute. What the hell, he just wanted to stay here to eat, drink, and sleep. But to say it so bluntly, I'm sorry, I can't say it out loud. A battle of life and death. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and looked at Yetian, you can't beat me. Yetian was like a bolt from the blue, his head was stuck, Vegeta was still Vegeta. The words are vicious and full of hurt. He is worthy of being the second child in 10,000 years. After speaking, Vegeta turned around and left without even looking at Yetian. Yetian pursed his lips and turned to look at Weiss, can't I beat him? Well, yes. Whis and Beerus nodded at the same time. Dad is very powerful, even Goten's father can't beat him. Little Trunks shouted anxiously. Hey! Nonsense! The first reaction in Yetian's mind was these three words. Indeed. The rest of the people agreed, and Yetian was probably the only one in the audience who was confused. By the way, why can Vegeta change into Super 4 form? Yetian was silent for a while and then asked Weiss again. I can always change. Dad was already able to change into Super 4 form when I was playing games with Cell. Big Trunks answered this time. Another line of words flashed through Yetian's mind instantly, poisonous. This Vegeta is poisonous. Is Vegeta also a time traveler? Then instead of engaging in a life and death battle with him, can't we just have a casual discussion? Yetian also stood up and walked outside. Yes, if you are seriously injured, I will treat you. Weiss nodded, continued to drink tea leisurely, and let Yetian go. Are you going to be beaten to death by Vegeta? Beerus stuffed a whole fried dough stick into his mouth, and now he found that the fried dough stick tasted pretty good too. Weiss paused while holding the tea, and then said with a smile, oh, that shouldn't be the case. Yetian, who walked out of the door, quickly arrived at the door of Vegeta's gravity room. He took a breath and was not afraid of facing the weird Vegeta. Now Vegeta has almost been cleansed and will not attack randomly. Besides, he still wears the identity of King of Daquan. Vegeta wouldn't be able to kill him. Vegeta in the Dragon Ball world is even afraid of Beerus. Button. Vegeta, are you in there? Can you let me in? Yetian knocked on the door. You don't have to turn on gravity, just come in directly. Vegeta's muffled voice came from inside. Yetian opened the door and walked in. Vegeta sat cross-legged on the ground, seemingly meditating. Is something wrong? Vegeta stood up and looked at Yetian opposite. Yetian frowned slightly, why are he and Vegeta looking at each other? Isn't Vegeta more than 1.6 meters tall? Get out if you have nothing to do. Seeing Yetian start to stare at him again, Vegeta coldly snorted and ordered him to be kicked out. Something's wrong. Yetian came back to his senses and asked tentatively, transfer 20 without killing Digga. Vegeta raised his eyebrows. Is there something wrong with the Daquan King's brain? What the hell are you talking about? Say, Peepo? Ultraman is here to pick me up. Seeing Vegeta's raised eyebrows, Yetian thought he had really met a fellow countryman, so he continued to say a few words. One Piece doesn't have to be a pirate, Red Dog doesn't have to be killed, Blackbeard's teeth don't have to be knocked out, and the world doesn't have to be ruled, but... King Daquan, I don't have as much free time as you. If you have nothing to do, please go out quickly. Vegeta interrupted Yetian. He felt that this was probably the most tactful thing he had ever said. There was a hint of sympathy in his eyes, which made Yet Yen a little confused. What's going on? What do you mean? I mainly want to ask you for advice. Yet Yen pointed behind him, how to get the tail out. Ask me about Kakarot's body. Vegeta frowned, with a hint of danger in his eyes. Ask Kakarot or ask Weiss. Oh, Yet Yen stood still and didn't leave. You want me to send you out? Vegeta said impatiently, his fists had been clenched, and he obviously wanted to send you away by force. I'm the king of Daquan. Yet Yen scolded dissatisfiedly, really thinking that he was easy to talk to and easy to bully. Vegeta reacted belatedly, thinking of such a thing. It's annoying to look at Kakarot's face. In addition, it's Black Goku who was beaten to the ground by him before. It's easy for people to think of the king of all. Vegeta's patience was once again squeezed out, and after taking a deep breath, he asked, So, Lord Daquan, what can I do for you? Well, let's spar with me. I want to feel the power of Super 4 form. Yet Yen finally suppressed his intention. Oh, are you ordering me as the king of Daquan? Vegeta raised the corners of his mouth, and a dark light surged in his eyes. No, this is a request from the Science. Yet Yen responded simply. Vegeta put his hand on Yet Yen's shoulder, not giving him time to think, this is not suitable for fighting, I will take you somewhere else. Whoosh! Oops! The handle of the teacup that Weiss was holding broke, and the teacup fell to the ground and broke. Hey Bulma, the quality of your things has deteriorated. Beerus went down the well as he watched the three little ones hurriedly tidying up. Humph, just buy another one if it breaks. I'll tell you to buy some expensive ones. Bulma with a big belly dismissed the matter with a wave of her hand. Whis, who picked up the teapot again and poured water into a new cup, suddenly turned to look at the yawning Beerus. Their anger has disappeared. Vegeta won't mess around. Beerus placed his hands behind his head calmly and yawned. Where is here? Looking at the desolate surroundings and the mountainous Rocky Mountains, Yet Yen suddenly felt a little panicked. Chapter 22: A Battle of Life and Death? An uninhabited planet. Vegeta stood not far in front of him. He crossed his arms and looked directly at Yet Yen, seemingly answering the question without answering directly. Hurry up and start. My time is always precious. Vegeta let go of his hand and clenched it into a fist, planning to get angry. Okay. Yet Yen nodded. Vegeta's character seemed to be like this, and he didn't intend to talk too much nonsense. Ha ha! As soon as Vegeta's roar rang out, a strong hurricane swept around him. Blood-red flames exploded, and Vegeta was instantly covered in blood-red hair. The powerful force burst out, and Yet Yen put his hand between his eyebrows and took several steps back. Yet Yen's eyes widened. This Super 4 form was a bit scary. He felt like facing an unshakable mountain. Yet Yen's face looked a little solemn due to the huge difference between an elephant and an ant. Okay, it's your turn. Vegeta looked at Yet Yen and spoke straightforwardly without any nonsense. Oh, Yet Yen thought about the state he was in when he fought with Sun Wuhan last night, and he made fists with both hands on his sides. Are you kidding me? Looking at Yet Yen, who had been roaring for a long time without any change, veins suddenly appeared on Vegeta's forehead. No, I can't feel Dahong's state anymore. Yet Yen touched his chin and fell into distress. When it comes to real fighting, no one will wait for you to reach your best condition. Vegeta said, putting on a fighting stance and punching Yet Yen. Yet Yen was still in his own thoughts. When he reacted, it was because he felt the overwhelming pain. Boom! Vegeta's fist had already hit his abdomen. This punch was a fatal blow to Yet Yen under normal circumstances. Ugh! Yet Yen screamed with blood coming from his mouth, and his whole body flew out with Li Xian's arrow. He crashed through layers of rocks and mountains, and finally fell to the ground, causing countless spider web-like cracks on the ground and scattered gravel. Etienne screamed, holding his stomach. It hurt so damn much, holy shit it hurt. Vegeta flew down in front of Etienne, still with a cold smile on his lips. I have seen that Weiss and Kakarot trained you very gently. However, that is not in line with the blood of Scions. Scions should move forward bravely and never be afraid. Damn it! Ahem! As soon as he spoke, Etienne coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of blood. He gritted his teeth. I am the king of Daquan. I know. But when you asked me for advice, you used your identity as a Scion, and I am the king of the Scions. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, Etienne felt his teeth itch with hatred. No wonder he had just asked such a question suddenly. What a good plan, now he could only bite his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Get up! The more life and death the battle is, the faster it will be for your body to merge with Black Goku's. Vegeta crossed his arms and looked at Etienne, who was still kneeling on the ground, urging him. The meaning on his showy face couldn't be more obvious. I'm helping you, you have to thank me. Hurry up and reach your strongest form. Are you Super 2 or Super 3? Etienne wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up and became so angry that he reached Super 3 form. Come again. Maybe after a few punches from Vegeta, he will be able to reach the pink form. After all, Black Goku's body has this characteristic. Ha! Vegeta had already punched Etienne, even though Etienne was already on guard and alert. But Vegeta was too fast, even faster than Son Gohan at his full potential yesterday. Etienne also realized that the previous training by Weiss and the competition between Sun Wukong and him were just a joke. Another punch hit Etienne on the jaw. Vegeta's movements could not be seen clearly. He could only be beaten. Vegeta punched Etienne's body several times in succession, and Etienne felt that his eyesight turned black and the world began to spin. Terrible! With blood hanging from the corners of his mouth, a bruised nose and a swollen face, Etienne gritted his teeth and looked at Vegeta, who was keeping a distance from him. Hey, you hit me so hard in the name of helping me, Vegeta, this is very unkind of you. Vegeta was very calm, his expression was indifferent, and his words were extremely confident. What are you talking about? Didn't you beg me for it? Vegeta, I think you are very disrespectful to me. Etienne bared his teeth and felt pain all over his body. Respect? Are you better than me? Vegeta sneered, his expression seemed as arrogant to Etienne. Etienne was speechless. Although it is true that this makes people angry, it is indeed true. Beerus can destroy skills. The ultimate freedom of Weiss Angel. Even the 1000-year-old Vegeta in front of him can master Beerus's destructive skills in the later stages. Although King Chuan has no fighting ability, he can make whatever he wants disappear by raising his hand. He occupies the position of the king's brother. It sounds like he is the king of the world, but in fact he can't do anything. His strength is not good, and he has no special skills. Are you feeling aggrieved? That's right, if you're feeling aggrieved. Vegeta rushed towards Etienne and kicked him out again. Etienne was kicked and flew back. He finally managed to stabilize his body, his teeth clenched. I don't know if it was because he felt too humiliated in his heart, but Etienne felt that the injuries on his body were not so painful. What kind of strength you have, how others will treat you. Vegeta said and punched Etienne in the cheek again. Boom! Etienne was beaten and fell quickly towards the ground. He smashed into the ground and made a huge hole. Smoke instantly filled the air and buried his embarrassed figure. However, after a while, the smoke dispersed, and Vegeta fell not far from the edge of the pit. Etienne counterattacked Vegeta with his fist. Crack! Vegeta stretched out one hand to block Etienne's fist. He raised his feet again and Etienne was swept away again. Swish, swish, Swish! Yet Yen's feet kept rubbing against the ground as he moved backwards. It wasn't until he knelt on one knee and supported the ground with one hand that he completely released the inertia. What kind of strength? What kind of treatment? Damn you! Yet Yen spoke softly at first, but as he spoke, his tone became louder. The pink arrogance on Yet Yen's body spurted out. He clenched his fists and roared continuously. The ground under his feet was cracked by his powerful arrogance, and gravel flew up. Not bad. Vegeta sneered and rushed towards Yetianfei again, throwing out a quick punch. Snapped. Yet Yen finally didn't have to be beaten, he caught the punch. Then he raised his other hand and made a fist to hit Vegeta on the cheek. Chapter 23 I want to see the great priest. Brush brush brush. Yet Yen gritted his teeth and speeded up his punches. He only had one thought in his mind at the moment, hit Vegeta. Even if it's just one punch, he will hit Vegeta. Snapped. Yet Yen's fist kept waving, and finally exceeded his original speed limit, hitting Vegeta in the face. Perform. Vegeta stretched out one hand to block the blow. He was very experienced in fighting. He quickly jumped back and put one hand on the ground to steady himself. At this time, Yet Yen flew up, folded his hands, and jumped on top of Vegeta, intending to strike hard. Brush! Yet Yen's speed was a little faster, but in any case, it was still faster than the experienced Vegeta. When his fist punched out, Vegeta had already dodged it. Boom! Yet Yen's fist hit the ground, and in an instant there was another huge pit. As the gravel fell, the smoke dispersed. Yet Yen turned to look at Vegeta in mid-air, his hands trembling slightly as he watched Vegeta's palms form into fists. Tisk! Vegeta snorted. Hit you! Yet Yen grinned, and just for a moment, he brushed past and hit. Although it was still resisted, it was really touched. I didn't get beaten all the time. It's true that he has become a little stronger. Vegeta said indifferently, then raised his fist and rushed towards Yet Yen. Then let's end the battle. What? Yet Yen's eyes tightened, but without any time to be surprised, Vegeta appeared in front of him and waved his fist. Boom! But in the flash of lightning, Yet Yen hurriedly stretched out his hand to block Vegeta's fist, and as Vegeta struck out with his other hand, Yet Yen could only hurriedly stretch out his hand to block it again. Yet Yen had cold sweat on his forehead. Vegeta was very strong, much stronger than he thought. Is this Super 4 form? Even Vegeta didn't use his full fighting power. No, it's because he is too weak. He has not fully unleashed Black Goku's original power. Seeing Vegeta showing a cold smile, Yet Yen instantly felt worse and worse. Vegeta's fists were swung out again and again, and the speed and strength were a bit faster and more powerful than before. Yet Yen gritted his back molars, and veins appeared on his forehead. He was overwhelmed just to deal with these fists. There is no room left to fight back. Ah! With Vegeta's last punch, the force was so strong that it exploded and distorted the air. Boom! Aha! Yet Yen had no ability to block this punch. It broke through the defense line and hit him in the abdomen. His whole body arched up. The huge pain left him unable to even scream, and his body was constantly shaking slightly. You're doing well. Vegeta stretched out his hand, caught Yet Yen who was about to fall, and said in a voice like a mosquito buzzing. You're so funny, that's what I hate the most. If I don't hit you, I'll hit you. Did Yet Yen hear it? No. Because his vision went dark, he couldn't bear the huge pain, and he fell into a coma. When Yet Yen woke up again, he was lying on the lounge chair on the balcony with Whis and Beerus sitting next to him, chatting wordlessly. Ho ho, I'm awake. Lord Daquan King. Why soon noticed that Yet Yen opened his eyes. Yeah, Yet Yen just lay there without moving, completely caught in the huge blow. What's wrong? Lord Daquan. Weiss was elegant and attentive, and noticed Yetien's weirdness. Nothing. After a long time, Yetian sat up. He looked at Weiss with a serious expression on his face. I want to see the great priest. Must we meet? Weiss looked at Yetian in silence for a moment and asked again. Yes. Yetian nodded firmly. Why? Even Beerus noticed the subtle changes in Yetien's perception. Are you angry because you didn't defeat Vegeta? It doesn't matter. Even if you have Goku Black's body, you have only practiced for a month. Beerus put his hands behind his head and said lazily. It's normal to lose. That guy Vegeta was so serious. Yetian listened to Beerus's uncompromising words, and his hands on his thighs clenched into fists. Go see the great priest. Yetian lowered his head and repeated it again. Okay. Weiss stood up, and a scepter appeared in his palm. Seeing Yetian put his hand on Weiss's shoulder, Beerus waved his hand without interest. Go early and come back early, I'll wait for you here. Master Beerus, aren't you going? Weiss was a little surprised that Beerus was not interested in this matter. No. Ha. Beerus said, yawned, and then began to close his eyes to rest. Following Weiss, he arrived in front of King Quan's house in just a blink of an eye. This was the first time Yetian saw the great priest. Great priest, Lord Daquan King. Weiss knelt on one knee and looked at the great priest to explain. I know. The high priest interrupted Weiss, a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. Lord Daquan King. The high priest had his hands behind his back, hanging more than 30 centimeters above the ground. He bent down and bowed to Yetian. Am I really the king of Daquan? Yetian pursed his lips. For some reason, he felt an indescribable sense of familiarity from the great priest. Yes. The great priest nodded slightly. Then do I have any special abilities? Apart from Black Wukong's body. Just like Xuan Wang. With a wave of his hand. Yetian pointed at himself with his index finger, speaking with difficulty. He wanted to know the answer, but he was also afraid of getting the answer. Yes, and no. The high priest's expression was very indifferent, as if everything was under his control. What do you mean? Yetian swallowed the saliva in his mouth unconsciously. He was a little nervous at the moment. There used to be, but not anymore. Hearing the words of the great priest, Yetian was not surprised. This was a fact he knew, but he still felt disappointed. As a great king, the brother of the great king, but he has no ability. But Lord Daquan King, you shouldn't be so discouraged. As your strength recovers and your memory opens, your special abilities will come back. Hearing these words, Yetian's eyes became clear again, while Weiss, who was kneeling behind and stood up, glanced at the high priest with squinted eyes. Really? Yetian smiled and asked again with some uncertainty. Yes. The high priest nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Then he looked at Weiss coldly. Master Daquan King, did any of them offend you? Make you deny yourself like this? Not really, that's just what I think. Chapter 24 Playing with Xuan Wang. No. It's not because of them. It's mainly because of me. Yetian waved his hands quickly, trying to explain. Beerus and Weiss were okay with him, just because their self-esteem was a bit shattered by Vegeta's sudden beating. Lord Daquan King, you don't have to make excuses for them. The great priest's eyes turned soft when he looked at Yetian, and he said chilling words. If anyone disrespects you, tell me. I will punish them. Hey, I'm looking for someone to play with. A small figure ran out of King Quan's house, with dark eyes blinking on his flat, round face, followed by 2 tall and fierce guards. You are brother. King Xuan was obviously very happy to see Yetian. He rushed up and took Yetian's hand. Play with me, brother. Yetian's eyes turned red when the Nyonyo brother shouted, and he felt an indescribable sadness coming from deep in his soul. Is there still a hint of debt? Yet Yen was a little unsure. It was difficult for him to explain this feeling. He had mixed feelings when his hand was pulled and he did not answer in time. What's wrong? Are you bullying my brother? King Quan's eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent, and he turned to look at the high priest and Weiss. No. Weiss received such a look, even though he had always had good concentration, there was a cold sweat on his forehead. King Daquan was so excited when he saw King Chuan. The high priest remained as calm as an old monk. Is that so? King Chuan looked at Yetian with red eyes in confusion. After Yetian nodded, he showed a happy smile. Then play with me. King Chuan happily took Yetian's hand and shook it. Yetian showed a soft smile and looked at Chuan Wang with eyes full of endearment. Okay. What do you want to play? You can play games that make the universe disappear. I'm the best at this kind of thing. Chuan Wang showed off, inserting a knife in Yetian's heart. As an elder brother, he happens to be the worst at this kind of thing. But I don't know how. Can we play other games? Yetian showed rare patience and took out a small iron box from his pocket. Bang! As he opened the iron box, took the capsule, pressed it and threw it out, something recreational appeared after the smoke. Adult poker, mahjong, and even mahjong tables are also provided, as well as pool tables, and various other game machines. Large and small, they were arranged on the grass. Yetian lovingly stretched out his hand to touch Chuan Wang's head. We play the same, what do you want to play? Haha! Great! King Chuan clapped his hands happily, pulled Yetian up and ran towards the entertainment. Great priest, what you just said. Weiss and the great priest both looked at Yetian and King Chuan who were playing around, and he suddenly spoke. King Daquan's situation is much better than I imagined. Take good care of him. The high priest glanced at Weiss from the corner of his eye. Yes. Weiss was silent, and finally just nodded lightly. He was really curious about that so-called dark history now. But if the high priest refused to say anything, there was nothing he could do. Like this. Then rotate half a circle and press the A button. Yetian stretched out his hand to operate the King of Boxing 97 machine. Come and try. Chuan Wang went up and pressed the button tentatively at first. As the characters in the picture were caught and beaten, he pressed the button randomly with a sullen face. Then he reached out and slapped it in anger, and the machine in front of him disappeared. It's too difficult. Let's change to another one, brother. Oh. Yetian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Damn, what did you say at the beginning that you can't control your power and not see the king? It's not that you can't control your feelings well. Are you talking about King Chuan? This is the problem with making things disappear when things don't go your way. It makes people tremble with fear and almost collapse. Then let's play with black and white chess pieces? The rules are like this. Yetian chose another simpler one. That's it. That's good. Chuan Wang unceremoniously took the lead and placed 5 of them in a row. Awesome! King Chuan, you are so awesome! Yetian felt that the corners of his mouth were twitching more and more frequently. Brother, it's your turn. Chuan Wang excitedly pushed Bai Zi in front of Yetian. Well, brother, your posing is not as good looking as mine. King Chuan expressed his opinion as he watched Yetian posing differently from himself. After a while, Chuan Wang soon became bored again, and Yetian quickly took out the playing cards. This is simple. This is the back, and this is the front. Let's fold the back slightly and put it on the ground. Finding that the ground was covered with grass, Yetian put the playing cards on the pool table next to him. Put it on the table, then clap it with your hands. It will turn over and it will be successful. Oh! Looking at Yetian's operation, Chuan Wang nodded, obviously understanding, so the two started playing around. Snapped! Yet Yen's forehead was dripping with sweat. He had to pretend that he was having fun playing such a mentally retarded game. Why on earth did he come to Chuanwang to find the great priest? There is no day or night in the surrounding scenery, and the passage of time is not noticeable at all. After everything had gone through, Ye Qingtian panted and looked at Chuanwang, who was still looking excited. "My good brother is tired, please take a rest." He had just played various high-intensity sports such as playing various balls and skipping rope with him, and even Black Goku's body found it a little unbearable. The high priest was right to accompany the king. If he didn't take control of his own body, it would be too much. It would kill him if he kept playing, and his stomach was already growling. Even Ye Tian suddenly felt that the daily exercise in the land of gods a few days ago was more enjoyable than accompanying Chuanwang now. Looking at King Chuan and asking the two guards to continue playing with him, Ye Tian looked at the two guards with eyes full of sympathy. "Are you going back? Lord Daquan King?" The great priest floated to Ye Tian, who was sitting on the grass without any form, touching his belly. "Go back." Ye Tian nodded. He felt his mouth was dry and he didn't want to talk. "That's it. I'll ask Weiss to pick you up." The high priest put his hand behind his back and stretched out the scepter the next moment. Following the notification from the great priest, Weiss' figure soon appeared in front of Ye Tian. "Lord Daquan King, are you going back?" As soon as the gentle Weiss appeared, Ye Tian felt a little strange at those familiar words. "Let's go." Ye Tian stood up, feeling a little embarrassed about running away. "Are we still going to Earth?" Weiss asked Ye Tian as he flew quickly in the sea of stars, staring ahead. Chapter 25 Heaven, Frisia. Yesterday. Weiss' figure suddenly came to a sudden stop, and he turned to look at Ye Tian with a strange expression. Ye Tian bumped into Weiss's back, touched his sore nose and shouted dissatisfied, "What are you doing? Brake slower. It's easy to cause a car accident." "Ho ho! Lord Daquan King, according to the Earth's time algorithm you are familiar with, you have been staying with King Chuan for 3 months. Weiss almost laughed out loud. "Hey, I don't feel the passage of time at all." Ye Tian's words stopped here, and he thought of the things he brought. Go through it again. A total of 30 million cards were swiped for those things. "But, I haven't eaten a single meal, I just drank water occasionally." Ye Tian screamed. "Yeah, it's normal. He is a god after all. It doesn't matter whether he eats or not." Weiss was extremely calm. "Eating and stuff is just a hobby. We're here." Appearing in the land of gods, Weiss put away his scepter and looked at Beerus, who was sitting under the tree eating pizza. "Lord Beerus, did you leave some for me?" "Leave a box?" Beerus leaned against the tree with his hands behind his head, folded his feet, and responded lazily. And around him, there were pizza boxes scattered all over. Ye Tian's eyes were full of contempt. "It's my share." "Oh, King Daquan, you're back." Beerus waved his hand casually. Hey, your attitude towards me is very disrespectful." Ye Tian walked towards Beerus with his hands on his hips. Beerus opened his sleepy eyes and glanced at Ye Tian, "Because Weiss and I are also considered your instructors, so we can be considered half-teachers." "You think so too?" Ye Tian looked at Weiss and raised his eyebrows. Oh. Weiss opened the pizza, took a bite elegantly, and responded with a smile, "If Lord Daquan wants us to kneel down every time, we will do it." Ye Tian thought about that scene, and the two of them knelt down at every turn. "Forget it, that feels annoying." Ye Tian waved his hand and walked to Weiss to get a piece of pizza. "Lord Daquan King, this is my pizza." Weiss protectively turned the pizza around. "Hey, don't be so stingy, I'll just eat a piece." Ye Tian said helplessly, moving towards the pizza again. "But the pizza is all mine." Weiss kept dodging, allowing Ye Tian to catch him again. Looking at Ye Tian who kept attacking and Weiss who kept dodging, Beerus waggled his tail lazily. After practicing like this with Weiss for 2 days, Yetian lost his patience again. Weiss, can you teach me something else? Yetian put his hands on his hips and looked at Weiss opposite. What? Weiss looked at Yetian doubtfully. For example, your free ultimate intention Kung Fu. Yetian stretched out his hands and shrugged his shoulders. He always felt that Weiss was deliberately refusing to teach him. Aren't I teaching you? The way is that you have to practice the basic skills seriously and steadily. Weiss explained. Tired, too boring. Yetian muttered dissatisfiedly, and when he landed on the ground, he looked at the yawning Beerus. Are you bored? Can't you see? Beerus was holding a fishing rod and competing with the prophecy fish. I want to go out and play, I want to meet Frisia. Yetian turned to look at Weiss, who also fell to the ground. Frisia. Weiss pointed his index finger at his chin. Frisia seems to be still in heaven right now. Oh. That paradise where you can watch the little bear band play, watch the elves play, and be wrapped in silkworm chrysalis and hung on the big tree. Yetian asked excitedly. I don't know about that. Weiss shook his head. After all, he wouldn't go to that kind of place if nothing happened. Then take me there, I want to go and play with him, discuss. Yetian said, using a nicer expression. Okay. Weiss looked at Beerus and asked, Master Beerus, are you going? After all, that is your old acquaintance. Hey, don't go. Beerus turned his head and continued to look at the lake. So, not only do you know each other, planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia because of you. Yetian immediately thought of this joke. What nonsense! Isn't planet Vegeta still there? Last time we went to eat Velociraptor's barbecue. It tasted good. Beerus said and turned back, looking at Weiss, who said very rudely, bring back some barbecue when you drop by. What? What? Yetian was a little confused again. What the hell was Beerus talking about? Why didn't he know that planet Vegeta was still alive? Vegeta asked for the Dragon Ball to make a wish, Weiss said, reaching out and showing the scepter. Okay, Lord Daquan, let's go. Then I'm going to visit planet Vegeta later. Yetian said and put his hand on Weiss's shoulder. Okay. Weiss responded, and the two of them quickly disappeared. My fish is going to be hooked. The prophecy fish shook its goblet, and the fishing rod it held in its hand shook slightly. Damn it! My fishing rod is motionless. If you don't take the bait, I will destroy you. Beerus yelled at the lake angrily. But in an instant, some bubbles emerged from the lake water, and Beerus' fishing rod was pulled wildly. You are cheating! The prophecy fish angrily threw the fishing rod into the lake and angrily turned the goblet around to try to get rid of the fish. Hey, I'll let you finish it once. Seeing that the fish was about to leave, Beerus hurriedly tried to persuade him. Yetian, who followed Weiss, also arrived in heaven. He saw blooming flowers and lush vegetation, and the elves in the distance were chatting and laughing. On the ground covered with yellow flowers and tender grass, countless toys lined up, playing gongs and drums, and some dancing with their heads bouncing. The atmosphere was full of joy and joy. Yetian felt the breeze blowing on his face and sighed, this is heaven. Yes, if you like, we can stay with you for a few days. Weiss said calmly, standing behind Yetian. Well, it will be good to take care of yourself in the future. Forget it now. Yetian said and walked towards the giant tree in the distance. Yetian, is that guy Frisia hanging over there? If we want to spar, can you let him down? Weiss, of course. Yetian, that Frisia guy can really be influenced by love? It's unrealistic no matter how you think about it. Weiss, ho ho. This matter is not my business. Yetian, is that under the control of the King of Hell? By the way, what is the relationship between the King of Hell and the Bull Demon King? Weiss, what's the relationship between the two of them? Chapter 26 Golden Frisia. Weiss, your idea is very unique. The two chatted without a word. As they walked closer, the tree became bigger and bigger in their eyes. This tree is really big. Yet Yen walked for a while and found that it was still a little far away. Yes. Heaven covers an entire planet. Weiss also sighed, by the way, Lord Daquan, do you want to walk there like this? Don't you want to fly? Well, look at the rare scenery along the way. Yet Yen was stunned for a moment and quickly made an excuse. He didn't tell Weiss that after more than 10 years as a mortal, he had forgotten to fly. In the end, because it took too long to walk, Yen flew to Yen in front of the big tree and said hello to Frisia hanging on the tree. Hey Frisia! Sun Wukong! Seeing Yen's appearance, Frisia, who had been grinding his teeth with veins on his forehead, became even more angry. No. Look carefully. Yen shook his head. He has stated this countless times. You are with Lord Beerus. Seeing Weiss emerging from behind Yen, Frisia was stunned for a moment and then turned to look around. Ho ho! Lord Beerus isn't here. It's Lord Daquan who wants to find you. Weiss smiled and extended his hand to introduce Frisia. Great King! Frisia looked at Yen with eyes wide open in disbelief, as if he really wasn't Sun Wukong. The temperament is different. I even learned to wear earrings. But that grinning face is just as silly. It still makes people want to beat him up. Master Daquan King, do you want Frisia to come down? Weiss asked Yen inquiringly. Well, put it down. Yen nodded with his hands on his hips. Sometimes Weiss is very useful, if I had known he would have asked Beerus to follow him. Some people pretend to be B, why not pretend? Really? Frisia didn't even feel angry anymore, he just stared blankly at the two people in front of him. Did his ears hear correctly? What did they just say? Let yourself go? As Weiss's scepter moved slightly in the air, the layer of silkworm chrysalis surrounding Frisia mysteriously disappeared. Frisia quickly stabilized his body, looking at his hands in a daze. Master Daquan, thank you so much. Frisia couldn't help but want to hug him to express his gratitude. You're welcome. Yen smiled lightly and flew in front of Frisia. He stretched out his hand to show the height difference between the two. Ha ha ha, it's really condensed. Looking at Yen's actions, Frisia felt like several knives were inserted into his heart. The veins on his forehead were constantly angry, and his fists were clenched tightly. He couldn't be angry, he had to endure it. Although I don't know why this so-called Daquan King looks exactly like Sun Wukong, as long as he can save himself, he doesn't care if he is Sun Wukong or some other Daquan King. Besides, the person who can command Weiss must be the same as Beerus, not someone he can shake. I wonder what your orders are, Lord Daquan King. Frisia forced out a forced smile and looked at Yen. Haha. It's not a big deal, I just want to discuss with you. Yen smiled and looked at Frisia with his eyes like a scanner. The skin of the guy in front of me is very shiny, with a cold metallic light. According to humans, his skin is well maintained. But for your height, you are really too short. You are almost like a child. Yen said murderous words. Frisia clenched his fists on his sides a little more. And the cold sweat fell from his forehead again. This Daquan King is really very vicious in his words. A bit ignorant. Thinking like this, the veins on Frisia's forehead popped out again. How do you want to spar with me, Mr. Daquan King? Oh ho ho ho! Weiss put her hand to her mouth and laughed out loud as she watched the tit-for-tat exchange between the two. Just when Frisia couldn't help but burst out, Yen also retracted his teasing gaze and distanced the two of them. Yen felt that based on King Frisia's ability to hold back his urine, it was probably because he was worried about Beerus. Just fighting. How else can we compare? Yen looked at Frisia indifferently. Ho ho! Mr. Daquan King is really good at joking. How could I be your opponent? Frisia's expression changed slightly. He didn't want to fight Yetian. Hey! Yetian looked at him with an evil look and waved to Weiss behind him. Weiss, if he doesn't fight me, hang up again immediately. No, no. I'm willing to spar. Upon hearing this, Frisia responded anxiously before Weiss took out his scepter. Very good. Yetian stepped back to distance himself from Frisia and got into a stance. Frisia swallowed hard the saliva that was caused by nervousness. He clenched his fist tightly and entered the golden form as if facing a powerful enemy. Oh, it's golden Frisia. Yetian nodded repeatedly. He didn't know how much gold he could exchange for. Ha ha! Yetian didn't intend to let Frisia wait too long. He reached the pink realm with a roar. Because of the stimulation from Vegeta's nonsense last time, he has become more and more proficient in mastering this form in the past few days. No need to spend time to find the feeling. Then come on. Yetian twitched his fingers at golden Frisia inscrutably. Haha! Frisia immediately unleashed his fighting power as soon as he came on the scene, and he punched with all his strength. Facing King Daquan, who was on par with Beerus, he didn't dare to trust him. But this beautiful misunderstanding was soon solved, because his punch hit Yetian directly in the face. Boom! Yetian was hit by this punch, and his body flew out like a loaded bullet and kept retreating. Seeing Frisia's unstoppable trembling, various conspiracy theories flashed in his mind. Could it be that Beerus was unhappy with him and wanted to find a reason to kill him through the help of some Daquan king? Just like when he used his own hands to destroy planet Vegeta? Well, Yetian, who finally managed to stabilize his body, touched his bleeding nose. You bastard! You don't follow martial ethics. You use all your force as soon as you come up. Lord Daquan, are you okay? Frisia became more and more frightened as he thought about it. His forehead was covered with cold sweat and he flew toward Yetian. It's okay. Keep going. Yetian wiped away the nosebleed and replied nonchalantly, punching Frisia with a fist, I'm coming. Chapter 27. What's the conspiracy? Do you really just want to compete with yourself? But being able to command Whis must be at least on the same level as Beerus. But why is the power displayed so weak? Did I guess wrong just now and have other purposes? Frisia couldn't figure it out. He didn't dodge Yetian's fist, and he punched him on the cheek. Frisia tilted his head very cooperatively, and then let his figure fly backwards, so accurately that it was the same distance as Yetian flew backwards before. Wow! Frisia even screamed to highlight the power of Yetian's fist. Isn't he being fake like this? Yetian turned to look at Weiss, who was watching the battle with dissatisfaction. I think Frisia always has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Hey Frisia, come back! Yetian shouted with his hands on his hips. Could he be unclear about his own strength? Here we come! Frisia did a backflip and flew towards Yetian. Are you not satisfied with showing weakness? Frisia rolled his eyes, gathered some strength and punched Yetian. The force of this fist was not very strong, and the speed was not very fast either. Weiss raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Frisia with deep meaning. Boom! Yetian ducked sideways to avoid Frisia's fist, and quickly counterattacked and kicked Frisia. Frisia retreated to avoid Yetian's kick. He twisted his tail and swept towards Yetian, who hurriedly squatted down. Haha! Yetian flew up and kicked Frisia on the head continuously. Bang bang bang! Brush brush brush! Frisia kept dodging, and even cooperated with the occasional micro-expression, gritting his teeth, struggling, and persevering. It seemed like he was hiding, but Yetian had felt Frisia's power under gold before. Therefore, in Yetian's eyes, Frisia's performance seemed very deliberate and exaggerated. Yetian felt humiliated, gritted his teeth, increased his speed a few points, and punched Frisia. Boom! Looking at Frisia, who flew backwards but quickly regained his balance, veins appeared on Yetian's forehead. He flew towards Frisia and kicked him. Frisia dodged and tentatively punched Yetian in the abdomen. The force of this blow was too controlled, and Yetian felt as if he had been slapped in the stomach. Yetian turned around and quickly moved behind Frisia, hitting Frisia's neck with his elbow. Yetian fought very seriously, and Frisia's restraint was also very serious. Frisia lowered his body to avoid Yetian's attack. With the force of his body, he raised his bent foot and kicked Yetian's jaw with a gentle knee. Boom! Yetian tilted his head back due to inertia, and his whole body flew up on the spot. He flew upside down and continuously shot out air bombs with his outstretched hands. Frisia didn't dodge, he knew that the power of those air bombs couldn't hurt him at all. Accompanied by the constant explosions, Frisia took this opportunity to think. The battle was evenly matched, so the king of all encyclopedias would be quite satisfied. As the smoke dissipated, Frisia's golden color was still as bright as new, and it was still faintly reflective. Veins appeared on Yetian's forehead. He punched Frisia again, but Frisia stretched out his elbow to block it. Frisia was not a leader who was willing to suffer losses. The battle had to be fought between you and me to be interesting, so he raised his foot and kicked Yetian, and Yetian also stretched out his elbow to block it. After being resisted by the attack, Frisia discovered very carefully that after fighting for just a while, this guy's strength had increased a lot. The realm is not very stable yet, so why do you come to me for discussion? This thought flashed across Frisia's mind, and he dismissed it in an instant. How could it be possible? Who can we talk to for a discussion? Do you deserve to come to heaven to find him? And liberate him? So it's because there is some conspiracy that I don't know about. Yetian punched continuously again, trying to hit Frisia. He gradually entered the state, and then his speed gradually became faster and the force of his punches became stronger. Frisia had to be a little more serious. While controlling his power, he also had to suppress his speed so as not to hurt the opponent. This gives Frisia too many things to worry about. Frisia kept dodging, taking advantage of Yetian's gap to punch out again, much faster than before. This punch hit Yetian's abdomen again. Yetian felt the pain, but it was within an acceptable range. Yetian lost his inertia before flying a few meters backwards, gritted his teeth and rushed towards Frisia again. The two of them rushed towards each other, both bending their arms and colliding with their elbows. Yetian Yang kicked Frisia on the shoulder with his leg, and Frisia stretched out his elbow to block the attack. The two were fighting in close quarters. Frisia fought very deliberately, but Yetian didn't think too much. He didn't have much defense, he just kept punching and sweeping his legs and attacking violently. Whis, who was watching the fight, watched silently. This Frisia seemed to be a good sparring partner. It's much more useful than Wukong, but it doesn't have a body. But there's the issue of resurrection. Frisia punched Yetian, and Yetian quickly squatted down to fight back, but Frisia's tail moved again. With his fist in the air and his body turning, Frisia turned his tail and swept towards the squatting Yetian. Looking at the sweeping tail, Yetian gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand to block it, taking away the power brought by Frisia. He grabbed Frisia and started spinning Frisia like a top. Brush, brush, brush. As soon as Yetian let go, Frisia's body flew out, but in just a moment, Frisia stabilized his body. You guy, I always feel like you're teasing me. You seem to be able to play super blue under your gold. How can the pink I just turned into be as good as you? I'm not super blue at full power. Veins popped up on Yetian's forehead, and he could no longer hold back his curses, but Weiss, who was watching the battle beside him, spoke slowly. Lord Daquan King, when did you see your own strength so clearly? Be more confident. Get rid of the feeling. Well, this is because I just entered the golden form, and I can't control myself well due to physical problems. With a lame excuse, Yetian pointed to the halo above Frisia's head. You're already dead, okay? Where do you get the physical strength? Do you really think you are so easy to deceive? What kind of physical strength does it take to die? Frisia felt that he might as well watch those rubbish dancing and singing. This king of encyclopedias is too difficult to serve. If he really crippled him, would Beerus use this as an excuse to destroy him? Just when Frisia was struggling with what to do, Yetian calmed down and returned to normal, looked at Weiss. Take him back, I won't play anymore. Okay. Weiss moved very quickly this time, and his scepter appeared as he responded. Frisia didn't even have a chance to speak before he was wrapped up in a silkworm chrysalis and hung on the tree again. Wait a minute. Looking at Yetian, who turned around to leave, he yelled, "Didn't you say you wanted to let me out?" Chapter 28 Planet Vegeta, Broly. How could his king Frisia be so timid if he wasn't like this? Oh ho ho ho. Wait until next time. You have a lot of time to think about it now. Seeing Frisia's hesitation, Weiss also guessed what he was thinking. He said quietly, and led Yetian towards the sky. Hey! Hey! Don't leave! Frisia kept shaking his chrysalis, trying to get the two of them to come back. You tell me what you want to do, and I can do it. But the deafening roar was soon drowned out by the sound of the toy band that continued to play on the grass. It's really disappointing, the beating was so uncomfortable. Yetian, who was sitting cross-legged behind Weiss, was still angry. Master Daquan, do you want to be beaten? Or do you want Frisia to let you go? Or is it 50-50? Weiss asked with a smile. Yetian was asked. He just wanted to see how powerful Golden Frisia was. He really didn't expect that he would be angry if he was beaten badly. So Frisia is very good at being a good person? Does this mean that I am difficult to serve? But soon, Yetian started to curse again with dissatisfaction. Brush! Seeing Weiss landing, but it was not a land of gods, Yetian looked at the surrounding environment with a curious expression. Is this planet Vegeta? There's a bit of gravity, but it doesn't feel like much. Yetian took a few tentative steps and complained. Ho ho! So not far ahead is Vegeta's palace. Do you want to enjoy the scenery along the way this time? Weiss asked aloud. When Yetian heard this, he always felt that Weiss was mocking him for forgetting to fly before, but looking at Weiss's normal face, he couldn't find any evidence. No, there's nothing strange about it. Yetian faced it up and saw the palace not far away. Hey, that person! Yetian saw a figure in the palace's guard court, and his head was still a little reflective in the sun. It's reflective. That must be a bald head. Are there any bald heads among scions? Yetian was a little unsure. Because he knew that the bald Nappa had died in Vegeta's hands earlier when he went to Earth for the first time? What's wrong? Weiss hovered behind and looked at Yetian, who was motionless. Oh, it's nothing. Yetian flew towards the palace. What are you guessing? Just go and see and you will know. As the distance grew closer, Yetian's eyes opened wider and wider. What the hell? That guy is actually Nappa. Naba, hello. Let me bring some kebabs back. Weiss landed at the edge of the warning cord and said to Naba naturally. Yetian looked at Weiss and then at Nappa, with a little fear in his eyes. Which Dragon Ball world is this? Is it the Dragon Ball world he knows? No, it's not. He didn't know there was such a plot. Weiss actually knew Nappa. Still talking so familiarly. You need to wait. I'll order you down immediately. Naba walked out of the security court and shouted to the passing patrol troops below. Go hunt some velociraptors, be fast, and send them to the kitchen to be grilled into skewers. Yes. The soldier took the order and left quickly. Teacher, I'm going back. A door nearby was opened, and a man with green hair appeared. Bulletin Broly. Yetian screamed, why is Broly here? Well. Scions don't seem to have anything wrong with planet Vegeta. Hello, Wukong. Broly nodded to Yetian naturally, very politely. Ho ho, he's the king of Daquan. Weiss didn't even refute Yetian, who had been unconscious for a long time, and introduced him again. Oh! Did you change your name? Broly nodded again and greeted again, hello, king of Daquan. Is Paragus still alive? Yetian suddenly asked a very rude question. Broly responded nonchalantly, my father has always been healthy. Naba and Weiss looked at each other, then smiled awkwardly at the same time and started talking in an official tone. Broly was taught very well by you. Weiss was the first to speak out. Immediately afterwards, Naba also responded politely, this King Daquan is also very polite. Oh ho ho ho! Hee hee! Hee hee! Weiss, I want to see the Scion customs. Yetian didn't want to just wait for the barbecue, he put his arm on Broly's shoulder. Broly, show me around. Go. Nappa nodded after receiving Broly's questioning look. Watching Broly and Yetian enter through that door, Weiss naturally sat down in the guard court, prepare something to eat and drink for me, I'll wait here. After following Broly through the door, the two of them walked side by side, and Yetian opened his 100,000 why questions. Yetian, how did you come to planet Vegeta? Didn't you live on planet Vampa before? Broly, he came in a spaceship. Father Xiaoxian said he wanted to seek revenge from King Vegeta 3. This is incompatible with both the old and new theatrical versions. Yetian sighed secretly and continued to ask, then have you ever fought Vegeta? Broly, well, I lost in the end. Yetian, then do you know Bardock and Gnei? Broly, Bardock is now the patrol commander. As he kept asking questions and getting answers, Yetian was going crazy. Which Dragon Ball world was he in? By the way, is your super pass good? Yetian asked the last question. He wanted to see Broly's super pass, so they could compare notes and learn from each other. It's okay. Broly responded. The two of them had already left the palace, and Broly flew up. Yetian also followed, and the two walked around the tribe. Yetian finally saw the heroic spirit of a female scion. Even more heroic than the sisters from the northeast, they cursed and beat male scions with their hands on their hips and their fists in the air. Yetian didn't have much interest in Paragus, so he met Bardock under Broly's guidance. Little son Gnei was the first to see Yetian, and she quickly rushed towards Yetian. Yetian didn't hide, but accepted Gnei's warm hug with a smile, and even hugged him back. Broly, who was standing next to him, had a serious look on his face. He changed his name to King Daquan. King Daquan? I think this name is not as nice as Wukong. Gnei let go of her arms and looked at Yetian, why do I feel like you have lost weight? Yetian's expression turned ugly. Could he not lose weight? I played games with Chuan Wang before and didn't eat for 3 whole months. I'm not Sun Wukong. I'm King Daquan, but I just look like him. Yetian pointed to the empty and non-existent tail behind him. Chapter 29 Super 4, Bardock. Well, that's right. Seeing that Gnei in front of him has a tail, Yetian thought, it seems that he should remember to ask Weiss to find a way to get a tail for him, because Sun Wukong doesn't have a tail in the main drama. Pass. Bardock, what's wrong with you? Gnei looked at Bardock, who had been staring at Yetian without speaking, feeling a little strange. Don't they just look a bit alike? Dales is also very similar to his younger son. As for keeping an eye on him, you're not going to become Super 4, are you? Bardock said, asking very abruptly. This is nonsense. Yetian has no tail, anyone with eyes can see it. How can you transform into Super 4 form without a tail? Can there be genetic mutations? Before Yetian's disdain could be revealed, Bardock said again, but I can. These words were full of pride, which made Yetian unable to react. Bardock, this damn guy. Believe it or not, I will beat you. Although I can't exceed 4, but I can pink. Yet Yen's eyes were full of provocation, and his words were even more ferocious. Dahong? Why haven't I heard of this form? Why don't you try it? Yet Yen's words successfully aroused Bardak's enthusiasm, and the two quickly settled on their future discussions. Bardak, Gnei, Broly and Yet Yen flew up and left the tribe, finding a deserted place. Yet Yen is also looking forward to it. He wonders how Bardak's Super 4 form will compare to Vegeta's Super 4 form. Take out your pink. This is the first time I've heard of it, and I've never seen it from King Vegeta or Goku. Bardak spoke first, and he was obviously very excited. On the desolate horizon, a cold wind was blowing. Yet Yen and Bardak faced each other from a distance, while Broly and Gnei not far away looked at them and planned to watch the battle. Haha, I have seen Vegeta's Super 4 form. It is indeed very powerful. I just don't know how yours is. Yet Yen said not to be outdone. Of course, he wouldn't say anything to lose face. He was beaten so badly by Vegeta that he even fainted. I doubt my life. As Bardak roared and raged, he transformed into a giant ape and then a golden giant ape. As his body continued to shrink, he reached the Super 4 form. Yet Yen couldn't explain what he saw. Aside from the fact that Bardak was not yet very skilled at transforming into Super 4, Yet Yen believed that Bardak was just showing off. Yet Yen also quickly reached the peach-red form, and rushed towards Bardak first. Relying on his inherent understanding of Dragon Balls, this guy showed off his unexpected love. His fists were already thirsty and he wanted to teach this guy a lesson. One is a person who has just entered the Super 4 form, and the other is in a very unstable state at the pink level. However, the momentum of the two of them was quite strong. Yet Yen punched Bardak. Bardak's move was so fierce that he directly grabbed Yet Yen's fist. When Yet Yen was unable to react, Bardak threw Yet Yen away, and then continuously fired air bombs at Yet Yen who was flying backwards. Papa papa! Looking at the air bombs that were constantly hitting him, Yet Yen suddenly thought that this was not Vegeta's way of fighting. Ha ha! Bardak watched the gas bombs continue to explode, and the smoke engulfed Yet Yen's figure, but the dense gas bombs in his hands continued to be fired out. For a moment, no one could sense what happened to Yet Yen who fell to the ground. Because only people who are gods can feel each other's divine power, and no one at the scene happened to be a Scion god. Yet Yen didn't think Bardak's Super 4 form was very powerful. Maybe the Vegeta Super 4 he had seen before was too powerful, which is why he had such an illusion. So Yet Yen rushed out of the smoke as if nothing happened. Not to mention Bardak, even Broly and Jinna who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. Bardak was just dazed for a moment, and soon came back to his senses and gritted his teeth to look at Yet Yen who was rushing toward him. Snapped! The two punched each other on the cheek at the same time, but Yet Yen seemed to have more leeway. He immediately closed his fist and punched out again. This punch wasn't very powerful, but it was faster, and it caught Bardak by surprise. Bardak gritted his teeth and fought back, punching Yet Yen on the cheek, but Yet Yen retreated and dodged to keep the distance between the two of them. Ha ha ha, it seems that your Super 4 form is not as strong as my pink one. Yet Yen curled his lips and sneered. Bardak was ridiculed, he roared and rushed towards Yet Yen with anger again. Don't get too proud too soon. Watching the two of them rushing towards each other in mid-air, Bardak raised his feet and kicked, while Yet Yen attacked with his fists. Gnei, who was below, was dazzled by what he saw, as the fists and feet of the two people turned into afterimages and intertwined together. Gnei cannot clearly see such a battle. She is not a fighting scion, she only transports meat. Broly, who do you think will win in the end? The reason why she stood here was because she was curious and wanted to know the outcome of the two. Of course, in her mind, the one who hoped to win should be Bardock. I don't know. Broly's words were very concise. No one could tell clearly until the last moment of the battle. The two seemed to be equally matched, and the battle must be ever-changing. As Yetian and Bardock's fists collided, the powerful aura exploded in the air, causing circular ripples one after another. Boom boom boom. The collision of auras was so powerful that the ground continued to tremble. Gnei nervously protected herself from falling. The mutual strength between Yetian and Bardock caused them to retreat backward at the same time. Yetian clenched his fists and kept rubbing the ground with his feet. Swish, swish, swish. And Bardock kept retreating with one hand on the ground, and the two looked at each other with excitement. Haha! You're very good. Your movements don't look like wild moves, you have a lot of fighting experience. Bardock raised his lips. You said it very calmly, but your skills are only average. Yetian was very unhappy when he saw Bardock. What a wild way, he had learned Tai Chi from the old man in the park for more than 10 years. Humph, that's just because I haven't used my full strength yet. What I just did was not just a warm-up. Bardock snorted in retort. It's an exaggeration. Whoever said that doesn't seem to have warmed up before. Yetian didn't wait for the words to finish, clenched his fists at his side, bent his feet and rushed towards Bardock one after another. Really? Bardock put his hands on his waist and fired his Qigong wave at Yetian, who was flying towards him. Turtle style. Chi. Gong. Ha. Fuck. Looking at the huge energy fluctuations, Yetian quickly flew to dodge. If this thing hit him, he would have to lie down for many days without fairy beans or ice to heal him. Well, Yetian always forgets that he has an immortal body. By the way, why does Bardock know the turtle-style Qigong? After dodging, Yetian once again committed his old habit and became distracted and began to fall into his own thoughts. Boom! Yetian only felt a pain on his cheek, and then realized that he was still fighting. Chapter 30-1. Ha ha! Yetian Bao he punched hard to block Bardock's fist, raised his foot and kicked Bardock's cheek with a knee. Snapped! Bardock was kicked unprepared, and before he could fight back, Yetian's fist hit Bardock's other cheek. Snapped! The symmetry of the cheeks was not over yet. Yetian once again punched Bardock in the abdomen and struck him continuously, making Bardock's eyes widen. Hee hee! Yetian crossed his hands and hit Bardock hard, causing him to fall towards the ground. Yetian put his hands on his waist and grinned with a mocking smile, as if I don't know how to do turtle-style Qigong. Turtle-style. Chi. Gong. Ha. A powerful Qigong wave hit the place where Bardock fell. Yetian, who was in the air, put his hands on his hips and looked proud. Ha ha ha. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, smoke and gravel flew everywhere, and aftershocks spread to the surroundings. Gnei put his hand in front of his forehead to prevent the gravel from flying. Gnei struggled to stabilize her body against the fierce wind, and looked at the billowing smoke where Bardock was with a worried face. Bardock, Bardock. Yetian was overjoyed, except for Sun Wukong, who didn't take it seriously at first, and Whis and Beerus training, except for him beating Klin. After being beaten by Vegeta, Frieza gave in without restraint, and now he finally found the feeling of victory. Wonderful! Watching the smoke dissipate, Bardock's figure was revealed, a little embarrassed, but not seriously injured at all. He gritted his teeth and looked at Yetian in the air, feeling a little angry. Even though he was just a low-level scion, his fighting power was good, at least among the best. Now, he is being surpassed one by the young ones. Bardock refuses to accept any talk about the age of young people. You're fine. Yetian sighed, the force he used was not small. Ha ha! Bardock noticed Yetian's pride, he roared loudly and his arrogance continued to surge. Ah! Such a powerful energy! Yet Yen looked at Bardock below in disbelief. The powerful energy wave actually made it difficult for him to stabilize his body in mid-air. Bardock arched his legs and rushed towards Yet Yen quickly. When Yet Yen was on guard, Bardock, who rushed in front of him, suddenly disappeared. No, it's not disappearing, it's just too fast. When Yet Yen noticed that Bardock was behind him, before he could turn around, Bardock's fist had already greeted him. Boom! Yet Yen was punched hard on the back, and his figure was instantly shot backwards. Bardock also rushed to catch up with Yet Yen and got in front of him. Brush! Bardock punched Yet Yen's abdomen with both hands, then kicked Yet Yen away with his feet. Boom! Yet Yen, who was flying upside down, gritted his teeth, did a backflip to stabilize his body, and quickly rushed towards Bardock and punched him. Bardock saw the situation and jumped up to avoid Yet Yen's fist. He gathered energy with one hand and shot out the air bomb. Yet Yen's figure disappeared quickly. Bardock and others, who were watching the air bombs flying towards the distant sky, were shocked to find that Yet Yen had appeared behind him. Haha! He punched out and hit Bardock unceremoniously in the face. The blow made Bardock unsteady, and a Qigong wave had been shot out from Yet Yen's palm. Boom! Before Bardock could break out of the smoke after falling to the ground, the Qigong wave reached the place where he landed. Boom boom boom! Smoke was everywhere, and gravel was flying. Gnei still stretched out her hand to block it in front of her, with a worried look on her face. Did Bardock lose? Broly didn't answer, and his expression didn't even change at all. His calm body stood straight, and it didn't matter who won or lost. Ha ha ha, it ended earlier than I thought. What a pity. Yet Yen put his hands on his hips and looked at the smoke below, his expression becoming more and more proud. But in fact, Bardock had quietly appeared behind Yet Yen. You are always happy so early. Bardock also crossed his arms and looked down at Yet Yen with disdain. Howling wind, rolling clouds, the battle on the field seems to continue. Tisk! Yet Yen turned around, looked up at Bardock and gritted his teeth, somewhat dissatisfied. He actually fought for so long. It seems that he will continue to become stronger. You are stronger than I thought, Bardock. But you are too obsessed with superficial power. Yet Yen suddenly raised his lips. What nonsense are you talking about superficial power? Although Bardock was a little surprised, he felt that these were all Yet Yen's one-sided words. It's very simple, because I am much stronger than you and overwhelmingly stronger. Yet Yen said, clenching his hands into fists and roaring violently. Hey, you're just bluffing. Bardock didn't believe it, and he looked at the angry Yet Yen provocatively. Just as Bardock finished his words, he looked at Yet Yen in disbelief, and his power exploded even more powerful than before. This damn guy actually still has some strength left. Haha. Yet Yen smiled evilly, quickly rushed towards Bardock and punched Bardock hard on the lower jaw. Before Bardock could react, Yet Yen struck out again with a sweeping kick that sent Bardock flying backwards like an arrow from a string. The next moment, Yet Yen took advantage of the victory and caught up with Bardock, clenching his fists with both hands and hitting the man who was flying up. Boom! The fists hit Bardock right on the forehead, causing Bardock to fall to the ground and create a big crater. Boom! Bardock touched his forehead and stood up. As the smoke dissipated, Yet Yen was already standing behind him with a proud smile. How about it? I don't like to brag. Bardock's eyes widened with an ugly expression, and by the time he turned around, Yet Yen was already punching him continuously. Papa papa! That's enough. We agreed it was just for a discussion. Gnei couldn't help shouting as she saw Bardock being beaten completely. Her voice was not loud, but was quickly drowned out by the sound of Yet Yen's fists. Haha! With Yet Yen's last punch, Bardock was knocked away and fell to the ground. Yet Yen blew his fist, smiled and extended his hand to Gnei, I'm better. Broly, come and spar too. Brush. Just when Yetian was extremely proud, Weiss appeared beside him with a scepter and said coolly, you can't beat him. Yetian, who was originally extremely proud, felt as if he had taken a glass of summer ice water, and his heart felt cold. Wes, you pour cold water on me before I start fighting. You will offend me. Chapter 31 Beautiful Angel, Battles. Yetian looked at his embarrassment and grinned at Weiss, is the barbecue ready? Okay. Weiss responded with a smile. Come again. Bardock got up from the ground and looked at Yetian and shouted, we haven't decided the winner yet. I've already won. Yetian didn't even look at it. He made a very childish face at Bardock, I'm going back. I'll come and compete with you next time. Hey, hey. Watching Yetian put his hand on Weiss's shoulder, and the two of them flew away towards the sky, Bardock was furious. Hey, Weiss, do you think I won the battle just now? Yetianel, who was sitting cross-legged behind Weiss, asked cheerfully. No, if you really want to talk about it, you and Bardock are on par, between brothers. Weiss responded, glancing at Yetian with his peripheral vision. Lord Daquan King, you have to continue to practice hard. Black Wukong's power is more than this. Humph, I don't love people like you who tell the truth. Yetian muttered, pretending to be angry and stopped talking. The two quickly returned to the land of gods. Beerus yawned and waited boredly for the barbecue the two brought back. Hey! After eating and drinking, Beerus patted his stomach with satisfaction, put his hands behind his head and walked towards the house. Haha, it's time to take a nap when you're full. Don't you mean half of my teacher? I don't see you teaching me anything. Yetian raised a middle finger and looked at Beerus's retreating figure with disdain. Since he didn't make the universe disappear like Xuan Wang, he can learn the destructive skills of the god of destruction. Too many skills to overwhelm. This guy Beerus refuses to teach anything, he is extremely hateful. Just know how to sleep every day. Well, Weiss, who was still eating elegantly, suddenly showed his scepter, it's news from Bados. Yetian looked over and saw that the magic ball on the scepter was flashing. This sight made Yetian frown. Sure enough, Weiss, this guy, is in deep water. What the hell he said about vibrating the phone was so ridiculous. Bardos, what's the matter? Weiss answered the call and cleverly used the angle to hide the barbecue on the table from the other party. It's like this. I think Mr. Xiongpa has gained weight recently and needs to lose weight. I want to ask you if there is any better way. The magic ball flashed Bados's beautiful face. Xiongpa's shouting came from behind, why are you getting fat again? Can't you see? I've lost weight. I've lost weight. Besides, I'm not fat. I'm not fat at all, I'm just a little plump. Plump? That's really a word for tigers and wolves. Yetian held a skewer, chewed the barbecue in his mouth and listened to Weiss and Bardos' discussion. Shut up, and it's over if you open your legs. Oh ho ho ho. It's easy to say, but obviously, Master Xiongpa can't do it. Weiss glanced sideways at Yetian. Who are you talking to? Is it Lord Beerus? Bados asked doubtfully. Hi. Yetian pushed Weiss aside, holding a skewer and looking at the magic ball. Bados, do you want to eat barbecue? Ho ho. Brother, you secretly eat alone again. Bados' dissatisfied voice came. Weiss maintained a faint smile on her face without any embarrassment. No, sister. You can definitely find such food on your planet, so it's not considered a solitary diet. Eating alone? What eating alone? Is it delicious? Before Bados could speak, Xiongpa's voice rang impatiently. Come on, Bados, what are you talking about? Let's go to him. Mr. Xiongpa, you should lose weight. Even if you pass, you can only watch what you can't eat. Bados said, turning to look at the magic ball. Well, brother, goodbye. Haha. Xiangpa. Yen threw the meatless skewers back on the table. Weiss, I suddenly thought of a question. Yen asked, patting the slag on his hand. Sir, Lord Daquan, please speak. Weiss put away his scepter, put his hands behind his back and looked at Yen. Can I find a partner? Before he could speak, Yen's ears turned red. If there was a drama with Bardos, wouldn't Weiss be his younger brother? A partner. Weiss raised his head slightly and looked at the sky, with a somewhat strange look on his face. It's not impossible to have one. It's up to you, King Daquan. I really can't believe that King Daquan still has such a hobby. Then I can find Bardo. Forget it. Under Weiss's weird, complicated, and suspicious eyes, Yen really couldn't say any more. I was so embarrassed. He was the king of Daquan. What was going on with an angel? Lower your own status? What do other angels and the god of destruction think of me? This is a very serious question, so he'd better stay alone first. Does King Daquan have a partner you like? Weiss had no reaction to this question. Well, not yet, but I don't guarantee it in the future. Yen said ambiguously. He hasn't seen Bardos yet. Although she looks pretty from the magic ball, she has to see her in real life. Online dating is not very reliable. Oh. Weiss obviously wasn't very interested in this topic. He looked at Yen, who was distracted again. Have you had enough, Mr. Daquan King? You're full, what are you doing? Yen wondered. It's time to exercise. Weiss raised a gentleman's smile. You can't be lazy when it comes to training. But in Yen's eyes, such a smile was simply a devil's smile. Yen shook his head and spread his hands. I've had 2 fights today, I want to rest. Although I have the body of Goku Black and the blood of a Scion, I am not a fighting monster like them. And I basically don't encounter any threats. Yen was extremely calm. The earth does not need his protection. Why should the rich generation work hard? Then, Lord Daquan King, what do you want to do next? Weiss was very conscientious. Sleep. I've exercised today and eaten enough. Of course it's time to sleep. Yen walked towards Beerus' house. His salary has been greatly improved now. Since he bought a lot of things on Earth last time, he deliberately found a large space and decorated a very warm bedroom for himself. Needless to say, high-end Simmons, even the bathtub and toilet in the bathroom were inlaid with gold. Having a wealthy person like Bulma as a friend is so willful. By the way, Weiss, don't you even need to sleep? Yen, who was thinking about it while walking, suddenly thought of this question and turned back to look at Weiss. P.S. Are there any rewards? If not, I'll ask after 100,000 words. Chapter 32 Golden Giant Ape. Oh, if Bados comes over later, wake me up. If not, wait until I wake up. Yen waved his hand and left. It's one thing to come to the Dragon Ball world to fight, but having fun is also important. Occasionally, you should also look at beautiful women to improve your aesthetics. When Yen woke up and yawned and went out, he saw Weiss talking to Bardos, who was eating skewers. Next to him, Xiangpa was staring at the skewers on the table and drooling crazily. Why didn't you wake me up when you came? Yen immediately became energetic when he saw it, because Bado's figure with her back to him was very graceful. Lord Daquan King, are you awake? I was about to call you. Weiss saw Yen walking towards him and said hello casually. Bados, Xiangpa, this is King Chuan, King Quan's brother. What? Xiangpa looked away from the barbecue and quickly knelt down on one knee to salute Yen, who walked in. Lord Daquan King. Xiangpa and Bados, who was holding a kebab, saluted in unison. Yen responded perfunctorily, causing the two of them to stand up and stare closely at Bados's face. Except for her skin color, which looks a bit weird, her temperament and appearance are on par with number 18. And because of the angel, Bado's looks even younger. Yet Yen nodded secretly, but soon he sighed, as the king of Daquan, can he do whatever he wants? Is it possible to take an angel into a harem? Will it arouse the anger of the great priest? What would his younger brother Chuan Wang think of him? There are too many questions, so it's better not to put them away. Yet Yen will never admit that he has lust and no courage. Master Daquan, why are you staring at my face? Is there something wrong with my face? Bados touched his face in confusion. Oh, it's nothing, I'm just curious about what your angels look like. Yet Yen quickly looked away, feeling embarrassed in his heart. So that's what happened. Soon, Weiss briefly explained why King Daquan appeared here. Oh, Bados listened very seriously, but Xiangpa glanced at the kebabs on the table from time to time while listening. But it's strange. Why didn't the high priest send an emergency notice? Bados looked at Yetian, who was punching and kicking on the lake in confusion. Why was Yetian so hard-working at this time? Because he secretly thought that maybe Bados would be fascinated by his handsome appearance when he saw him practicing seriously. Feeling Bados's gaze, Yetian pumped his fists and kicks harder and harder, and shouted loudly from time to time. Haha! Ouch! Today's Daquan King is extremely hard-working. Weiss also saw Yetian's actions and felt confused. I usually always play tricks, why do I suddenly become hard-working? As for how to lose weight, I think you can ask Zuma. After all, he knows everything. Soon, Weiss withdrew his gaze and glanced at Xiangpa, who was still staring at the barbecue. Bados, Master Xiangpa ate it secretly, there is cumin powder in the corner of his mouth. What? When Bados heard this, he looked at Xiangpa with a very unkind look. Xiangpa wiped his mouth carelessly, whistled nonchalantly, and changed the subject while the two people were looking at him. Where is that guy Beerus? Lord Beerus is sleeping. He won't get up unless there's no big deal. Weiss explained. Then, Sir Xiangpa, let's go back. Bados's smile was a little bit charming. You have to fly by yourself. I will fly slowly with you. Are you kidding me? Veins popped up on Xiangpa's forehead and he yelled at Bados angrily. When Yetian retracted his fists and feet and noticed Weiss' side, Bados was nowhere to be seen, not even Xiangpa. Hey! Bados and the others are gone. Yetian fell from mid-air and asked Weiss. Yes, then let me be your opponent next. Weiss put his hands behind his back and looked at Yetian. You still have to find a way to hit me today. Haha. I feel a little tired. I want to take a rest. Yetian didn't even look at Weiss, turned around and wanted to leave. No, Lord Daquan King, you have been slacking off recently. Your strength will not advance but retreat. Weiss disagreed. Why are you so powerful? Does the earth need my protection? And I don't want to control my body at all. I don't want to play with Chuan anymore. Yetian was extremely depressed. To play with Chuan Wang or something like that is to play with your own life. Just give him some water for 3 months, it will kill you. After being like this for a few days, Yetian was so annoyed by the noise that he couldn't sleep well. When he touched the back of his head and walked out of the house, he saw a golden giant ape. Yetian's first thought was that it wasn't Vegeta. Could it be Sun Wukong? No way. Even Bardock can reach Super 4 form, but as the protagonist, Sun Wukong is still only in the golden giant ape form? The one who can't control his reason? What about the aura of the Dragon Ball protagonist? Ho ho! The golden giant ape kept beating his chest, trying to destroy the surrounding environment, but was stopped by Weiss. His huge body stepped on the ground, making a deafening sound, like an earthquake. Yetian Fei flew up into the air and kicked the golden ape on the big head. You disturbed me when I slept. Really, even if he wants to take a soothing nap occasionally, he is not an angel and does not need to sleep. Ouch! The golden giant ape was kicked. He turned around and his blood-red pupils suddenly opened. The golden giant ape stared at Yetian, then suddenly stretched out his hand to grab him and hold him tight. "Hey you bastard!" Feeling the pressure and severe pain coming from his body, Yetian yelled. "Lord Daquan King, Wukong is irrational when he transforms into a giant ape. There is no distinction between friend and foe." Weiss appeared not far from Yetian and reminded him calmly. "Hey, is it too late to remind you?" Yetian turned to look at Weiss. "Ho ho! It doesn't matter. I think Mr. Wukong under the golden giant ape is no match for you, King Daquan." Weiss was very calm. Yetian tried his best to hold the golden ape's hand open with both hands. He roared continuously and reached the Super 2 form. Ho ho! The golden giant ape kept exerting its strength, as if it didn't want Yetian to escape. As Yetian Baohe entered the Super 3 form, he also took the opportunity to break free of the golden giant ape's imprisonment. "Hey, it's really dangerous." Yetian gritted his teeth and looked at the golden giant ape who kept beating his chest. "See if I don't beat you." Haha. Chapter 33 Ways to Control Reason. The golden giant ape tried to knock away Yetian who was charging towards him with his palm. Yetian narrowly avoided it, jumped in front of the golden giant ape, and punched it on the nose. Ouch! The golden giant ape stretched out his hand to cover his nose in pain, while the other hand wanted to grab Yetian. Yetian dodged behind the golden giant ape and kicked the huge head with a flying kick. Snapped! The golden giant ape was obviously extremely angry. He was blocked by Weiss before, and now he was attacked by Yetian. Ho ho ho! The golden giant ape was angry. He turned around and slapped Yetian again, this time much faster than before. Yetian was shot and flew backwards. When he stabilized his body in mid-air, he saw the golden giant ape jumping up and down. You don't need to think about it to know that this guy is celebrating when he sees that his attack is successful. What a powerful force! Yetian patted the dust on his body, gritted his teeth and looked at the golden giant ape. "You damn super saiyan monkey!" The golden giant ape jumped for a while and ran towards Yetian. The speed was so fast that it was incompatible with its huge body, and the steps it took were even more deafening. Snapped! Yetian waited vigilantly for the golden ape to run in front of him, but in the end, the golden ape bounced off the ground with all its strength. Boom! This accident was unexpected by Yetian. By the time he reacted, the fist of the golden giant ape had already hit his body. Yetian fell from mid-air towards the ground, his feet sliding along the grass and dragging a long trace. Swish, swish, swish. It's a bit tricky. I can't seem to beat him in his Super 3 form. Yetian wiped his nose with his index finger, looked at Weiss in the distance and asked, "You better do it." Ho ho! Lord Daquan King, if you can help Wukong regain his senses, I can take you to where you want to go. Weiss took out the bait, and after getting in touch with him recently, he found that this Daquan King was a playful person. You can fight with others and have a good time, but you won't stay peacefully in the land of gods and practice hard. Really? Yetian was amused. He looked at the golden giant ape with excitement in his eyes. "Then I'll beat you until you regain your senses." Yetian leaped into the air and roared to the pink realm, then rushed towards the golden giant ape and kicked it. Boom! The golden giant ape was caught off guard by this sudden kick. His huge body fell to the ground, crushing a third of a forest. Ho ho! The golden giant ape roared, and suddenly shot a fire bomb at Yetian from his wide-open mouth. Yetian quickly dodged, flew in front of the golden giant ape who had just climbed up, and punched hard. The golden giant ape's blood-red eyes stared as he watched Yetian move towards him and slapped him with his palm. Boom! Yet Yen's fist hit the big palm of the golden giant ape, causing a wave of air to sweep across, and the wind blew Yet Yen's hair. The golden giant ape's body leaned back to the ground again. He did not forget to master the fist and wanted to imprison Yet Yen again. When Yet Yen saw it, he immediately withdrew his fist and retreated. Before Yet Yen could stabilize his figure, the physical advantage of the golden giant ape was highlighted. He straightened his arms and swept towards Yet Yen. Yet Yen quickly turned sideways to avoid the golden ape's arm, planning to wait for the golden ape to get up and then fly behind it. But the golden giant ape just lay on the ground and couldn't get up. Yet Yen tried to say, "Hey, Sun Wukong, wake up!" Roar! The golden giant ape couldn't listen at all. He opened his mouth again and shot the fire bomb at Yet Yen. Seeing that the fire bomb failed and was able to destroy the surrounding environment without being suppressed by Weiss, the golden giant ape got up and waved his fist excitedly and waggled his tail. "Weiss, can I cut off his tail?" Yet Yen asked Weiss, looking at the back of the naive golden giant ape. Weiss was suspended in the air not far away, stretched out his index finger and shook it. "No." "Then can I destroy the moon above?" Yet Yen continued to ask. "Lord Daquan King, I want you to restore Wukong's sanity in the state of Wukong's golden giant ape." Weiss corrected Yet Yen's crooked idea. Seeing that Yet Yen stopped attacking him, the golden giant ape ignored him, so the little one was easily ignored. The golden giant ape began to wreak havoc on the surroundings. It seemed that destruction was more interesting to it than fighting. The golden giant ape walked towards the mountain, hugged the mountain and began to exert force. The huge mountain was broken, and the golden giant ape stood on the broken mountain, holding the mountain tip high, roaring excitedly. "Ho ho ho!" After roaring, the golden giant ape threw the mountain tip into the distance. The mountain that hit the lake splashed out of the lake and flew into the air, and fell again like rain. Seeing the ruined golden ape in the god realm, Yet Yen planned to sneak up behind it and attack it. But obviously this was not successful. The beast's intuition was different from ordinary people's sharpness. Yet Yen just got close to the golden giant ape and was almost knocked away by its tail. "This won't work." Yet Yen touched his chin and looked at the golden giant ape who continued to destroy. "We have to use roundabout tactics." "Tactics and stuff, haven't you seen Dragon Ball GT? Xiao Fang is still young now, and there are others." "Hey!" Weiss looked at Yet Yen curiously. Sun Wukong had been stuck in regaining his sanity for a long time. Haven't been able to find a way. Could it be that Daquan King has any other unique methods? "Weiss, project the earth into the sky." Yet Yen shouted and waved to Weiss. "Okay." Such a request was not too much. Weiss stretched out his scepter and appeared, and the magic ball projected the shadow of the earth into the air. "Ho ho ho!" The golden giant ape who was still destroying didn't notice the phantom of the earth in midair for the first time. Yet Tianfei flew up above him and fired an air bomb at the golden giant ape's head. Crack! The few yellow hairs on the head of the golden giant ape were burnt black. Its blood-red eyes stared at Yet Yen, and soon noticed the phantom of the earth not far from Yet Yen. Ho ho! The roar of the golden giant ape was particularly different this time, and it scratched at the phantom of the earth. The golden giant ape, which was out of reach, looked around at the mess around it and walked quickly towards the hill. It stood on the hill and once again moved towards the shadow of the earth. Ho 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 ho! Ho! Hee hee! Sure enough, GT didn't lie to me. Yet Yen knew at a glance that this was Sun Wukong's deep-rooted instinct. And he continued to give instructions to Weiss. Put in more images of people related to Wukong, as well as their voices. I'll record it. Yet Yen said and flew to Weiss' side. Chapter 34 Let's compete with Super 4 form. Yet Yen, who was holding the scepter of Weiss, seemed to be holding a microphone. He shouted at the magic stone on the scepter, "Wukong, you actually destroyed it again. What are you going to do to compensate? You bastard! The golden giant ape was still a little stunned. Why did a person suddenly appear in front of it? As a result, Kikai put her hands on her hips and started yelling. The golden giant ape instinctively took a step back and fell to the ground from the hill. It seemed to be arguing and roared lowly. That's right, you think about practicing everywhere all day long and ignore me and Wuxian. What an unfit father. Sun Wuhan pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and sneered unceremoniously. That's right, you deserve not to be able to reach the Super 4 form. Bulma also put one hand on her hips and pointed at the golden giant ape with the other. Wukong, I believe in you, you will definitely succeed. Come on. Klin looked determined, and he clenched his fists to cheer up. Where is your sanity? Hurry up and fight me in Super 4 form, otherwise you will always be the second in command behind me, Vegeta. Vegeta folded his arms and sneered contemptuously. Ho ho ho! The golden giant ape was a little angry as it listened. It held its head and kept shaking its head. Looking at the familiar earth and familiar friends, scenes keep flashing in my mind. As it shook its head, the golden giant ape's figure continued to shrink. Hey, I'm awesome! You agreed to take me out to play. I want to go to the 6th universe to have a look. Yet Yen turned to look at Weiss with a proud look on his face. Sun Wukong looked at his hands. His eyes were glazed over the blood-red hair for a long time before he murmured, have I successfully reached the Super 4 form? That's right, you have to thank me. Yet Yen didn't look ashamed at all, who knew him better. Really? Thank you so much, Lord Daquan King. Sun Wukong's mouth curled up slightly. Yet Yen still trusted what he said was true or false. He trusted everyone. Restore the land of gods first. Taking the scepter that Yet Yen was still holding, Weiss tapped downwards, and the land of gods returned to its original appearance. In order to thank Mr. Daquan King, let's have a discussion. Just in time to try the power of the Super 4 form. Without waiting for Yet Yen to answer, Sun Wukong rushed towards Yet Yen with his fist and punched Yet Yen on the cheek. Boom! The unsuspecting Yet Yen was knocked upside down. Fortunately, he was in the peach-red realm, otherwise this punch would have made him sleep on the spot, leaving aside his immortality setting. Ahem! Yet Yen coughed twice and vomited out blood. He looked at Sun Wukong, who looked embarrassed with blue veins on his forehead. Are you trying to repay a kindness with vengeance? Sorry. Haha, I'm so excited that I can't control my strength. Sun Wukong touched the back of his head and smiled coquettishly. Are you calling this thank you? Do you want to take the opportunity to kill me? Yet Yen cursed and looked at Weiss, pointing at Sun Wukong. Weiss, go get Beerus up and destroy this bastard. Since then, I, the king of Daquan, have called me Sun Wukong. This really pisses me off. No, Lord Daquan King, we are friends. Sun Wukong muttered quietly, frowning and complaining. Bah, you friend, do you just punch at your friends? Yet Yen rolled up his sleeves and punched Sun Wukong in the face. Boom! The force of this punch was Yet Yen's angry blow, but when it hit Sun Wukong's face, it only made him tilt his head slightly. Okay, let me punch you back. It's time for you to calm down. Sun Wukong reached out and rubbed his sore cheeks. I'm going to kill you. Can your punch be compared to my punch? Yet Yen swung another punch at Sun Wukong angrily. Brush! This time, Sun Wukong jumped directly above to avoid Yet Yen's attack. Yet Yen turned his head and shot the air bomb at Sun Wukong. I've already asked you to punch back. Sun Wukong frowned and looked at the air bomb flying towards him, reaching out to swat it away. Snapped. Yet Yen felt that he had been greatly insulted both as the king of Daquan and as a friend of Wukong. He rushed towards Sun Wukong and punched him again. This time Sun Wukong squatted down to avoid Yet Yen's fist, and Ye Tian also found the right opportunity to take advantage of Sun Wukong's getting up, and aimed his fist at Sun Wukong's face and hit him hard. Sun Wukong was hit in the nose. He hurriedly covered his nose, but Ye Tian had already raised his foot and kicked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was kicked into the sky. He stabilized his body and was a little angry at being beaten like this. "I've already apologized, why are you still refusing to let me go? Come on, if you can, beat me to death, otherwise I will kill you. I will beat you to death." Veins appeared on Ye Tian's forehead. "Don't say that. We can just have a friendly discussion." Sun Wukong grinned, clenched his fists and flew towards Ye Tian. "Then I have to fight seriously and I will try my best to control my power." "Hey!" Ye Tian snorted and rushed towards Sun Wukong. The two of them punched each other at the same time. Boom! Seeing the excitement on Sun Wukong's face, Ye Tian became more and more angry, and his attacks became more fierce. He withdrew his hand that was numb from the fist bump, and punched Sun Wukong in the cheek with another punch. But Sun Wukong caught Ye Tian's punch and punched Ye Tian in the abdomen. This knockdown took a lot of force, and Ye Tian only felt a little turbulent in his stomach, and the pain was not very strong. Ye Tian flew upside down a few meters before he flipped back to remove his inertia and flew towards Sun Wukong again. He raised his foot and kicked Sun Wukong in the abdomen. Sun Wukong dodged sideways and wanted to sneak attack on Ye Tian's back. Ye Tian immediately turned around to block Sun Wukong's fist, and the two got into a close fist and kick fight. As the two of them continued punching and kicking, Ye Tian's speed was steadily increasing. But Sun Wukong seems to have more combat experience, so he always dodges in time and gets beaten less often. The two elbows collided with each other, and then stepped back to distance themselves. At this moment, Ye Tian had begun to breathe slightly. "Hu! Your Super 4 form is much more powerful than Bardock's." Ye Tian Shun was very angry, and his expression was no longer so angry. When did you see Bardock?" "That's my father." Sun Wukong grinned and finally found that Ye Tian was no longer angry. "I know, but how come you are slower than Bardock when entering Super 4 form?" Ye Tian clenched his fist again, obviously planning to continue attacking after saying this. "I don't know." Sun Wukong smiled in a fighting posture. "I haven't been to planet Vegeta for a long time." Chapter 35. Is it just a warm-up? More updates. Humph! Ye Tian snorted dissatisfiedly. Even if he is not the strongest, he is still the man on the highest throne. Besides, he doesn't have anything he wants to protect, so how can he become stronger? Then continue, Lord Daquan King. Seeing Ye Tian's distraction, Sun Wukong reminded him loudly, and then rushed towards Ye Tian. Haha! Ye Tian snickered. If Sun Wukong has such fighting power, he is not incapable of defeating him. Sun Wukong rushed over and punched. Ye Tian quickly bent his arm to block it with his elbow, and he also punched his fist. "Call out!" Sun Wukong immediately squatted down to avoid it. Ye Tian kicked Sun Wukong hard, but Sun Wukong immediately avoided it with his body upright. Haha! Before Ye Tian finished shouting, Sun Wukong's fist hit him in the face. Before Ye Tian could react, Sun Wukong's kick came again. Boom! Ye Tian was kicked out and fell towards the ground. He opened his eyes with a bleeding nose and looked at the ground, which was already very close. He quickly turned over and knelt on one knee, placing one hand on the ground to let his body continuously retreat to lose its inertia. By the time Ye Tian stabilized his body, Sun Wukong, who was in mid-air, had his hands on his waist ready to release the turtle-style Qigong. Hey! Hey! Ye Tian looked very anxious. Are you kidding me? Isn't it just a casual discussion? What do you want to do with Fangui Qigong? Sure enough, Sun Wukong wanted to kill him, right? Hey! Yet Yen let out a loud roar and unleashed all his fighting power, showing his peak state, trying to take over the turtle school Qigong with both hands. Boom! As a result, the turtle Qigong flew past Yet Yen, completely destroying everything along the way. Cold sweat hung on Yet Yen's cheeks. He was a little scared and angry at the same time. As expected, this guy Sun Wukong was indeed. Haha! It's been too long since I've fought like this. My accuracy is no longer good, so let's end the warm-up. Sun Wukong smiled and rushed towards the stunned Yet Yen again. Just a warm-up? When Yet Yen heard this, even though he knew that Sun Wukong was already rushing toward him, he still couldn't react. Was this just his warm-up? So how strong is Goku's true Super 4 form? That's right, this guy always starts with a 50-50 fight with others, and the fight is inseparable. When he can't bear it any longer, he explodes with all his fighting power, and then beats the opponent. So, this guy Wukong is playing tricks on himself? His Super 4 is probably not much different from Vegeta's. Stop! 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 Yet Yen shouted when he saw that Sun Wukong's fist was only 3 centimeters away from his nose. What? What's wrong? Sun Wukong was confused, but he still obediently stopped punching. How far is your Super 4 form? Have you just entered Super 4, have you fully mastered Super 4, or have you already reached the full power of Super 4? Yet Yen asked, waving away Sun Wukong's fist. Are there still these divisions in the Super 4 form? Sun Wukong frowned and thought for a moment, then said with his index finger. I have completely mastered Super 4. I don't know if it is at full power or not. Oh, Yet Yen grinned, then turned and flew towards Weiss. Let's go. I don't want to see this guy again. Yet Yen felt that he was even more angry. He ignored Sun Wukong and put his hand on Weiss's shoulder. Aren't you going to continue sparring? Weiss looked at Yet Yen in surprise. Was he afraid of being beaten? Hit me. He is at full power in Super 4 form, and I haven't even grasped the realm of Tao Hong. I'm crazy and like to be beaten. Yet Yen wanted to curse. He doesn't have such a problem. He knows he can't beat him, but he still fights hard. It's not a matter of life and death. Instead of staying with this scion monkey and competing, I might as well retire. Then where does Mr. Daquan King want to go? Weiss turned to look at Yet Yen, who looked unkind behind him. I won't go to Universe 6 for now. I'll go to Kaioshin to take care of myself for a while. If I go to Universe 6, maybe Goku will follow me, so I'd better take care of myself and hide for a while. Ah hey, don't go. I'm bored staying here alone. Seeing that Weiss was taking Yet Yen away, Sun Wukong quickly extended his hand. You should be back soon. Weiss turned to Sun Wukong and smiled, telling him to rest assured. When Yet Yen was at Kaioshin, just as Weiss said, he wanted to go back immediately. Not to mention the retirement days of Kaioshin, Xin, and Gabi, as well as the old Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin always put his hands around his forehead to look at something, making a lewd expression from time to time. Kaioshin Xinnei holds a crystal ball every day, looking here and there without knowing what he is looking at. As for Jobit, he followed Yet Yen cautiously throughout the whole process. With his highly tense nerves, Yet Yen suspected that he would have a nervous breakdown at any time and then go crazy. In just 3 hours, Yet Yen asked Kaioshin Xin to send him to the earth, swiped Bulma's card, and bought another meal. When he returned to the Kaio God realm, Yet Yen saw the smiling Weiss. Lord Daquan King, are you going back to the God realm? Weiss, can you turn on the wireless connection in the land of gods? I can occasionally watch TV shows and eat snacks. Yet Yen sighed helplessly and asked tentatively. What is that? Weiss was confused. Ask Bulma. After following Weiss back to the land of gods, Yet Yen went back to his luxurious room without even looking at Sun Wukong. However, Yet Yen and Sun Wukong reconciled as before without vomiting. There was no other way to make this guy love and hate at the same time. Later, more than half a month later, Sun Wukong said that something suddenly happened and he went back. From the daily practice of the three of them, Yet Yen followed Weiss. The time of cultivation is boring, but it is also the best way to kill time. A few months passed before I knew it. I can't remember the timeline here and the previous one, so don't worry about it. One day when he got up and came out still yawning, Yet Yen saw Sun Wukong squatting by the lake. "Fuck, Wukong, when did you get here?" "Lord Daquan King." Sun Wukong stretched out his hand and shook it as a greeting. "Haha. I just came. I brought delicious food." "Hey." Yet Yen looked at Weiss suspiciously, his eyes asking, "When did you take Monkey King with you for a trip?" "No, Vegeta brought Goku here," Weiss explained with a smile. "Yet. But when I came over, I found that Beerus and you were both sleeping, so I just sat and waited," Sun Wukong said, weighing the paper bag in his hand. "P.S. Who of you loves me so much and sends me a book? It will affect my background data and my income. I cry to death. Thank you for your reward. I will add another chapter." Chapter 36 Arrangement of the Conference of Power. I also want to eat alone, but it doesn't seem to be a good idea. After all, Wukong is unreliable. Dave Fu. "It's delicious," Sun Wukong said as he opened the bag, took it out and was the first to eat it. "There are 12. Whis looked at it and then said to Sun Wukong, "Leave half of it for Lord Beerus. Otherwise he will be angry." "I don't want to eat this." Yet Yen immediately shook his head. He didn't like eating such greasy food. "I'll have one." The prophecy fish swung over from the lake while shaking its goblet. "Well, it's indeed delicious." Weiss took a small bite and ate very gracefully. "Then hurry up and practice." After eating one, Sun Wukong didn't continue eating, but he couldn't wait to stand up and look at Weiss. "Please wait a moment, I like to eat food slowly." Weiss refused with a smile. "Ah, I feel like my body has become sluggish." Sun Wukong raised his arm and turned to look at Yet Yen, then, "Master Daquan King, is it the same as my competition?" "Well, you're not planning on turning into Super 4 and fighting me, are you?" Staring at Sun Wukong's slightly wagging tail, Yet Yen's eyes were unclear. "Ha! If you don't agree, we can also fight in other forms," Sun Wukong replied while warming up. "Actually, the last time I went back, I went to see Vegeta for a spar, but that guy actually didn't want to fight with me. Ugh. Sun Wukong started to complain. In addition, Bulma didn't know what happened and actually called Shishi, so I was forced to go back to work for a while. Today, I finally asked Vegeta to bring me here. It's really not loyal enough." "That's right. When I saw Mr. King Chuan, I thought of the agreement I made with Mr. King Chuan." Sun Wukong kept nagging. "Agreement? What agreement?" Weiss looked at Sun Wukong curiously. "Is it the one who is the strongest person in the entire universe?" Yet Yen asked. "That's right. The Martial Arts Association of the entire universe." Sun Wukong nodded. "Practice must have a goal. I want to ask Chuan to try it." Sun Wukong said and took out the button with a smile. "This kind of thing sounds very interesting. The strongest person in the universe." Yet Yen said perfunctorily. "It's not like he has never seen the Tournament of Power." Yes, Lord Daquan Wang thinks so too, right?" Sun Wukong echoed excitedly. "I think it's better for you not to have too much contact with Mr. Chuan Wang. After all, his special abilities are terrifying." Weiss stood up slowly after eating. Yet Yen was a little unhappy when he heard this. King Chuan is very dangerous, but he, the king of Daquan, is not dangerous at all. You can still have fun being beaten, and you can learn from each other and practice. It's just a martial arts meeting, what can happen? Sun Wukong was not too happy either. He pointed at Yetian. King Daquan thinks it's okay. I don't know, but I don't really want to see my dear brother yet. Yetian put his hands behind his head, his expression a little ugly. I played with Chuan Wang for 3 months, it was absolutely terrifying. He has lost weight. I think it's okay. Sun Wukong said and looked at the button, press this to call King Chuan over and this to go to King Chuan. Snapped. Before Weiss could say anything, Sun Wukong pressed the button with his thumb, and his figure quickly disappeared. Oh, he went to King Chuan. Weiss was a little surprised by Sun Wukong's eagerness. You must have been forced to work by Kikai. Yetian didn't care. Anyway, if he participated, he would definitely be sitting on the throne next to King Chuan. If he is interested in seeing it by then, he can go down and have fun. Anyway, he has a high position and can do whatever he wants. By the way, Weiss, I want a tail too, but I think it's a little weird that my tail hasn't grown out after so long. As if thinking of something, Yetian pointed to his buttocks. Oh, this, after all, it's Wukong's body. Do you want a tail? Weiss stretched out his hand to hold the scepter, and quickly remembered what happened with Sun Wukong's tail last time. Of course, the Super 4 form is still very handsome and powerful. Yetian nodded, turned around and raised his buttocks towards Weiss. Ho ho! No need to pose like this. Weiss pointed his scepter at Yetian. Yetian immediately felt a faint itching on his buttocks. When he turned his head to look, a bright tail appeared. Oh, I have a tail too. Yetian grabbed his tail, and with a gentle squeeze, he staggered and fell to the ground, as if all his strength had been drained away. I have no strength. Ha ha ha, because you can't control your body very well, and of course the Scion's weak tail, you must not have exercised it well. Weiss was not surprised. Also, Wukong spent more than half a year stuck in the Golden Ape's sanity. What? Yetian stood up and exclaimed with wide eyes, isn't this too exaggerated for half a year? Lord Daquan King, you still have a long way to go to control Black Wukong's power. Weiss said with a smile, tapping Yetian's tail again with his scepter. Brush. Yetian suddenly felt that his whole body was weak again. He turned around with difficulty and saw a small circle on his tail. Then, let's start by subduing the weakness of the Scion's tail. Weiss said gently with his hands behind his back. That gentle expression suddenly turned hateful in Yetian's eyes. Yetian gritted his teeth, but was unable to resist. Ha ha. Wukong is not afraid of anything. Weiss is really dedicated to his duty. The prophecy fish kept chewing the big blessing in his hands, and took the time to sigh. Why aren't you practicing? Beerus yawned lazily and hung upside down from the tree. After sleeping for so long, he finally had enough sleep. What is it? I seem to smell something. Beerus kept wrinkling his nose. It's Daifu. Wukong brought it. I left half of it for you. Weiss pointed to the grass not far away. Oh, Goku, this guy is on the road. Beerus appeared next to the gift box in an instant, picked up the big fortune and started eating it, and asked casually, what about Goku and others? Oh, he went to see Mr. Chuan Wang. Weiss replied calmly. Cough. 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 As soon as Weiss said these words, Beerus's big blessing got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't go up or come down and kept coughing. Chapter 37 The Great Priest Summons. Who let him know Lord Chuan Wang? Who is it? Beerus kept scratching his head, a little crazy. It's you, Lord Beerus, holding a martial arts tournament with Xiangpa. Isn't that when Lord Chuan Wang showed up and met Goku? Weiss put his hands behind his back, showing no emotion at all. Ah, it's my fault. Beerus knelt down on the ground after hearing this, feeling helpless. Yet Yen, who was also kneeling and sitting not far away, his face was so ferocious that he was almost twisted. It's not comfortable to untie me. Ho ho! Lord Daquan King, come on! Weiss looked at Yet Yen, his words soft but extremely ruthless. Yet Yen gritted his teeth, it was so abominable. This treatment was not at all like that of a Daquan king. Sun Wukong appeared on Chuan Wang's side and saw Chuan Wang following his two guards still playing the game Yet Yen brought him. After Sun Wukong reminded him, King Chuan remembered that there was such a thing as a martial arts competition in the universe. The high priest quickly made a decision, set the time at 40 hours later, and quickly notified all the angels. Whis also received the message through the scepter. He looked at Beerus with a smile on his face. Lord Beerus, this is a summons from the great priest. What? That damn guy Goku! Beerus covered his head angrily. Hurry up, let's get ready. Weiss's scepter touched, and Yet Yen felt that his power came back instantly. What are you preparing for? Yet Yen raised his knee and patted the grass clippings on it. He looked at himself and asked Weiss after he thought it was perfect. Just wait for the call from the great priest. Weiss responded. I don't really want to see King Chuan. Before these words could be dissipated, the three people in the land of gods disappeared. Seeing two rows of angels kneeling on one knee and the god of destruction Kyo Fist instantly appearing in the empty hall, Sun Wukong sighed in surprise. Oh. Yet Yen stood suddenly in the middle. As soon as he saw Yet Yen, King Chuan raised his hand and waved, brother. As soon as the people in the two rows heard Chuan Wang's shout, they all looked towards the middle with exclamation marks on their heads. Of course not including Whis and Beerus plus Kaishin Shin. Everyone, please raise your head. I will take this opportunity to solemnly introduce you. This is King Quan's brother, King Daquan. The high priest put his hands behind his back and looked at Yet Yen with a gentle expression. Is this why you summoned us urgently? Listening to the words of the high priest, some gods of destruction, angels, and Kaishin all had different expressions. It looks very ordinary. It doesn't even look like King Chuan. It's not that powerful. Like Chuan Wang, does he have the special ability to destroy the universe? Does it mean that in addition to Lord Chuan Wang's 12 universes, King Daquan also has his own universe? Everyone looked at Yet Yen like an X-ray scan, wishing they could see through Yet Yen. Well, it's our first time meeting you. Hello, everyone. Being stared at by so many eyes at once made Yet Yen feel a little nervous. What no one noticed was that the twins Beerus and Xiongpa started to curse each other silently as if they were telepathic. Tisk King Chuan is very similar to the person standing next to King Chuan, have you noticed? Helios, the god of destruction of the second universe, turned his head slightly to look at the angel Sava next to him. Well, I don't know what the relationship is. Sava responded, watching Yet Yen walk towards King Chuan. Brother, the things you gave are very interesting. Do you have anything else? Chuan Wang was not afraid of the attention of the people present and took Yet Yen's hand. Yes, can I give it to you later? Yet Yen stretched out his other hand and touched Wang Quan's head with an endearing smile. Then, hurry up. The great priest urged the whole dynasty. Okay, are everyone here? The high priest glanced at everyone present. Now let's announce another announcement from Lord Chuan Wang. The whole place was silent, and everyone's eyes moved to the great priest, waiting. After 5 Kaike, at 157 o'clock on the 3,135,500,603rd day of the King's calendar, the power conference will be held. Players will be selected to compete in strength and martial arts. This announcement instantly stirred up a stir, and everyone was confused, and Beerus couldn't help but cover his head. Damn Sun Wukong, he really hurt them. Is there any problem? Seeing everyone making noise, King Chuan suddenly spoke quietly. The crowd immediately shut up, and you could hear the needle drop. Excuse me, how many people are there? In such an atmosphere, Mojito, the angel of Universe 9, stretched out his hand and asked obediently like a primary school student. 10. Yet Yen felt more and more comfortable touching Xuan Wang's flat head. Choose people from your own universe, and you don't need to participate. Oh, Angel Mojito from Universe 9 retracted his hand angrily. They don't need to participate. Will it look good? Xuan Wang pulled Yet Yen's arm and asked softly. It looks good. It will be very interesting then. Yet Yen gave a positive reply. Are there any other questions? Since Yet Yen said this, the high priest would not let him down. The high priest glanced at the people present, his eyes becoming more and more disgusted, which meant that if there was no problem, he should leave as soon as possible. Why not stay here and wait for the meal? Well, I want to see the battle between the gods of destruction. Yet Yen is not interested in the tournament of power. After all, he has seen the anime, but he has never seen the battle between the gods of destruction in the comics. Regarding this request, King Xuan turned his attention to the high priest, who nodded. Then let's have a battle between the gods of destruction first. The gods of destruction present were all stunned. Didn't they just say that they were not needed in battle? Why are they involved in fighting now? Snapped. So. The high priest snapped his fingers, and the arena suddenly appeared in mid-air. The god of destruction and others from their respective universes were suspended on the small round pumice stone above the arena. Oh, am I here? Sun Wukong appeared behind Weiss and the others, surprised by the inexplicable change in his figure. Beerus turned to look at Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground with an evil look. You bastard, don't you know that you have caused a big trouble again? Do you want to start now? Yet Yen was grabbed by the tail by the curious-looking Xuan Wang as he spoke. Let go and be good. Yet Yen felt weak for a moment, his face almost twisted and he wanted to sit down on the ground, but his body trembled in a desperate attempt to make Xuan Wang let go. Chapter 38 Beerus provokes public anger. Haha. This is called a tail, not a stick. You can't touch it. Yet Yen explained and looked up in the air and was surprised. This arena came out? No need to prepare anything? All gods of destruction, please come to the ring and start now. The high priest floated to the top of the ring with his hands behind his back. The bodies of Yet Yen and Xuan Wang also inexplicably followed the high priest and floated towards a round pumice stone. It's so fun. Xuan Wang kept paddling his hands and feet, as if swimming, and kept making excited sounds. Brother, you should try it too. Haha. I'll forget it. Yet Yen felt that he didn't need to make such a stupid move, as it would lose his noble status. The 12 gods of destruction with exclamation marks above their heads flew towards the ring in the middle. Even if they were unwilling to fight, they did not dare to disobey the high priest's order. What's more, this was proposed by King Daquan, who was also King Quan's brother, and no one spoke up. 12 gods of destruction landed on the ring, looking at the gods of destruction around them with expressions full of caution. Yet Yen followed King Xuan and sat on the 2 thrones on the pumice stone. The great priest floated his hands behind his back and gave an order. Then let's begin. Damn it! I haven't done anything in decades. Xiongpa's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he looked warily at the other gods of destruction around him. Sure enough, nothing good happens here. Remember last time? Xiongpa looked at Beerus with evil eyes. It was this damn guy. Ho ho. Who makes Master Xiongpa always lazy? Bados looked at Xiongpa on the ring with a smile. Hurry up, hurry up. King Xuan urged enthusiastically. He wanted to see if such a fighting game was fun. Well, Lord High Priest. What rules are we going to fight by? Quitra, the rat god of destruction from Universe 4, asked with his hands spread out and his head raised. Let's just have a big melee. Yet Yen rested his chin on his hand and yawned. Watching one-on-one slowly, I guess it will take a long time. It is better to just watch the final winner. Beerus is the most powerful god of destruction, which will be confirmed soon. Haha. By the way, if any god of destruction deliberately lets loose, he will be eliminated on the spot. Sensing Yetian's laziness, the high priest said gently, but there was endless indifference in his eyes. The 12 gods of destruction standing below in the ring once again had exclamation marks on their heads, especially when Beerus looked at the yawning Yetian and clenched his back molars. He cursed secretly in his heart, this guy, King Daquan, doesn't even think it's a big deal to watch the excitement. And that guy Wukong wants to join in every fun. Thanks to these two guys, he felt that the remaining 12 universes should live in fear. A collective melee. Kaiowashin Xin also had cold sweat on his cheeks. What are the rules? It's just chaos. I don't want to be wiped out at all. Jin, the sea monster of Universe 12, looked a little more serious. So that's it. Quitra, the rat god of destruction, crossed his arms and looked at Beerus, the strongest god of destruction. This is a good opportunity for you. But you were defeated by me once in the past, and now it seems that you are not the strongest among the gods of destruction. Damn it! Does that time count? It was just an arm wrestling, not a real fight. Do you have the nerve to say you defeated me? Hearing this, Beerus clenched his fists angrily. Shenkuit, I have reason to suspect that you are looking for trouble. Ha ha ha, come on. Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong stood next to Kaioshin. He laughed out loud when he heard this. He put his hands to his mouth to make a trumpet shape without any pressure. Hearing Sun Wukong's cheers outside the court, blue veins appeared on Beerus's forehead. Things turned out like this. After all, isn't this guy the culprit? If Wukong, the bastard, hadn't reminded King Daquan, who loves to join in the fun, wouldn't have made such a bizarre request. Wouldn't it be better to watch the god of destruction fight with a hammer, and watch them sleep better? It's all your fault. Damn it, you still have the nerve to stand there and talk sarcastically. Beerus became angrier as he thought about it, turned around with his fists in his hands and yelled at Sun Wukong. Ah, you damn bastard, I really want to destroy you, otherwise there wouldn't be such a ghost power conference, and we wouldn't be standing here. The remaining 11 gods of destruction looked in the direction where Beerus was yelling. Their eyes were slightly narrowed, and their expressions were evil. Well, he is a human from Universe 7, right? The clown god of destruction from Universe 11 glanced at Sun Wukong so deliciously. He looks exactly like King Daquan. He looks very fishy. Beerus, did you just say that things became like this because of that human? Ligil, the fox god of destruction from Universe 8, looked at Beerus's back with evil eyes. It seems that Universe 7 is causing trouble. It's Beerus again. Helis, the Egyptian female from Universe 2, finalized the result. The universe managed by Beerus has caused enough trouble. Ha ha ha, Beerus, what you said is very timely, your ability to add fuel to the flames has greatly improved. Quatra gloated, seeing his mortal enemy being unlucky, he felt a lot better. Beerus turned around and had cold sweat on his forehead. It's over, it's bad. I just wanted to vent my anger. Speaking of this, I suddenly remembered the last time. It was so delicious that he put his hands on his hips and said something to fan the flames. The reason for the emergency call last time was because you caused the entire universe to almost be wiped out. What happened before? When Yetian heard this, he looked at King Chuan curiously. Dragon Ball Super doesn't describe much about the god of destruction and angel at all. Chuan Wang tilted his head and looked back at Yetian. I don't remember. That's it. Weiss on the other side looked at Kaioshin Xin and Sun Wukong, who also asked the same question to explain. That time it was a universe-wide hide-and-seek game, and Lord Beerus hid and slept for 60 years. Because Lord Beerus never came out, the game ended hastily like this. Lord Chuanwang was very angry, the high priest also explained at the same time. Is that so? King Chuan looked puzzled, pointing his little finger at his cheek and thinking. Because of that incident, the rest of the gods of destruction spent a lot of effort to make Lord Chuanwang calm down. At that time, they almost used their best skills, such as dancing, singing, clowning and telling jokes. Wise. Also explaining. Chapter 39 Big Brawl. Did something like that actually happen? Kaiowashin Xin looked very unhappy. It's such a child's play. It would be unjust if Universe 7 was destroyed because Lord Beerus was sleeping. I didn't expect Lord Beerus to do stupid things. Sun Wukong laughed. It's not just about this, Lord Beerus also has a lot of disputes and frictions in other places. Whis smiled lightly, exposing Beerus' old background. For example, I pulled out Lord Ivan's hair. I laughed at Lord Quitra as a stinky rat and said Lord Iraq was ugly. I despise Sir Sidera for being too short, etc. Anyway, I have offended him in almost every aspect. As Whis finished speaking, the other gods of destruction in the ring were all gearing up to surround Beerus. Tisk for a moment, Beerus also felt a lot of pressure. Although he was the strongest, he would still be unable to cope with the combination of the other gods of destruction. Then let's give Beerus a beating first to let off some steam. The fox god of destruction put his hand on his shoulder and shook his arm. Kaka. That's a good idea. The Egyptian goddess of destruction also showed a strange smile. Hey, such a good thing cannot be complete without the mouse god of destruction. He clenched his fists with a wicked smile and cracked his knuckles. The 11 gods of destruction got into a fighting stance and rushed towards Beerus. Beerus had a serious look on his face, looking in all directions and listening in all directions. Beerus, who has always claimed that he is the strongest, still has some foundation. He calmly avoided the claws of the sea monster god of destruction. Then he turned sideways to avoid Sully's little fist, lowered his body, retracted his feet, and hung in the air, allowing the clown's feet to sweep away. Facing the attacks of 11 gods of destruction, Beerus dodged with ease without any panic. All the people's fists and kicks hit the air, which made Yetian, who was watching the excitement, keep nodding. This is the angel's ultimate intention kung fu, right? The body makes its own judgment and then dodges the attack. But unfortunately, as soon as he said these words, Beerus was caught by the robot god of destruction from Universe 3. As Moscow, Muru's hands continued to exert force, Beerus's body became more and more tightly imprisoned. Yet, I didn't expect Lord Beerus to be caught. Sun Wukong sighed. Because we haven't reached the perfect level of freedom yet. Weiss couldn't help but chuckle. Great priest, if I want to learn this, ask Weiss to remember to teach me. Yetian reminded him excitedly, so Weiss can still teach him? Okay. The great priest who looked at the ring did not look back, but he complied with his words. Well done. The mouse god of destruction praised Moscow with a smile, and the elephant paw behind him also showed its sharp fangs. Accompanied by the elephant god of destruction, the three of them flew towards the imprisoned Beerus. He. The victorious laughter continued, blue veins appeared on Beerus's forehead, and sweat continued to fall on his cheeks. He tried hard with his hands and feet to break free from the restraints. Snort! Beerus' eyesight was splitting and he finally broke free from Moscow's hands before the fists and feet of the rat, elephant and elephant arrived. Snapped! All three gods of destruction's attacks fell on Moscow. And the four of them fell to the ground and rolled together. Tisk! The mouse stood up angrily and looked up above. That guy is up there! The sea monster god of destruction shouted, focusing the gazes of the rest of the people who were patrolling and looking up at the sky. The four gods of destruction, the sea monster, the bearded dwarf, the alien and the clown, flew above one after another. When they were punching and kicking, they realized that Beerus' figure was wrong and he was several sizes too big. Fuck, this is an elephant handkerchief." The bearded dwarf was shocked and quickly stopped waving his fist. "Oops!" The clown also gritted his teeth and yelled. "This is Beerus's plan." The bearded dwarf felt bad. Beerus, on the other hand, was still standing next to Moscow, who fell to the ground, and proudly stepped on Moscow's arm. "Ha ha ha, what a bunch of idiots!" He raised one hand high and hit the people above him with powerful energy balls. "It will definitely be wonderful to give you a taste of this." The four gods of destruction plus Elephant Paw looked at the energy balls flying towards them quickly, with stunned expressions on their faces. They were going to be doomed. Xiongpa gritted his teeth, his eyes were full of anger, mixed with a bit of grievance. "This guy Beerus is so bad." A huge explosion sounded, and the raging smoke instantly drowned several people. Ye Tian and Xuanwang looked at each other with their own embarrassments, but soon they looked at the ring with grins, pretending that they understood. "It's so fast. The battle between the gods of destruction is so fast that you can't even watch it." Cold sweat fell down Ye Tian's face. Should he stop such a battle that he couldn't see clearly? Wow, no mercy! Master Beerus is so cruel. Can they still survive? Sun Wukong watched in fascination and excitement. "It's okay." Such an attack. Weiss looked extremely calm. As the smoke dissipated, the bearded dwarf stretched out one hand, and the five gods of destruction were surrounded by protective shields. It was obviously the work of the bearded dwarf. "It's a protective shield." The high priest also looked at it with great interest. Hearing these words in Ye Tian's ears, he became even more depressed. It seemed that he couldn't continue to cheat, he should practice hard. "Hey!" As the bearded dwarf breathed a sigh of relief, the protective shield disappeared, and the sea monster thanked him. But something happened again. The clown actually attacked the ringmaster, the bearded dwarf, and knocked him out of the ring and into the pumice stone. Watching the fight. Boom! "Haha! I'm so sorry, he has flaws all over his body," the clown said with a smile, not feeling guilty at all about repaying kindness with enmity. "Who said the only opponent is Beerus? This is not a game of mutual help." Snapped! The clown god of destruction said as he held up his hands, and then both the other gods of destruction in the air and the god of destruction standing on the ground suddenly appeared in the sphere surrounding them. "Oops! I've been hit." The mouse god of destruction slapped the sphere that suddenly appeared. He, the clown god of destruction smiled evilly and crossed his hands. The next moment, energy flying cards appeared in the gaps between his fingers. Pa. Hey, this kind of move is very unclown. The action here is very simple. Because Ye Tian can see it clearly because of his slow speed. Chapter 40. The final showdown between Quatra and Beerus. Brush. Those flying cards were like sharp blades grazing the bodies of the gods of destruction, leaving countless blood marks. Tisk! The elephant dodged with difficulty, veins popping up on its forehead. The fox god of destruction didn't look good either. He resisted with difficulty with both hands and sacrificed his 9 tails. Ha! Pa! 9 tails unfolded its tail and fired continuous energy bombs at the clown god of destruction in the sky. "Take the attack, you bastard!" The energy shot out in unison, and the number was too numerous to count, creating a cloud of smoke. The clown god of destruction, who was high in the sky, gritted his teeth and crossed his hands to block the situation in front of him. The energy bombs fired from him instantly drowned the clown's figure. The fox god of destruction, who had finished launching on the ground, put away his tail and showed a proud smile. He. In the flying smoke, the bow and arrow of the Egyptian goddess of destruction had been aimed at the fox god of destruction at close range. "You are too proud too early. Call out!" The bow and arrow were shot by the Egyptian goddess of destruction, and before the fox's proud smile dissipated, he was knocked to the ground. "You hateful woman!" The fox's arm was penetrated by the bow and arrow, and there were scratches on his fox cheek. Accidents happened one after another, and no one knew who they had hit and who would be attacked successfully at the next moment. Moo! The next moment, the roar of the elephant god of destruction was deafening. Everyone instinctively wanted to reach out and cover their ears, but unfortunately, they stood there trembling and unable to move. Click! Click! Then, one after another, the kings and gods of the universe were lying on the pumice stones on the ground. I can't move. Hey, Kaishin, what's wrong with you? Sun Wukong turned his head with difficulty to look at Kaishin. Xin. Seeing the great priest's scepter gently tapping on him, Yetian, who had no idea, looked confused. What's going on? Weiss on the other side of the pumice stone spoke first. It's Ramses' move. Roaring can temporarily paralyze people's nerves. With the strength of Kaishin, it's unbearable. Even the god of destruction is so powerful that he can barely hold his own. In the ring, the elephant god of destruction had already started his rampage against the other gods of destruction who were trembling and unable to move. Some slightly stronger gods of destruction can still resist, shoot energy bombs, dodge, and attack. The smoke was raging, and for a moment it was impossible to tell who was from whom. I could only see the figures flashing in the smoke from here to there, and from there to here. There was also the sound of fists and feet clashing. It's so confusing. I don't even know who is the best. Yet Yen couldn't hold back his voice and complained. See. I can't see clearly either. King Chuan also echoed, it's very boring to watch. Is that so? After hearing what Chuan Wang and Yetian said, the great priest turned around and asked, then let them stop. Wait a minute, only Mouse and Beerus are left. Let's wait until they finish fighting. Yetian stopped him. At this moment, in the arena, the smoke also dissipated, and the only ones standing were Beerus and the rat god of destruction. The two gods of destruction were in very miserable shapes, with their noses and faces so bruised that their original faces could not be seen. Who? The mouse god of destruction looked at Beerus with disgust on his face and said harsh words, sure enough, you can still stand. Haha! You lousy rat! Beerus also disliked the other party. You damn bald cat! I will definitely win this fight. The mouse god of destruction flew towards Beerus. Ahaha! Beerus also waved his fist unceremoniously and ran towards the opponent, and the two gods of destruction punched each other at the same time. Boom! The powerful aura brought about by the fist fight sent the other fallen gods of destruction rolling in the ring. Haha! Before Beerus could retract his punch, he punched the mouse god of destruction Quitra on the cheek with another punch. Boom! Beerus's punch was so fast and powerful that Quatra couldn't react. Beerus also seemed to want to quickly get rid of the rat god of destruction, without giving Quatra a chance to react. He struck again with the next punch, hitting Quatra's abdomen with continuous punches, causing Quatra to fly into the air. Finally, with Beerus's sweeping kick, Qutra's body instantly flew backwards. Beerus quickly followed up and punched Qutra's jaw again. Quitra gritted his teeth and tried to resist, but unfortunately after a melee, he was exhausted. Bang! There was a loud noise, and Quitra's figure was embedded in the ring by Beerus's last punch. Countless spider web cracks instantly spread across the arena, gravel flew up, and the battle seemed to have been decided. Beerus, with a solemn expression, gasped and suddenly grinned, revealing his sharp little tiger teeth, and looked at Quitra, who was wiping blood from the corner of his mouth in the mottled ring. Who? Looks like I won. Beerus, who was extremely embarrassed, showed a proud smile. After wiping the corners of his mouth, Quitra put his hand down, as if he wasn't hit at all. There's nothing to criticize about your consecutive knockdowns. Haha! So are you admitting that you lost? Beerus put his hands on his hips, or are you going to be beaten by me again? What you have in mind is quite beautiful, bald cat. Kutla wanted to launch a sneak attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he planned to punch someone at close range. Beerus, who was so carried away, was not prepared at all, and was hit in the abdomen by the punch, causing him to vomit blood. "You damn stinky rat!" Veins popped up on Beerus' forehead. He stretched out his hand to hold Quatra's fist and kicked it away. Boom! Quatra hit the pumice stone like a bullet, cracking the entire pumice stone. Angel Martinu and Kaishin from Universe 12 flew up and floated above at the same time, watching as the pumice cracked and turned into gravel and fell. Quitra gritted his teeth and looked at Beerus, his eyes becoming more and more angry. He held up an energy ball with both hands and appeared in his palm. "Go to hell, you damn bald cat!" Following his cruel words, the energy ball was shot towards Beerus. And Beerus didn't wait any longer. He also reached out and hit the energy ball and threw it towards Quitra. The two energy balls battled together, and a strong wave of air suddenly swept across, causing everyone's pumice to stagger and tremble. Boom boom boom! The dazzling light made Kaishin, who had just been treated by an angel and stood up, once again tightly grasped the edge of the pumice stone, threatening to fall. "It's unbelievable! It's simply wonderful!" Sun Wukong clenched his fists and wanted to go up and give it a try. Chapter 41 a bit informative. "It's my turn." Chuan Wang looked at Ye Tian's movements, stretched out his little hand and slapped the playing cards on the ground, turning the playing cards over. "Oh yeah! I won, brother. You go on and put another one." "Okay." Ye Tian helplessly repeated the previous action and threw the new playing cards to the ground. He looked up at the ring. The winner hasn't been decided yet. "Great priest, let me know the outcome." The high priest did not look back and continued to look at Beerus and Quatra who were fighting in the ring and responded, "Okay, Lord Daquan King." In the ring, Beerus and Quatra were fighting. Quatra punched Beerus, but Beerus turned his head to avoid it. Beerus bent his feet and kicked Quatra in the abdomen with his knee, causing Quatra to vomit blood again. Beerus' speed became even faster and weirder. He flashed behind Quintra and struck his elbow at the back of Quintra who was vomiting blood. This blow knocked Quatra into the ring. The ring could no longer withstand the heavy blows again and again, and began to fall apart and slowly turned into rocks. The remaining gods of destruction who had fallen to the ground and failed to get up have been eliminated and returned to the exclusive pumice stone, receiving treatment from angels or Kaishin. The arena was gone, and Quatra, who was following the falling rocks, looked at Beerus in the air. The energy ball has appeared in Beerus's palm. Quitra gritted his teeth and looked at it with eyes split open. Now he has no ability to fight anymore. Damn stinky rat! In the end, Beerus didn't hit the energy ball out, but instead put it away. Humph! He snorted arrogantly and looked towards Ye Tian. What he saw made him grit his teeth in anger. Because of the words of that bastard King Daquan, he was beaten extremely hard and his whole body was covered with scars. As a result, King Daquan and King Chuan were happily throwing cards, which was too much. "Lord King Chuan, Lord Chuan Wang, the winner has been decided." The great priest with his hands behind his back looked at Ye Tian and King Chuan with loving eyes. "Hey? Has the winner been decided? Did Beerus win?" Ye Tian looked up and saw that the central arena was long gone, and Beerus was alone suspended in the air. His body was in an extremely embarrassed state, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was constantly panting. Although he had won, it was obviously a miserable victory. "It's not easy to win. Give me a reward." Ye Tian turned to look at King Chuan. "Chuan, what do you think I would like to reward?" "I don't know." Chuan Wang shook his head very bluntly, "But it's very boring to watch. If the next game is so boring, just cancel it." "Is that so? That's why I said they won't have to play. Let other people from their universe compete." Ye Tian stretched out his index finger and shook it, then turned to look at the high priest. What does the high priest think would be good to reward the victorious Beerus? As long as King Chuan is happy. The great priest didn't care about this and focused his attention on King Chuan. Lord Chuan Wang, why don't you let Wukong have a fight with that Topo? Let's take a look again? Maybe a human's battle is more interesting than the god of destructions. Okay. If it doesn't look good, it's better to let all the unnecessary universes disappear. King Chuan nodded. Hey? Why? Yetian, who was still struggling with what reward to give to Beerus, looked at King Chuan unexpectedly. Why do you want unnecessary universes to disappear? I don't like it. King Chuan didn't hide anything, and explained very straightforwardly, there will be no universes with too low quality. Brother, you are more extreme than me. You have made your entire universe disappear. Chuan Wang asked Yetian in return, revealing a huge amount of information with his casual words. Really? Yetian cast his doubtful eyes on the great priest, so he was just a polished commander wearing the shell of a king with nothing else? Yes. The corner of the high priest's mouth twitched slightly to prevent Whis and Beerus, but he didn't expect that the words would be leaked to the king of Chuan. Oh, then if there is no universe left, you, King Chuan, will have no place to play. Yetian quickly followed King Quan's words and asked. What does it matter? The worst thing is to go find Salama, the dragon god who created the super dragon. He must have something to do. Chuan Wang Shunpo was about to be tricked out of his words. The great priest suddenly coughed, interrupting King Quan's words. He looked at the two chatting people and changed the topic. Master Daquan, Master Chuan, will the conference still be held? Or let Sun Wukong and Topo fight? Didn't Lord Daquan say to let other people participate? There just happened to be two at the scene. Oh Topo! The righteous captain! There's something interesting. Yetian touched his chin with an incomprehensible expression. In fact, he had no interest. Now his heart and eyes are full of what Chuan Wang said, the worst is to let Salama. Salama? The god who created Super Dragon Ball? Is there anything Salama can do? Okay, okay. King Chuan on the side clapped his little hands in agreement and sat back on his throne, having long forgotten what he had said. I don't have any objections. Sun Wukong clenched his fists with great excitement. I just watched the battle, and I'm very excited now. It would be great to have a fight. Mr. Goku agreed. What about Mr. Topo? Is that okay? The high priest looked at the people from Universe 11 standing on the pumice stone. What a great opportunity! The clown god of destruction looked at Topo. Come on, don't be underestimated. I understand. It's delicious, sir. Topo nodded. With Topo's consent, the high priest reached out and grasped the scepter that appeared instantly. He faced the empty space in the center, and a brand new arena appeared. Everything around him returned to its original appearance, as if giving people the illusion that the melee between the gods of destruction had never happened. Ta-ta! Sun Wukong and Topo soon landed on the new ring, facing each other from afar. Then referring to the previous battles, some restrictions need to be added. The high priest put his hands behind his back and looked solemn. In order for Lord Daquan and Lord Chuan to see clearly, it is prohibited to fly, use weapons, and kill opponents. If you fall outside the venue, you will lose. Hearing the words of the great priest, the corners of Yetian's mouth twitched slightly. Just say King Chuan. Doesn't he, King Chuan, have no face? Hey? Can't you fly? Sun Wukong was surprised and even a little disappointed. Yes, this was proposed by Lord Daquan and Lord Chuan. The high priest nodded in response. Hey! Yetian pointed to himself with a puzzled face. When did he say that? This guy, the great priest. Oh, there's nothing we can do about it. Sun Wukong quickly put the problem behind him. He clenched his fists in a fighting stance and looked at Topo opposite, then start quickly, my blood is boiling. Chapter 42 Super 4 Sun Wukong vs Topo. But the next moment, Ye Tian regained the feeling of being a normal person. Who are you? Are you also a candidate for the god of destruction? Why do you look so much like the king of Daquan? Topo didn't make a move, and asked his soul 3 times as soon as he opened his mouth. Well, I'm not interested in being the god of destruction. I just want to become stronger. As for being with King Daquan, it seems like an accident. Sun Wukong thought for a moment before answering. Not interested. Topo's expression became serious. He looked at Sun Wukong calmly and said, "You still hide your power, right? He, you are also very powerful and can be a candidate for the god of destruction." Sun Wukong grinned, unable to suppress his excitement. "Hurry up and fight," Ye Tian said impatiently. He was still waiting for an opportunity to ask Xuanwang some questions in private. He has no interest in listening to these nutritious nonsense. He will leave without a fight. Then the second game starts now. The high priest waved his hand and immediately announced the start of the game. Ha ha! Sun Wukong roared as he reached the Super 1 form, obviously intending to test the power. "Then I'm coming." Come on. Topo was also very polite and actually responded. Sun Wukong immediately rushed towards Topo with his feet down. Topo was very calm and turned around to avoid the direct punch thrown by Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong struck and kicked again, Topo lowered his body to avoid it again. Then Sun Wukong continued to kick, and Topo was dodging. "Brush brush brush." Ye Tian yawned lazily with his hands on his hands and muttered. Gukong came on the stage and opened fire 50-50, then he was suppressed and beaten, then he punched and then hit waves. Finally, he exploded and hit waves to knock his opponent away. "Brother, what are you talking about?" Xuanwang didn't turn his head, looking at the two fighting in the middle of the ring with interest. "Wukong's transformation is very handsome." "It's nothing. My brother can also transform like that." Ye Tian looked at the ring in boredom. "Brother is also very handsome. How many transformations are there?" King Chuan asked longingly, and he looked at the high priest. "No, Master Xuanwang, your own body is the best. Even if Master Xuanwang has Black Goku's body, he still can't control it very well." The high priest was like a roundworm in Xuanwang's heart. When Xuanwang saw him like this, he knew what Xuanwang was thinking. "Is that so?" King Chuan turned to look at Ye Tian slightly unhappy. "Can't you even do the most basic things?" "No. Besides, controlling the power of the body is annoying. I have to train every day." Ye Tian nodded in agreement. In fact, he didn't want Black Wukong's body. After all, your own body is good. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own doghouse. And in the Dragon Ball world, if you want something, look for Shenron. If Shenlong can't do it, there's Super Shenron. Besides, he is a powerful Daquan king, so it's not a problem to just lie down. King Daquan's body is still sleeping. The great priest looked at Ye Tian gently. "Don't be too anxious, Black Wukong's body is only temporary." Then why do I have to work so hard to control my power?" 3 exclamation marks appeared above Ye Tian's head. "Isn't it just to play with Mr. Xuanwang?" the high priest asked. Ye Tian was stunned by this question, so if he didn't want to play with King Chuan, he wouldn't have to work so hard to control his power? "Is that what you mean? So how many transformations are there, brother?" Xuanwang pointed at Sun Wukong, who was still in Super 1 form on the ring. I don't know. There must be at least 7.8 types." Ye Tian also shook his head bluntly. He is not a serious Dragon Ball fan. "I want to see it, I want to see it." Xuanwang excitedly swung his dangling legs. When King Chuan shouted, Beerus had already shouted to Sun Wukong, who was still fighting Topo in the ring without the high priest opening his mouth. "Hurry up and transform, didn't you hear that Lord Xuanwang wants to see your transformation?" Is it possible that we are still waiting for the transformation of King Daquan on the throne? Okay. Sun Wukong, whose battle was interrupted, looked at Beerus and nodded blankly. Do you still have so many transformations? Topo also heard the chat on King Quan's side. After all, Chuan Wang did not suppress his voice, and the surrounding people were watching the battle so quietly, so it was not surprising that he could hear voices in the ring. I don't plan to use all of this. Sun Wukong smiled and clenched his fists with both hands, and roared again. Haha! Lightning flashed around from time to time, and Sun Wukong reached Super 2 form, but Chuan Wang was very dissatisfied. It seems like nothing has changed. Hey, next transformation! Hearing King Quan's dissatisfaction, cold sweat fell from Beerus's cheeks, and he urged again. Oh, Sun Wukong clenched his fist, his hair suddenly grew to his waist and reached Super 3 form. This is Super 3. My face has become fierce. King Chuan sighed, not forgetting to turn his head to look at Yetian. Do these brothers know how to do it? Of course. Yetian's face looked a little proud. He was not only the king of Daquan, but also a scion. In the Super 3 form on the ring, Sun Wukong swung his fists and legs at Topo again, trying to hit Topo. Bang bang bang! Brush brush brush! The sound of attacks on the ring was endless, and there was also the sound of Topo's constant dodges. He avoided Sun Wukong's kick with ease and appeared behind Sun Wukong. His words were a little arrogant and disdainful of Sun Wukong. Is this the extent of the 7th universe? Click! Topo clenched his fists and launched his first attack in the ring. When Sun Wukong was shocked, he punched Sun Wukong in the cheek. Sun Wukong was knocked down by this swift punch and fell to the ground, sliding several meters backward. It's so fast! Yetian's eyes widened. He didn't expect that a fat man like Topo could actually show such speed. Sun Wukong below was rubbing his cheeks and tactfully said what Yetian was thinking. You look quite big for your size, but I didn't expect you to be so fast. But Topo ignored him at all, and just kept punching. Sun Wukong stretched out his hands and crossed them to resist with difficulty. What a good fight! Find the right opportunity to hit him. The clown god of destruction crossed his arms and said proudly. Sun Wukong in the ring was instantly at a disadvantage and was beaten by Topo. He couldn't find any chance to counterattack. The fighting power displayed by the two was not at the same level. Bang bang bang! Papa papa! Chapter 43 You idiot, don't pull him! Swish, swish, swish! Sun Wukong put his hands on the ground and slid his limbs on the ground in an effort to relieve the inertia. Damn it! Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up to look at Topo. If I transform next, I might be able to tell the winner between you and me. Topo said nothing, but his look said everything. Sun Wukong must be talking big words now. Snapped! Sun Wukong crossed his hands on his chest, and as he shouted and roared, he instantly transformed into Super 4 form. Ha ha! The aura swept across, causing the surrounding pumice stones to shake again, and everyone present was extremely surprised. Hey, I'm a little envious for no reason. Yetian looked at the ring, a little envious of Sun Wukong's highlight moment that attracted everyone's attention. This energy is comparable to the energy of God. Even the sea monster god of destruction couldn't help but exclaim. It looks like a gorilla. The clown god of destruction glanced at the angel Margarita beside him. Does it look like it? Yes, it's indeed very similar. Margarita nodded. Well. Kai Wenkai said weakly, there are scions in our universe too. They can also become like this. Don't change the name of the scion race casually. Really? The clown god of destruction was surprised. He touched his chin with some dissatisfaction, thinking about whether to destroy these orangutans. Oh, scions. A powerful aura that is no less than that of a god. Then so do I. Topo said, clenching his fists and his whole body trembling slightly. Can you also transform? It seems that you have also received guidance from your god of destruction and angels. Sun Wukong became more and more excited. He was looking forward to Tapo's transformation. In the end, Sun Wukong was expecting nothing, but nothing changed at all. At most, a weak divine energy is released from the body. I can't let Mr. Y weigh down, so I must be the winner of this battle. Tapo reached out to Sun Wukong and shot an invisible key cannon. Snapped. Sun Wukong was a little surprised, but his innate extraordinary intuition allowed him to fly up to avoid the attack. Tapo didn't stop his attack. He stretched out 2 fingers and shot out the air bomb at Sun Wukong in mid-air. Seeing Sun Wukong flying in mid-air, the great priest reminded him, "You can't fly." Oh! Sun Wukong was distracted, but the air bomb was already flying towards him, and the explosion instantly buried Sun Wukong's figure. Wow! Sun Wukong screamed and fell from the smoke. Snapped. Tapo also showed what he thought was a victory smile, because Sun Wukong's figure was falling down while grazing the edge of the ring. Oops! He's going to fall. Beerus shouted anxiously. Could it be that he, the most powerful god of destruction's subordinate, is no match for the candidate for the god of destruction from Universe 11? Snapped. At this critical moment, Sun Wukong's hand grabbed the edge of the ring. He jumped onto the ring and rushed towards Tapo. Under Tapo's surprised gaze, he raised his hands and looked at Sun Wukong defensively. The two were fighting each other with punches and kicks in the blink of an eye. The speed was astonishing. The speed of the punches and the force of the kicks were not much weaker than the previous melee with the god of destruction. Bang bang bang! Papa papa! Tisk, it really scared me. Beerus breathed a sigh of relief, almost losing face because of Sun Wukong. But Beerus asked Whis in confusion, when did Goku enter the Super 4 form? Not long ago, Lord Beerus was sleeping. Whis explained. As the fight in the ring became more and more intense, the sulky god of destruction couldn't help but sigh. The battle between these two people has already touched the realm of gods. Oh! It's very exciting. Both of them are very powerful. King Chuan looked attentively and was probably very satisfied. That's enough. Hurry up. Show off the rest of the transformations and end this battle. Beerus's patience was running out. The longer the Monkey King battle drags on, the less time they have to find the contestants. It's only 40 hours, not even 2 days. I know, Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong was a little reluctant, but still very obedient. As he continued to punch and kick Tapo, he reached the Super Sailor God state, and then to the Super Blue state. Oh, there are many transformations, turning yellow, turning red, turning blue. Chuan Wang watched with great joy. At this moment, Sun Wukong grabbed Tapo's fist and said with a smile, I hope I can fight you again at the next conference. Ha! The burst of divine energy that transcended gods made the god of destruction, angels, and Kaijin's eyes widen. Ha ha! Sun Wukong shouted and swung his fist towards Tapo. As a result, a sudden change occurred, and Tapo unexpectedly avoided Sun Wukong's swift and fierce fist. Brush! When Sun Wukong was shocked, Tapo's foot was raised high and kicked Sun Wukong in the abdomen. Wow! The careless Sun Wukong screamed, stepped back and rubbed his stomach, his eyes turning black. Before Sun Wukong had a chance to calm down, Tapo flew towards him, constantly closing the distance between the two. Boom! Sun Wukong ignored it and caught the fist thrown by Tapo. Although he caught the punch, he did so awkwardly. Hey 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 hey! Sun Wukong roared and punched Tapo's abdomen with another punch. He completely controlled Super Blue's full strength and struck out, causing Tapo's body to tighten and arch like a shrimp. Cough, cough, cough. Tapo's eyes widened, and blood splashed from his throat. He felt unbelievable. He didn't expect that the other party was so powerful. The inertia brought about by this punch made Topo's body fly up, and he was about to fall towards the outside of the ring. Boom! Everyone present widened their eyes and were once again surprised by this dramatic change, because just when Topo was about to jump out of the ring, Sun Wukong grabbed Topo's hand. "Damn it, Goku, you idiot, why do you have to hold him back? If you don't hold him back, we will win." Seeing this, Beerus could no longer be described as furious. Hey, we haven't decided the winner yet." Sun Wukong touched the back of his head innocently, and he once again took up his posture and looked at Topo on the opposite side. "Then, let's fight again. The previous one can only be regarded as a warm-up, right? You are very strong, what is your name?" Sun Wukong stretched out his index finger to scratch his cheek in distress, feeling quite embarrassed. Chapter 44 Don't worry, live and die with the universe. Hee. Sun Wukong smiled and didn't care. "But I know that if there were no such restrictions in the arena, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose, so don't be careless during the official competition." "Hey? What are you talking about?" Sun Wukong looked at Topo, who turned around to take a step in confusion. Topo said and ignored Sun Wukong, who was waiting for the fight to continue. He walked to the edge of the ring and looked back. "You won this game. With my ability just now, I would definitely fall. That's why I don't want to owe you." Topo jumped off the ring on his own initiative this time. He looked up at Sun Wukong, who appeared on the edge of the ring. "I have some very unfortunate news to tell you. I am only the second strongest person in Universe 11, the one who is stronger than me." Hey. Sun Wukong heard cold sweat on his cheeks. "There's something even better." "Yes, he is Jiren. Even better than Mr. Yume." After throwing down the shocking giant melon, Topo flew towards the clown god of destruction, landed on the pumice stone and knelt down. "It tastes so good to me." "Tisk, forget it, that last jump of yours was considered a defense of dignity." The clown god of destruction waved his hand in disgust. If it weren't for the difficulty in cultivating a candidate for the god of destruction, he wouldn't have forgiven that damn guy Topo so generously. Oh, Wukong wins. Chuan Wang was greatly surprised. This battle was quite interesting. Sun Wukong, who had been stunned for a long time, stood up, then clenched his hands into fists excitedly, "More powerful than the god of destruction. Oh yeah! Great! Has Goku been beaten stupid by Topo?" Beerus turned to ask Weiss. "Oh ho! Because although Topo is a candidate for the god of destruction, he is not the strongest warrior in Universe 11. It turns out there is someone who doesn't want to be the god of destruction." Weiss looked at Beerus with a meaningful look. "Bastard!" Hearing what Weiss said, Beerus gritted his teeth angrily and looked at Sun Wukong, who was still cheering on the ring. He decided that when the tournament of power is over, he will capture Vegeta and make him a candidate for the god of destruction. Ha, I'm really looking forward to the conference." Standing on the ring, Sun Wukong giggled with joy. "What do King Daquan and King Chuan think?" Seeing the winner, the high priest turned around and asked Yetian and King Chuan. "Whatever. I'm free to do it. I can't stop loving you." Yetianji waved his hands perfunctorily. "I want to see it, I want to see it. It looks good." Chuan Wang on the side looked excited and waved his little hands. "Yes, I understand." The great priest quickly made a decision. Cassian Xin, who was standing behind Weiss, was thinking wonderfully, maybe there will be some miracle. There is no need to hold a conference, and our universe will not be wiped out. You actually expect such a miracle? Beerus looked at Cassian Xin, who said this with disdain. How could such a miracle happen? So everyone. The high priest put his hands behind his back and scanned the people present, referring to the previous games. The rules of the game have been decided. Sure enough, it's still going to be held. Are there any capable people in our universe to participate? Xiongpa asked Bados in a low voice, putting his hand to his mouth. Except for the god of destruction, select 10 people from each universe. The rules of the competition are also simpler. Just knock the opponent out of the ring. No killing is allowed. All contestants will fight together. The competition time is 48 minutes. After the specified time, whichever universe has the most people left will be the winner. That. Sun Wukong had just stretched out his hand, but before he had a chance to speak, Beerus had already covered his mouth with a shudder. Shut up! You bastard, I'm begging you. If there weren't too many people present, Beerus felt that his words could break his throat. Yetian looked at the figure of the great priest and trembled a little. He had just recalled all these things in his mind. The tournament of power that I have seen in anime is exactly the same. So the high priest really knows what he or King Chuan is thinking. Then the last contestant left within the allotted time, based on the previous competitions in Universe 6 and 7, will receive the Super Dragon Ball as a reward and can have any wish granted. The high priest glanced at Xiongpa. So, Mr. Xiongpa, please hand over the 3 Dragon Balls you got. Okay. Xiongpa's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He thought that no one knew about his little moves. Now, the whole universe knows that he is secretly collecting Dragon Balls. Great priest, can I speak? Al, the Kaijin of the 3rd universe, raised his hand. Please say. After agreeing, Al quickly expressed his question, since the contestants have rewards, what about the universe they win? Nothing, the high priest responded ruthlessly. Hey? Ha ha ha. That's honor. Ha ha. Al was quite embarrassed and asked in vain. No, nothing is the reward of victory, doing nothing to the victorious universe, but... The high priest's expression became even more indifferent, and he dropped a heavy bomb. The universe that fails will be destroyed by Lord Chuan Wang. The scene was a little confused by this information, and everyone was dumbfounded and unable to react until the first one spoke. Just now, I said that. Destroy. What, nothing comes out. Seriously? How come? Yetian yawned and looked at the expressive people, because Chuan feels that the universe is too big. Yes, Mr. Chuan Wang said that there are too many universes. This is a good opportunity. The high priest nodded and took over Yetian's words. It's such an unexpected event. Weiss was also a little surprised. He didn't expect this shocking news again. Beerus was already on his knees, with his hands on the ground, his figure was submerged in the haze. This is far more than the worst situation I expected. Their universe is finished penultimately, everything is finished. The clown god of destruction thought for a moment and concluded, there can only be one universe left. That's probably what it means. It can't be said that there is only one left. Universe 1, Universe 12, Universe 5 and Universe 8 will be retained. The high priest gave everyone a hammer, and then threw out a big pancake. Hey! The god of destruction of the universe was secretly relieved. Why? Yetian was a little confused. This seemed to be different from what he thought. Because the average level of humans in these 4 universes is higher than 7. We are directly exempt from participating in this conference. The high priest explained. Chapter 45 The Conference of Power is about to begin. Great! The hairy monster god of destruction patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Working hard has its benefits. Agu, the Kaio god of Universe 12, turned to look at the sea monster god of destruction who was still wiping his sweat. Damn it! The mouse god of destruction heard this and gritted his teeth angrily. Didn't they all work seriously? It seems like there really isn't any. Great priest, what will happen to us if the universe is wiped out? After the elephant god of destruction asked this question. Everyone present pricked up their ears and listened carefully for fear of missing something important. Please don't worry. Except for the guiding angels, all the gods and the universe will disappear. The high priest said the heart-wrenching words calmly. Even the angels present had their eyes widened in disbelief. Was it that even the god of destruction and creation were going to be destroyed? Yet Yen laughed out loud. Don't worry. There is really no need to worry, because they are all going to die. Ha ha ha. While the great priest was still talking to each universe, Yet Yen looked at Beerus and Kaishin Xin and started arguing. Asshole, why do you let humans improve their level by their own abilities? Beerus started to curse, no longer caring about his manners. Hey, don't put all the responsibility on me, you haven't been sleeping all the time. Kaishin Xin also took the risk. After finalizing all the relevant matters, the high priest also summarized that there are no boundaries in the location and cheating is prohibited, otherwise he will be directly disqualified. As the high priest stretched out his hands, everyone on the pumice stones disappeared one after another. The high priest turned around and looked at Yetian. Lord Daquan King, do you want to go back to Beerus? I won't go back for now. I'll wait until then to watch the conference of power. Yetian put his hands behind his head and asked curiously. If Universe 7 disappears, will I disappear with it? King Daquan is getting more and more humorous. The great priest smiled as he glanced at these words. Chuan, let's go play. Yetian stood up, took Xuan Wang's little hand and waved to the high priest, go and get busy. You don't have to take care of us. Haha. Such a small thing is quick. The high priest followed the two people into the temple with a smile. Brother, are you going to stay and play with me? King Xuan was obviously very happy. He still held the playing cards that the gods of destruction played when they were fighting. I don't want to play this anymore, let's play something else. Okay, what do you want to play? Yetian was very gentle, stroking Xuan Wang's head and listening to his chirping. Less than 40 hours pass by in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, the great priest watched eagerly, and Yetian could not find a chance to lie to the king. Hey, great priest, you are such a thief. Yetian glared dissatisfied at the great priest who had been following him. Haha. Lord Daquan King, when you should know, I will take the initiative to tell you. The high priest attached his hands behind his back, floating 30 centimeters above the ground. I believed you, you idiot. Yetian rolled his eyes and changed the topic again. If Universe 7 really fails, can you give me some face? Don't you? Lord Daquan Wang, have everything figured out clearly in your heart? The high priest asked in reply without answering. Aren't you afraid of something unexpected happening? Yetian touched his head. From now on, he plans to go to all the major universes to play. I always feel like I have forgotten something. Yetian's tail was once again held by Xuan Wang. He lay weakly on the ground and didn't bother to think about it. It probably wasn't something very important. Beerus, who appeared in the land of gods, suddenly sneezed. He wiped his nose with the back of his hand and looked at Sun Wukong with an evil look. What a misfortune to the universe. Hey? Lord Beerus, do you have a cold? Sun Wukong was not on the same channel as Beerus at all. Can the god of destruction also catch a cold? It's really weird. You damn bastard, I really want to destroy you. Beerus yelled angrily. But things have become like this, and he has nothing to do. If he really destroys Sun Wukong, he will lose a big helper in the competition. Oh ho ho ho. Let's think about who we can choose first. Weiss looked at Beerus with a smile. Hey Kaishin Xin sighed faintly. Is he the only one worried about the future of the 7th universe? In the less than 40 hours that Yetian and Xuan Wang were playing around, all the gods of destruction and Kaishin in the universe were busy looking for contestants to participate. Beerus, Whis, and Kaishin Shin appeared on the earth, allowing Son Goku and Vegeta to gather the players. Everything seemed to be the same as the tournament of power, but everything was vaguely different. In less than 40 hours, time is coming in a blink of an eye. All right, Lord Daquan, Lord Chuan, the time is almost up, let's go to the world of nothingness. The high priest looked kindly at the two people who were still playing around. Oh, does time go so fast? Yet Yen was a little surprised. The horse riding competition between him and King Chuan is not over yet. What is a horse? If you ignore the two tall guards, they are gasping for air with their tongues hanging out. I really just played for a little while. Brush. On the arena on Wuzhija, a light flashed, and the men and horses of Universe 7 appeared. Is this the venue for the competition? Vegeta crossed his arms and spoke first. It was pretty much what he thought, only a little bigger. It's pitch dark down here, but I don't want to fall at all. Klin lay on the edge of the ring, swallowing hard. Humph, Whis, even if we don't need to hold hands, we can still come over, right? Beerus looked at Whis with a dissatisfied look. Oh ho ho ho! I just want everyone to feel the cohesion of the team. Weiss smiled and put his hand to his mouth to explain. Tisk, I'm about to fall apart. Beerus clenched his fist angrily and yelled. Can you fly? Whis. Vegeta glanced sideways at the two people who were still noisy and asked Whis. No. If you don't believe it, one of you will know after you try it. Weiss glanced at these contestants. Haha. Bardock clenched his fist and flew high into the sky, but fell down when he was less than 3 meters high. Indeed. It seems like something is restraining me. Drink. Ha. Klin on the side clenched his fists with both hands, veins popped out on his forehead, and he was not even 3 centimeters above the ground. Chapter 46. This doesn't match what I've seen before. Unexpectedly, we can no longer use Wukong technique. This has a great impact on our plan. Sun Wuhan also felt bad. Piccolo glanced at Frieza and Vegeta, silently gathering the remaining people together. Gohan, it seems that we have to make slight changes to the plan we made before. Except for Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza who can't cooperate, I think adding this will change the plan like this. Piccolo arranged things in an orderly manner, and Klin also noticed a birdman with wings appearing on the opposite side. Isn't that a foul? It's equivalent to your hand. It's not a foul. Weiss explained patiently. Humph, it's really troublesome. Let's agree that if we win, I won't want anything else, I just want money. Number 18 crossed his arms and reminded impatiently. Hoo ho ho, I'm really looking forward to it. Frieza glanced at the other contestants present with great interest. Then, let's go to the other side of the stage. Whis said, looking at Beerus, Kaishin, Xin, and the old Kaishin. Why can you fly? Sun Wukong muttered. Ho ho. That's because we are not contestants. Weiss smiled and stretched out his hand to shake the 10 people in front of him before flying towards the stands. Don't lose to me. If you lose, our universe will be gone. Beerus followed Whis and flew up, not forgetting to turn around and say harsh words. Brush. Xiongpa from the 6th universe also arrived with the contestants. He angrily yelled at Caulifla. Stop calling him Scrap. A certain robot is crying. Hey, Hit, you're here too. Sun Wukong saw it and immediately reached out to say hello. Frost took a step forward and looked at Frieza with an unknown meaning, while Frieza gave a tacit smile. The two of them seemed to be communicating silently with their eyes. Gabe walked towards this side with Caulifla and the timid Kale, raising one hand in front of Vegeta and shaking it. Master! Master Vegeta! How are you doing? Tisk, what the hell is Master? Vegeta complained speechlessly, he didn't have such a rubbish disciple. Don't call me Master, I have no such relationship with you. Vegeta coldly refused to admit it. In fact, Gabe felt that it was Vegeta who gave him the opportunity to learn so many things because of the last Universe 6 and 7 Budokai. The way he looked at Vegeta was like watching a rebirth. Parents. Tisk, are these the scions from Universe 7? They just look like that. Caulifla took a step forward and looked at Vegeta and the others with contempt on their faces. Standing behind Caulifla was the timid Kale. Vegeta raised his eyebrows. This guy might be just like the original anime. The communication between the two universes seems harmonious, but it seems very unfriendly. But Frieza and Frost were on the sidelines. The two real estate developers had a very harmonious conversation after they met. As contestants from several universes arrived one after another, Sun Wukong also felt the powerful aura of the contestants from Universe 11. Of course, in Sun Wukong's eyes, the only ones with powerful auras are Toppo and Jiren. He ran over to Universe 11, waving his hands and telling Toppo and Jiren what they were talking about. Vegeta looked around and thought, haha, this guy Kakarot only thinks of others as his friends, but it is obvious that the contestants from Universe 11 regard him as a villain. Don't ask why. You can tell by looking at the faces of Toppo and Tispo that Vegeta also noticed that powerful opponent Jiren. Apparently Jiren also noticed Vegeta here, his eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. He probably didn't expect Vegeta's existence, maybe Vegeta will be his strong enemy of Jiren. I'm going over there to say hello to Universe 7. Yetian, who suddenly appeared on the suspended throne in mid-air, felt unable to sit still. It was so lively down there, and there were so many people he wanted to meet, but he could only sit on the high platform. Hey? Brother, you have to sit here with me. After the game is over, let's go back and continue riding horses. King Chuan was unhappy. He usually sat alone in a high place. It was rare for him to have more than one person with him, and this person was his brother. I'm going back to practice after the game is over. Yetian didn't want to accompany Mr. Chuan Wang to play some mentally retarded games. If he couldn't figure out what he wanted, he would definitely not stay at Chuan Wang's place. At this time, Yetian looked around and saw that people from other universes were also arriving over there. Looking at the scattered people on the stage, Yetian secretly made his next plan. After the tournament of power is over, which universe should he go to first? Yetian looked around and glanced at the person he was interested in. Hit, a killer who is not too cold. Frost and Frieza from Universe 6 were standing together, muttering something. That guy Vegeta crossed his arms and looked confident. It's so boring. I can only sit here and watch. Yetian put his hand on his chin and complained. The high priest seemed to understand the meaning of Yetian's words. He flew from a height to the ring and stretched out his hand. Everyone! Salute to Lord Daquan and Lord Chuan. The people in the ring below all knelt down on one knee, and a few brave ones secretly looked above them. That's King Daquan? He looks like a human being. The king is much smaller than expected. Hi there! King Chuan was very used to such scenes, and stretched out his hand to wave to the people below. Humph! Yetian snorted proudly. At this moment, he glanced at the gathered contestants of Universe 7 from the corner of his eye. He remembered that at the power conference he had seen, wasn't there that old guy came Senin? Why aren't you here? By the way, that green hair, isn't that Broly? How come it appears here? And that guy who was carved out of the same mold as Sun Wukong, wow, isn't that Bardock? How could these two guys participate in the tournament of power? Could it be that you came here to watch the fun? But I haven't heard of it. Aren't the original participants Gaixian and Tianjin Fan? Where is the deviation? Before Yetian could figure out anything, the high priest began to make an announcement. Very good, thank you Lord Daquan and Lord Chuan for your wonderful speeches. The high priest turned and looked at the people below. Let the game start now. Everyone except the players please go to the stands. Chapter 47 The 80-man melee begins immediately. Then, let me briefly explain the rules of the conference again. The time is 100 tuckers. The pillar in the center of the field will collapse over time. When the pillar is at the same height as the ground, the game is over. It is forbidden to use weapons other than skills, and you are not allowed to kill people. The key to victory is to knock the opponent out of the ring. Don't worry, once you fall out of the ring, you will move to the stands. The high priest also reminded him thoughtfully. So are the 80 contestants here ready? As the high priest finished speaking, all the contestants present looked wary. Even the god of destruction and Kaishin in the stands had solemn expressions. The atmosphere at the scene instantly reached its peak. Tisk, let's start quickly. Vegeta raised his lips with a confident smile. Sun Wukong also clenched his fists with excitement, his eyes constantly scanning the contestants in various universes, looking eager to try. It looks very interesting. Bardock crossed his arms and glanced not far away, as if he wanted to choose an opponent that satisfied him. The more opponents I defeat, the more money I will get. Number 18 looked at Klin and asked. Haha. Not really. Cold sweat fell down Klin's cheeks. He reached out and scratched his cheeks, answering awkwardly. Number 18, are you short of money? Number 17 squinted at Klin. Is this guy useless? Can't even make any money? Uncle Piccolo, does the plan still need to be improved? Sun Wuhan was a little nervous, and he confirmed it again to Piccolo. That's almost it. Don't worry about those two guys. Piccolo turned his attention to Vegeta and Sun Wukong. These two guys never followed any plans. Ha ha ha. I don't intend to participate in your plan either. Frieza crossed his arms and swung his tail, saying sadly. Hey, the most important thing is that you can't eat fairy beans. I think I will drag you down. Klin looked a little depressed. Klin, don't give up so easily. How will you know if you don't try? Piccolo glanced at Klin meaningfully. Of all the people, Broly did not speak. He just looked at the surroundings curiously, and was easily ignored by others. Well, first of all, we have to get together and work as a back-to-back team. Teamwork. Sun Wuhan was still a little nervous. He muttered and tried to relax. Oops, I don't know if Universe 7 will win. Weiss was already sitting in the stands, his words were very relaxed. Hey, don't think you don't have to disappear, just ask such a question so unscrupulously. Beerus sat in the front row with his arms folded, turned his head and yelled in dissatisfaction. Hey, I can only believe them. Kaiowashin Xin's expression was extremely solemn. Under Beerus's dissatisfied scolding, the high priest also announced and waved his hand. The tournament of power begins now. Following the high priest's order, everyone standing on the ring looked around solemnly, wary of the rest of the people. Each universe has more or less its own arrangements and strategies, except of course the 7th universe. Their previous teamwork collapsed instantly before it even started. Son Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, number 17, number 18, and Bardock all ran away and acted without permission. Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin were left looking at each other in confusion. Broly looked at the situation, hesitated for a while and then followed the pace of Bardock, who was most familiar with him. They say it's teamwork. Seeing these people's actions, Piccolo gritted his teeth angrily. Sure enough, no team fighting method is suitable for these scions. Cold sweat fell from Gohan's forehead. Everyone! What a shame, Klin thought to himself. Forget it, don't worry about them, we can take care of ourselves. Piccolo took a deep breath, and then the 3 remaining people stood back to back. A melee of 80 people is about to break out. The arena was instantly colorful, and energy balls of various colors exploded like gorgeous fireworks. The war is going on, and the demons are dancing wildly. Chuan Wang was amazed and kept pulling Yet Yen's arm and swaying. Hey! Yet Yen sighed helplessly. He might as well play with the children. The high priest seemed to feel Ye Tian's thoughts. He turned around like a gentleman and bowed to Ye Tian and King Chuan. The god pad is ready and will be used soon. Okay. King Chuan extended his little hand and gestured. Hey! Ye Tian groaned. He is not a childish Chuan Wang. There is no need to coax him like this. This will be combined with Vegeta's Tournament of Power. The protagonist Ye Tian in this book does not appear many times. If you don't like it, you can skip the Tournament of Power and go to the next level. In the ring, 80 people gathered together, regardless of whether they knew each other or from which universe they were from. Under the bombardment of colorful energy, some people can't wait to show off and defeat players from other universes, while others will quietly hide and wait for the so-called opportunity. Of course, there are many who can still find ways to fight one-on-one, yes. One-on-one. Of course, there are also those who get involved in this one-on-one situation, and 3- and 4-person melees abound. When a player from Universe 3 punched a player from Universe 4 who was approaching from the opposite side, the battle between the two was about to begin. Vegeta suddenly appeared between the two, stretched out his hands to grab the fists of the two players. What a bother! But for bastards like you, it's better to go down as soon as possible so that you don't take up space. Vegeta threw his hands behind him, and without giving the two players any time to wonder, he fired 2 air bombs with both hands at the same time, hitting both of them. Boom! Hoo! The 2 players fell out of the ring with the sound of falling, and Vegeta didn't even look at them. Brush! Ah! After 2 screams, 2 players appeared on the benches in the stands corresponding to the universe. Paparani from Universe 3 and Ninki from Universe 4 fell out of the ring. Eliminated. As the great priest finished speaking, Chuan Wang hurriedly moved his pad. Ye Tian also took a look at it, but in the end he could only look at the players and nod their heads. Isn't it possible that the god pad can surf the internet? Boring. Well, Paparani found Universe 3. There is also a Universe 4. Chuan Wang was very interested and kept scratching on the pad. Ye Tian continued to watch the melee on the ring. Chapter 48 Successive Elimination. The melee continued, and as the previous 2 people were eliminated, the gods of destruction in the stands also raised flags and cheered for the contestants from their own universe. Boom! On the other side of the ring, number 17 was running so fast that he kicked one of the Universe 10 contestants off the ring with 1 punch and 1 kick. Whoosh! Boom! When number 17 took back his moves, another player from Universe 10 gritted his teeth and yelled angrily, "You bastard! Haha, it seems like there aren't many masters in your universe." Number 17 looked indifferent and caught the fist of the oncoming contestant. Number 17 pressed his body down violently, swept his feet upwards and kicked the contestant away. Seeing that the contestant was about to fall into the ring, he was very lucky to catch the edge of the ring. At this time, number 17 changed his opponent again and faced a green birdman with wings. The birdman was very vigilant and flew high into the sky without saying a word. "It's so dangerous for me. It's really a great thing that I can fly." Birdman breathed a sigh of relief. Brush! Without saying a word, number 17 jumped up and arrived behind the birdman. His words were full of contempt. "Can you reach this height without flying, right? So what are you so proud of?" Number 17 said and kicked the birdman down. Boom! Birdman hits the ring and gets a solid bump. This scene fell into the eyes of the god of destruction, the elephant of Universe 10, and the heroic appearance of number 17 became extremely annoying. No, made the god of destruction hate him. That hateful guy. Why? He's just a brat from Universe 7. The contestant from Universe 10, who was knocked out by number 17 and grabbed the edge of the ring, was gritting his teeth and still trying hard. Come on! Just when he felt like he was about to climb onto the ring and welcome the dawn of victory. Brush! Snapped! Frisia stepped heavily on the hand holding the ring and kicked him out. He looked very innocent. Ah! Listening to the constant screams, Frisia walked back with his hands on his hips. It's really strange. I seem to have kicked something just now. Gee, something ugly must be making my feet angry. Frisia started wandering around. Faced with such colorful energy explosions, his face showed excitement. Hoo-ho! That's great! The big battle and all that is awesome! As Frisia was walking casually, a figure appeared quietly above him, seemingly wanting to fly down and attack him. Whoosh! Frisia curled his lips evilly, moved his index finger slightly, and turned around suddenly to stop the swooping figure. At this moment, red light shot out from Frisia's index finger, hitting the sneak attack figure. Wow! With a scream, the man fell directly in front of Frisia. The one who landed on the ground was Baicocker, a contestant from Universe 2 with a pair of wings. She sat down holding her pierced wings and looked pitifully at Frisia. Oh! Are you trying to show mercy to me? Frisia showed no emotion at all. He pointed his index finger at Baicocker again. It's a pity that I'm not interested, my lord. No, please. No. Baika's eyes were filled with tears. Looking at Frisia's sinister and ferocious face, her calves were trembling. Frisia's index finger glowed with light, and feeling the huge energy, Baika suddenly had the strength to stand up in the face of death, and ran away in a panic. No, don't! Hoo-ho! What a touching sound! Frisia seemed to be teasing a mouse, with a smile on his face. Baika was probably frightened. She ran to the edge of the ring without any care. There was no way out. Frisia walked slowly towards her from behind, like a demon, and she jumped off the ring as soon as her head got hot. Brush! A trembling Baikar appeared in the stands, and the Egyptian goddess of destruction, Helis, raised her eyebrows. You are the first person in our universe to be eliminated. I'm sorry. Baika was still trembling. Frisia probably had a huge psychological impact on her. Frisia spread his hands. He was very innocent, he hadn't done anything yet. I can only blame that guy for being cowardly. Not far away, Jiren stood in the swirling energy fireworks, his figure as still as a mountain. Tisk Frisia squinted at Jiren's back. This guy gave him an invisible sense of oppression. As if sensing Frisia's burning gaze, Jiren suddenly turned around and met Frisia's eyes. A figure suddenly rushed out not far away. It was Jimmy's from Universe 2. He punched and was about to rush towards Jiren. But when Jimmy was about to hit Jillian with his fist, he suddenly came to a sudden stop, and his body trembled slightly. Jillian's look shocked Jimmy's, who was so frightened by this look that his body trembled and he could hardly move. Jimmy's pretended to be cool, and then slipped away obediently. Hey Yet Yen sighed again, and he suddenly felt like getting off the ring. Green-haired boy, what are you looking at? Chapier, the silver dragon warrior of Universe 9, stared at Broly. Broly looked at Bardock, who was gradually retreating in front of him. He was a little anxious. Please give way. Hey! What do you think this is? Do you want to give in? Shaper sneered and waved his steel fist. Snapped. Broly impatiently punched Shaper in the stomach, causing his eyes to bulge and bloodshot eyes to cover the whites. Well, Shaper felt as if his internal organs were about to shift. The huge pain hit him, making him instantly black out and lose consciousness. Broly looked at the fallen chapel and didn't care. He looked around for Bardock, but unfortunately, he couldn't find it. Bardock didn't know where he had wandered to for a long time. There is a butterfly dancing gracefully on the ring, constantly releasing blue light with its colorful figure. Snapped. It was so obvious that the gun shot the bird flying in the air. Bardock glanced sideways and quickly reached out to shoot out an air bomb. What the hell is that? The butterfly fell towards the outside of the ring, and a girl screamed, Hey, hey, hey! Ah! Universe 10, Lilibeiwu fell outside the ring, eliminated. The high priest said again, and Chuan Wang lowered his head and was busy paddling. It's so interesting. King Chuan was in high spirits and full of interest. But Yet Yen was so bored that he yawned. The chaos in the ring prevented him from finding the person he wanted to see. Chapter 49 The End of King Daquan. Hey? Which universe are you from? Bardock frowned. This was a bit different from the passionate battle he imagined. I'm from Universe 9. Sololo was a little nervous seeing the tall and serious Bardock. Tisk, hurry up and get out. Bardock disliked such an opponent, so he changed direction and didn't even look at Sololo. Hey! Looking at Bardock walking away, Sololo patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as she relaxed her guard, she was knocked out of the ring by other contestants. Ah! Another scream. Hey, hey, what's going on with you? Why were you eliminated so quickly? The bearded dwarf god of destruction looked at the contestants appearing one after another on the steps next to him, and yelled angrily. Yo! I'm not strong enough. Xiangpa had a proud look on his face. He mocked and turned to the ring and shouted, Come on! Universe 6. You are the strongest. Humph! Beerus was unhappy when he heard this cry. He crossed his arms and sat on the steps with his feet crossed, looking extremely arrogant. You are the strongest. I don't even look at your short tail, and you are talking such long nonsense. Shameless. TCH, you only have a long tail. You're not even a cat. Xiangpa made a face at Beerus. Asshole. Beerus' aloofness collapsed instantly. He clenched his fists and stood up, and started arguing with Xiangpa. Mr. Beerus, let's just watch the game, Kaishin Xin said cautiously to stop the fight. In another corner of the ring, Iceberg Beauty number 18, wearing a rose-red sportswear, was also surrounded by several guys. You are already surrounded by us. Give up yourself and jump into the ring quickly, little sister. Haha. Number 18 stretched out his hand to tuck his hair behind his ears in an evil manner. Little sister, this makes people very happy to hear it. Number 18 watched the player rushing toward him kick him into the air, and then punched. This simple punch was so powerful and extremely fast that it knocked the player and another player standing behind out of the ring. Brush. Ah. Wow. After finishing two of them at once, the other people in the same universe looked grim. Hee. I'm a married woman. Number 18 curled his lips and smiled. Let's forget about the little sister. During the melee, Vegeta had already noticed that Sun Wukong was struggling when faced with the siege of 6 or 7 players from Universe 11. Don't waste your time making it seem like you only know how to fight. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong who was being strangled with contempt. Haha. After Vegeta finished speaking, Sun Wukong suddenly reached his Super 1 form, throwing the player who was choking him over his shoulder and throwing him away. Snapped. In Super 1 form, Sun Wukong quickly knocked several people surrounding him to the ground. He turned his head and looked in Jiren's direction with great concern. Sun Wukong, Jiren. That guy doesn't take me seriously. Tisk, do you think you are RMB? Vegeta, who was standing aside, crossed his arms and said disdainfully. Why don't you take it lightly? They are all busy killing the minions now. Hurry up and clean up those little minions. Vegeta snorted and looked at the players who got up from the ground again, refusing to help the besieged Sun Wukong. Oh my god, how could this be possible? I really want to fight Jiren. Sun Wukong grumbled while dealing with his opponent. The arena was filled with the smoke of battle, and there were loud explosions from time to time, as well as the faint sound of fists and feet clashing with flesh. Brother, you see, human fighting is indeed more interesting. King Chuan was extremely happy to see it. Haha. Yet Yen regretted it now. If he had known that he would also apply to fight, it would be so boring to sit and watch. Then which side does Lord Daquan want to fight on behalf of? The high priest felt Yetian's inner activities several times, but still couldn't bear it, so he turned around and looked at Yetian. Yetian, who was distracted, was surprised. Can I really end up? Of course, you are the king of Daquan. Your status is lofty and supreme, just like Lord Chuan Wang. No one can stop you from whatever you want to do. Listening to the great priest's decisive words, Yetian was a little suspicious. If I go down, they will definitely not fight me. After all, my identity. It's so embarrassing. But the high priest raised a gentle smile and said, if they don't want to, just destroy them. Those words are like a piece of clothing. If you don't want to wear it, just throw it away. The tone is extremely casual, but it makes people stand without trembling. Then I want to go down and fight. Yetian, who was still lazy at first, suddenly became as excited as if he had been given chicken blood. He turned to look at King Chuan. Brother Chuan, do you want to come with us? Well, I have no fighting ability. Chuan Wang shook his head. I still like to sit here and watch. Then I'm going down. Yetian happily waved to King Chuan, and then flew towards the ring. Everyone, just a reminder. The great priest's words were not loud, but everyone could hear them clearly, as if they were in their ears. The king of Daquan also asked for the next game. Which side will watch the decision of the king of Daquan? Don't let it go. If you let it go, it will be eliminated directly. Other contestants had different expressions. They felt that this tournament of power was getting more and more exciting. With King Daquan? How to spell? Then a very strange scene appeared. The players in the ring all tacitly avoided Yetian and tried their best not to confront him. In short, there is no one within 30 meters around Yetian, and the small circle is empty. The high priest only said that he couldn't let go, but he didn't say that he couldn't avoid King Daquan. Yetian was a little crazy. Sometimes having too high a status is also a worry, just like this time. Frost was also fighting hard. At this time, he wrapped his tail around the contestant's neck and was about to throw him out of the ring. Frisia appeared not far from him, greeting with his hands on his hips. Mr. Frost. Hey, it's Mr. Frisia. What's the matter? Frost threw the player to the ground and turned to look at Frisia. The two of them are extremely gentlemen. Would you like to listen to the information I collected? Frisia showed a calculating smile. For example, let's talk about the weaknesses of the 7th universe I'm in. Information. Frost was a little confused. He looked at Frisia's expression carefully, trying to make sure he was lying. What weakness? Chapter 50 Cooperation between two major real estate developers. That guy is just a bastard, but he is involved with players from Universe 7. As long as you go up and catch him, you can contain at least 4 or 5 players. Make them jump out of the ring obediently. Frost was a little unbelievable that Frisia would be so kind as to tell him these things. Is it really okay? What if the number of people in your own universe is reduced and you lose? Losing? I don't care about those things. Frisia stretched out his hand and touched his chin with a ferocious expression. I am participating in this competition to avenge those scions. When the players on the field are almost dealt with, I will find an opportunity to kill them myself. I see. Then am I a scion in your eyes? Do you also want to seek revenge from me? Yetian appeared on the edge of the rock not far from the two of them at some unknown time. He stepped on the rocks and put his hands on his hips, with a joking look on his face. I heard everything. Sun Wu. No, King Daquan. Frisia opened his eyes wide and looked at Yetian's appearance in surprise. It's all because the two of them were too involved in planning and forgot to avoid this difficult master. Haha. I'm asking you, Frisia. Yetian stood in front of Frisia indifferently and lowered his head to look at him. Although Yetian didn't say anything else, his eyes silently revealed, little dwarf, I still have to look down at you. You are so short. I'm kidding. Lord Daquan King. Frisia pushed back Yetian's words with all his might. Don't say that. Do you want me to help you stay until the end and let Shenlong help you grow 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters, or something? Yetian also had the idea of teasing Frisia, and his teasing look was a bit more serious. On the other side, Sun Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin, who were still staying in place and surrounded back to back, also started fighting. Snapped. A swift fist hit the 3 people. As the 3 people retreated and dodged, the fist hit the thunderbolt steel and made a shallow pit, causing gravel to fly. Mamagetta. Klin looked at the metal man in the 6th universe in surprise. Don't scare me. There is a gap. Seeing Frisia being entangled by Yetian, Frost quietly retreated early. Regardless of whether what Frisia said was true or false, he was going to give it a try. He wouldn't be the one who suffered anyway. Haha. Frost, who had organized everything, also appeared behind Klin at this time, and his tail curled around Klin's neck as soon as he moved. Snapped. Don't move. Looking at Piccolo and Sun Wuhan who were gritting their teeth, Frost smiled sinisterly. If you don't want me to throw him out, just don't move. Oh Frost, throw him out quickly. Xiongpa stopped yelling at Beerus. He was always paying attention to the situation of the 6th universe players. When he saw this scene, he roared excitedly. Beerus, who was not far away, hadn't stopped for a while. When he heard this, he immediately yelled at the ring with dissatisfaction, You guy, why are you so dazed? My name is Krillin. Lord Beerus. Krillin waved his hand towards the bleachers, taking the time to correct Beerus' mistakes. What do you want to do to Uncle Klin? Sun Wuhan, with sweat on his forehead, clenched his fists and looked at Frost warily. Ho ho! It's nothing. I just want you to jump out of the ring and give up. Frost curled his lips and laughed. Abstain obediently. Piccolo looked at Frost as if he were looking at an idiot. Humph. Then you should throw him out. Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wuhan was also a little surprised that Piccolo could be so cold and heartless, and watched helplessly without any mercy. Isn't that what we said about teamwork? Are you going to lose your companions in the blink of an eye? Yes. You'd better throw me out as soon as possible, they won't agree to your request. Klin instinctively grabbed Frost's tail, trying to breathe easier. He is the weakest among the 10 people, and he was ready from the beginning. If you can persist, persist, and if you can't persist, you will never be a drag on others. Shut up! Frost angrily punched Klin in the stomach, causing Klin's stomach to churn and acid to flow back. Ugh! Klin couldn't help but scream, but he quickly restrained himself. He looked at Frost with a proud expression. Let it go as soon as possible. Abstaining is impossible. Uncle Klin. When Sun Gohan saw Klin being beaten, he wanted to rush forward, but Piccolo stretched out his arm to stop him. I'll attract his attention, and you find a way to save him. Piccolo glanced at the anxious Sun Wuhan with his calm peripheral vision and immediately made arrangements. Yes. Sun Wuhan responded softly and quietly stepped back, planning to attack Frost unprepared. He is the weakest among the 10 of us. It is impossible for us to give up for him. I advise you to throw him out of the ring as soon as possible. Piccolo tried his best to attract attention, and walked a few steps towards Frost as if he didn't care at all. These plots and tricks are useless. Tisk Frisia, that guy is really lying to me. Frost was dissatisfied and punched Krillin in the abdomen again. While Klin opened and closed his mouth and screamed, looking at Frost with splitting eyes, if you hit me now, others will fight back for me. You still dare to be so harsh? Haha. Frost punched Klin in the abdomen several times in a row. Since the bald guy has no use value, it's better to throw it out as early as possible. Frost thought like this. He looked at Piccolo who was punching him, and he used his tail forcefully to throw Krillin away from the ring. Boom! Brush! At this moment, having seized the perfect opportunity, Sun Wuhan jumped up and caught Krillin. Krillin successfully escaped, and he and Sun Wuhan rushed towards Piccolo, who was fighting with Frost. The three werewolf brothers from Universe 9 suddenly came out from elsewhere and intercepted Krillin and Sun Wuhan. The chaotic battle means that wherever you look, there is a battle that surprises you. Yetian, who was still chatting with Frisia before, finally angered Frisia at this moment. Asshole! Don't think that just because you are the king of Daquan, you can insult me unscrupulously. Veins kept flashing on Frisia's forehead. He was extremely angry and his eyes were filled with red bloodshot eyes. He ran towards Yetian quickly and punched Yetian on the cheek. Yetian hurriedly retreated to avoid Frisia's fist and suddenly entered the Super 2 form. P.S. It's 100,000 words. Those who are rich can help with it, and those who have no money can use their love to generate electricity. Just wait for the big boss to give me the certification of being a master. I can also do big health care. I can accept even a dime. Chapter 51 Klin was eliminated. You will regret it. Frisia's anger slowly faded away, and he spread his hands to both sides, showing a sinister smile. No one can tease me, the Emperor of the Universe, again and again. King Daquan, don't think that I will be afraid of you. Come on. Yetian was not afraid at all. Apart from his identity as the king of Daquan, there was also a high priest paying attention to the melee among everyone in the ring. Even if there is a 1 in a billion chance that he will die in Frisia's hands, he. Don't forget one thing, him has immortality. Therefore, it can be said that Yetian can never return to his willful way of making things happen. Seeing Frisia reach the golden color, Yetian also became a little more serious. When he reached the pink form, the two rushed towards each other and fought together. Bang bang bang! Frisia's elbow, Yetian's fist, the two collided and quickly separated again, looking at each other from a distance. As expected of the king of Daquan, it's been so long since I last saw you, and your strength has improved a lot. Frisia reached out and patted the non-existent dust on his shoulder. Tisk, after all, I run around every day. I'm not like a certain person, hanging on a tree and watching the elves and bears beating gongs and drums. Yetian said something hidden in his words again. King Daquan, if you put aside this identity, I'm afraid you won't be alive now. Veins appeared on Frisia's forehead again. Yetian spread his hands without caring at all. I can't help it, it was a great birth. Maybe it's because I have a good character. Stop talking nonsense. Frisia no longer wants to talk to Yetian at all, there is no time to talk at all. Frisia rushed towards Yetian and punched Yetian in the face. Yetian blocked it with his elbow, turned around and swept his foot towards Frisia's lower body. Frisia avoided Yetian's kick with a slight jump, and he punched Yetian's cheek. This face was really annoying. Snapped. Yetian was hit hard on the cheek. Seeing Frisia's other hand making a fist and swinging it, he quickly stretched out his elbow to block it again. Boom! After blocking Frisia's lowering leg, before Yetian could relax, Frisia's figure had quickly moved behind him. Brush! Yetian gritted his teeth and hurriedly received Frisia's fist. As Yetian increased his speed again, he could only barely block Frisia's punches and kicks. But in fact, Frisia didn't use much force to hit Yetian. He was more or less concerned about Yetian's identity, especially in such an occasion. Frisia calmly followed Yetian to fight while changing the battlefield. Soon he saw the battle between Son Gohan and the three brothers from Universe 9. Frisia naturally ignored the bald man. He introduced Yetian into Son Gohan's battlefield, and then quickly ran away. Brush! Hey Frisia, what did you do? Before Yetian could finish asking, he was affected by the battle between Sun Wuhan, Krillin, and the three werewolf brothers. Boom! Klin, who was knocked backwards, hit Yetian's back. Yetian stumbled and almost landed on his face. Oh, I'm sorry. Wukong, why are you here? Clin touched the back of his head that was hurt by the hit and looked at Yetian, who turned around. Hey, I'm the king of Daquan. As I said before, Wukong is over there. Yetian pointed his finger at the place where the 10 people in Universe 11 are. In Super 1 form. Son Goku was restrained by Topo, a long-eared Tispo who looked very similar to Beerus. Oh, why did you come down here? How dangerous it is! Clin also noticed that there was an empty throne on the pumice stone above. I was bored sitting here, so I came down to fight. Yetian said confidently with his hands on his hips, thinking that he was not here to cause trouble. As Yetian chatted with Clin, Sun Wuhan became more and more pressured by the 3 werewolf brothers. Although Krillin's power is the weakest among the players in Universe 7, if he had restrained him from time to time, Sun Wuhan would not have fought so hard. Then Mr. Daquan King, which universe do you plan to represent? Clin had not finished speaking. Haha, what a chance! Lavanda, the second among the 3 werewolf brothers, saw an opportunity. He kicked Yetian, who was defenseless, with his hands on his hips. But as Yetian turned his head, he noticed that this was the Daquan King coming down from above. Lavanda forcefully moved his foot to the side and kicked Clin. Clin was hit in the face and fell straight out of the ring. Brush! Krillin quickly disappeared from outside the ring. He appeared and sat down next to Beerus. Asshole! Who asked you to chat during the melee? Hey! Do you want me to destroy it? Beerus yelled, spitting. Sorry. Because King Daquan is asking. Clin sat obediently and did not dare to move, fearing that he would really be destroyed. Ha ha ha, look at those useless players of yours. Before Clin could finish his words, Xiongpa proudly turned to look at Beerus and sneered. It's not as good as ours, we don't have one yet. Whoosh! Before Xiongpa could finish his words, 2 players appeared in the empty space next to him. They had obviously just been knocked out of the ring. Ha ha ha, yes. If there is no one, 2 will be eliminated in the next moment. Beerus looked at the 2 contestants who appeared and laughed mockingly. Asshole! Why? The 2 of them stood with their hands on their hips, swearing like market ladies, and then started arguing again. Yetian turned around in confusion and looked at Lavanda, the second of the 3 werewolf brothers, with an unkind look. Did you just take advantage of others' danger? Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Accident, all accidents. Cold sweat fell from Lavanda's cheeks, and she laughed dryly at the scene. Goodbye, Lord Daquan King. Then Lavanda turned around stiffly and walked towards the place where Sun Wuhan was fighting fiercely with both hands and feet. As Lavanda, the 3 werewolf brothers, joined the battle again, Sun Wuhan's response became more and more difficult. Yetian didn't go up to join the battle, because he knew that Sun Wuhan was still in normal state. Probably because he wanted to conserve his energy for the next battle. Tisk Sun Wuhan clenched his hands into fists and looked at the figures that kept flashing around him, his eyes moving closely. Sun Wuhan obviously saw the werewolf boss Bergamo's flying kick, and he quickly bent his arm to catch Bergamo's attack with his elbow. Brush! Sun Wuhan punched Basil, the 3rd werewolf, who suddenly appeared in front of him, but the figure of the 3rd werewolf disappeared, leaving Sun Wuhan to hit nothing. Chapter 52 Angry Piccolo. Sun Wuhan was not guarding his back at all, and his body was knocked high into the sky by this powerful force. Whoosh! Snapped. Sun Wuhan kept trying to stabilize his body as he flew upside down. Before he could stabilize his body while doing a backflip, Bergamo's figure had already flashed behind him and was waiting. Bergamo punched hard, but Sun Wuhan couldn't use the force to turn around in the air. He could only grit his teeth and press his upper body down. Snapped. Bergamo's fist was also in the air. At this time, Sun Wuhan had already let himself fall to the ground. He turned over with his hands on the ground and looked at the other 2 werewolf brothers who surrounded him. Gohan, do you need my help? Yet Yen stood aside, one hand on his hip, and the other hand waved towards Sun Wuhan. Although he knew he didn't need his help, he still wanted to be polite. Who made him his favorite mysterious rice cook? At this moment, Sun Wuhan had consumed a lot of energy under the joint attack of the three werewolf brothers. He was breathing heavily, haha. Yet Yen touched his chin and looked at it. He was thinking about maintaining his physical strength, but at the same time it was so difficult to cope with it. It was really contradictory. Piccolo on the other side seemed to be fighting equally well with Frost, but in fact he was still being beaten more or less by Frost, and he didn't use all his strength. I guess this is what they call their plan. Son Gohan and Piccolo both seemed to want to help each other, but in order to preserve their remaining strength, it was impossible to end the battle quickly. Seeing Frieza retreating, Frost suddenly fired a gas bomb at Piccolo and left the battlefield while the smoke filled the air, seemingly heading elsewhere. Yet Yen didn't care. Anyway, this guy Frost couldn't get anything in the end, and he even got himself out of the ring with a tragic ending. Before Piccolo had a chance to breathe, he was intercepted by the other Universe 9 players who were watching Son Gohan fight. Piccolo had also consumed a lot of energy in the original battle with Frost. Now facing the new three-person combo attack from Universe 9, the battle became increasingly stalemate. The giant man who looked like an iceberg, and the absolute 0-degree air conditioning in every punch, made Piccolo feel difficult with just one blow from Hyssop. Not to mention that the other two people harassed and attacked him from time to time. Piccolo jumped back to avoid Zishipu's fist. The Bat Warrior Luzuru flying behind him had already flew and kicked at Piccolo's back. Piccolo quickly avoided it with his peripheral vision. The Fishman Warrior Confry was not willing to succumb. He was punched and kicked by Sisip and Luzuru, and occasionally made sneak attacks on Piccolo. Haha! Piccolo kept breathing heavily, with cold sweat hanging on his forehead. These guys were obviously delaying the battle and trying to drain his energy. You guys, it doesn't matter how big you are. You are still so resistant. He is really upset now. His combat effectiveness among the 10 people in Universe 7 is probably second to last, maybe third to last. Of course this is what he thinks. It has nothing to do with other related works. The more Piccolo thought about it, the angrier he became. Everyone knows that this is a matter of life and death for the universe. Shouldn't the melee rely on team combat? Everyone responded so well before the battle. The results of it? It hasn't started yet. They all wanted to go solo and ran away looking after themselves. Piccolo complained in his heart, constantly dodging the fists swung by Hyssop, and the combos of the other two guys, and he was even more angry. Maybe Piccolo was in a bad mood, or maybe he paid too little attention to fighting. In short, he was soon caught by the flying Bat Warrior Loser. Luzerul grabbed Piccolo's neck and took him flying upwards, intending to throw him out of the ring. Well! The Fishman Confry below shouted happily, very good. Just throw him outside the ring like this. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan, who was fighting here, also noticed Piccolo being brought to a higher place. He blocked the fists of the three werewolf brothers and roared in anger regardless. Ha ha! The powerful burst of power knocked the three werewolf brothers flying away. Sun Wuhan squatted down and jumped into the air toward Lo Seru. Despair! Piccolo also noticed Luo Selu's shock. He slammed his head into Luo Selu's cheek. As Luo Selu instinctively let go, Son Gohan's flying kick also hit Luo Selu's face. Boom! Luzuru fell towards the outside of the ring, and Sun Wuhan also fell at the same time. Loser! Catwoman Hop shouted nervously. Gohan! Gohan! Piccolo was still on the ring where he fell, and he shouted anxiously at Gohan. Haha! Sun Wuhan seemed to know that he would fall out of the ring. He quickly put his hands on his waist and shot out the air bombs outside the ring. With the impact, Sun Wuhan safely landed back on the ring. He couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What a blessing! Haha. The moment Sun Wuhan landed, Catwoman Haopu, who was standing by the ring, also stretched her cat claws into a braided net to catch loser and pulled him back. Damn it, I fought for so long in vain. Seeing Catwoman saving someone, Piccolo clenched his fist angrily. As Son Gohan and Piccolo joined together, the 3 werewolf brothers and 3 of Piccolo's opponents also gathered there, plus the 4 people from Chi universe who were watching the battle. Da-da-da. At this moment, there were faint signs of other universes joining forces to fight against Sun Wuhan and Piccolo, and the situation became one-sided. Why are there spearheads pointing at us? Kaiowashin Xin looked puzzled. Wukong should be the one who caused the trouble, the old Kaishin said slowly, and then sighed, it caused everyone's anger. Ho ho! It's no wonder Lord Beerus let it slip. Whis didn't forget to fall into the well. Tisk Beerus was quiet, he crossed his arms and did not utter a retort. At this time, Yetian walked up to Piccolo and Sun Wuhan, and once again put his hand on Sun Wuhan's shoulders. Do you need my help now? Lord Daquan King. Before Sun Wuhan could respond, the player cheering on the opposite side disagreed first. Luzuru took the lead and said, I'm afraid it's against the rules. If they were originally guaranteed to win, but the joining of King Daquan disrupted the situation, if they failed and the universe was wiped out, who would they cry to? Rules? What are rules? Yetian put his hands on his hips and asked with a frown. Chapter 53 Frost's Sneak Attack. I don't even look at you. Don't you feel embarrassed when several universes join forces to bully the old, weak, women and disabled people? Listening to Yetian's cursing words, the people in Universe 9 felt like they were constipated and couldn't express their sufferings. This was originally a melee. They focused on strategy to fight some guys who like to fly solo. Who could blame this? This is bullying others. Besides, you are the king of Daquan. If you are so awesome, why don't you go up and stand side by side with the king of Chuan? What's the point of running down and joining in blindly? Old and weak, Piccolo and, female and disabled, Sun Wuhan also had 3 black lines hanging on their foreheads, silently watching Yetian's actions. They were very grateful, but they couldn't hold back their words of thanks. Let's go. Let's go. Otherwise, I'll destroy you. Yetian waved his hand at those joint players with great disgust. He had already thought about it before he came down, and he would stand with Universe 7. How is it possible to unite other universes? Yes. No matter how reluctant Luzuru was, they could only watch the 2 cooked ducks fly away based on King Daquan's words. Come on. Save it until the end. Yetian reached out and patted Sun Wuhan on the shoulder again. I'm waiting to see your mysterious rice transformation. After Yetian finished speaking, he headed towards Sun Wukong. There was Jiren over there. Where is Hit, the killer who is not too cold? With Yetian's departure, a group of players who had left so quickly returned quietly with a tacit understanding. What a joke! There are no fathers and sons on the battlefield. They won't let these 2 ducks fly. Just when he saw Yetian leaving, Frisia, who was hiding in the dark, looked at Frost. Little brother, it's time for you to show off. Frost emerged from the corner of the rock in the next moment. He first glanced at the embarrassed Piccolo and Son Gohan with disdain. It seems that you are about the same. He fired Qigong waves at Sun Wuhan and Piccolo with both hands. The powerful attack blasted away from the middle of the 2 people before Piccolo and Sun Wuhan could dodge. Boom boom boom. The players in the temporary alliance of several universes who noticed this scene were stunned by the Qigong wave that came to them instantly before they could even grin. Could it be that the person who appeared quickly just now was Frisia from Universe 7? But there is obviously no halo above that guy's head. Oh! Are Universe 6 and Universe 7 also joining forces? All of a sudden, the players were in a state of confusion. Wow! The huge explosion was deafening, and one contestant was knocked out of the ring by Frost's Qigong wave due to his poor strength. As the smoke dissipated, he took the lead and rushed towards Frost under Bergamo's angry yelling. Frost's power was at full power, and he was in a posture where one man was in control and no one could stop him. He punched and kicked 7 of the opponents in just a few seconds and fell outside the ring. Bang bang bang! Papa papa! Wow! It's better to get down to the ring early. We don't have to worry about taking up space. Frost gasped and looked ferociously at the 3 werewolf brothers who were left in an instant. Quickly retreat! Seeing that the situation was not good, the 3 werewolf brothers quickly ran away. Seeing the 3 werewolf brothers running away, Frost didn't care. He just wanted to scare these guys. Hey, then it's you two. He glanced at the huge rock from the corner of his eye. This was what Frost and Frisia had just discussed. As long as he cooperates with Frisia to wipe out the trash fish in the front, and let Frisia kill the scions in the back, he can take revenge. Then Frisia will accept him to Universe 7. His days of hiding around like a mouse in Universe 6 are over. Although the great achievements accumulated are gone, there is still a chance to start again. Keeping the green hills, you don't have to worry about running out of firewood. Looking away, Frost looked at the remaining Piccolo and Son Gohan. He punched out so fast that Piccolo didn't even have a chance to react. In addition, Piccolo was not far from the edge of the ring, so Piccolo fell out of the ring without even a chance to reverse the situation. Well! Piccolo flew out of the ring, and before his body could sag, he appeared next to Klin. Snapped! Hee hee! We've got one now! Frost turned his attention to Sun Wuhan, who was gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. It's you! Damn it! There were blue veins on Big's forehead. He crossed his arms and looked very ugly. Why is that Frost guy staring at us? Klin also looked confused. The devil knows. Beerus glanced at Xiongpa who was sitting not far away. He had reason to suspect that this damn guy Xiongpa was responsible. Look! Klin pointed to the ring in great surprise. It's that Frisia guy. Frisia appeared out of nowhere on the ring and walked up to Frost. Right. You have to believe me. Is that guy? Beerus stood up in shock, his face twisted with anger. What's going on? Frisia. Could he have rebelled? Piccolo's eyes widened, unable to imagine what he saw. So his failure was because of Frisia. How could this be? Isn't he from our universe? Even Kaioshen Xin couldn't believe what he saw. Ho ho! It's really surprising. Weiss said he was surprised, but his expression didn't change much. Hey, Goku! Hurry up and help Gohan. Frost and Frisia have joined forces. Son Goku and Vegeta, who were still locked in a stalemate with Universe 11, both looked up at the stands. Hey, why did Klin go there? Sun Wukong was a little surprised when he saw Klin in the stands. Vegeta, who felt that cleaning up the minions was boring and came back, spat in displeasure. Tisk, that guy was knocked out of the ring. And Piccolo. It's unbelievable. Sun Wukong immediately noticed Piccolo sitting next to Klin. Yet. What a hug. Sorry. Piccolo turned his head to the side, cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. He didn't expect that he would lose so quickly. It's obvious that he hasn't exerted his full fighting power yet. Go and save Gohan. Wukong. Krillin stood up excitedly and pointed to a place in the ring. At this moment, Frost had retreated to the side to adjust his breath and regain his strength. Frisia was already punching and kicking Son Gohan. Son Gohan was at a disadvantage for a moment and had a hard time resisting. As the two stepped back and pulled away, Frisia looked with a strange smile, which made people shudder. Ho ho ho, don't worry, I'll be gentle when I strike. That's what Frisia said, but he didn't show any signs of holding back in his attacks. Chapter 54 Universe 9 is in danger. Hurry up and go accompany your name Kian. Frisia said and rushed towards Son Gohan. I think your relationship is quite good. This blow was so powerful that Sun Wuhan, who had just gone through a series of battles, was obviously unable to block it. Boom! To Sun Gohan's surprise, Sun Goku quickly appeared in front of him and held Frisia's fist in one hand. "It's you, Sun Goku." Frisia's fist was blocked and he quickly retreated. "Gohan, are you okay?" Sun Wukong glanced at Sun Wuhan behind him from the corner of his eye. "It's okay." Sun Wufan gasped, but he still spoke quickly, probably because he didn't want to worry Sun Wukong. "Don't worry about me, Dad, go fight with the opponent you want. Such an opportunity is rare." Sun Wukong said that he was a little confused. Didn't he say that Gohan was in danger? Why did Gohan not need his help when he came over? "Hey, Mr. Frisia, this guy." Frost turned to look at Frisia, who was retreating to his side, and asked his opinion if he should deal with this Scion Frisia. "Retreat first, he is not easy for me to deal with." Frisia immediately expressed his idea, "I will find a chance to solve it later." Whizzing! Under Goku's blank expression, Frisia and Frost ran away again. Sun Wukong was extremely surprised. "Oh, they ran away. Are you really okay?" Seeing that the crisis had temporarily subsided, Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan to confirm again. "Yes." Sun Wuhan nodded firmly, "Dad, I'm fine." "Okay. Then pay attention to your safety." Sun Wukong took the words, waved his hand and ran towards the players on the other side of Universe 11. Haha. Sun Wufan was a little surprised, then he reached out and touched his head, then ran in a random direction. Now, without Uncle Piccolo, he can't implement any battle plan. He should go find an opponent he likes to fight. On the other side of the ring, after dealing with a few less powerful guys, Broly, who had lost Bardock, encountered the three werewolf brothers who had just slipped in front of him. "I remember this guy is also from Universe 7. Lavanda showed his fangs and put all the anger he received before on Broly. "Revenge our teammates who have been disqualified." Basil set his sights on Bergamo, waiting for the boss's decision. "Go." Bergamo didn't say much, just one word that sealed his future fate. Broly didn't react much. Several women from unknown universes looked at him for a long time after seeing him, and then left with unclear expressions. Especially the fat woman among them, who said he was too ugly. "It's so hot on your eyes that you don't want to fight at all?" Until now, he still looked confused, and he was used to following orders, and he didn't know whether to fight the person on the other side. Following the words of the three werewolf brothers, they moved at high speed to surround Broly, punching and kicking him from time to time. Boom! Broly's face was calm, he just bent his hands with his elbows and easily received all the three attacks in turn. The three werewolf brothers were still punching and kicking hard, but it was a pity that Broly didn't even move his feet. Haha! Lavanda and Basil, the two werewolf brothers, became more and more excited as they fought. They jumped up and stretched out their legs to kick Broly. "Brother, the two of us are more than enough." Bang bang! Before the two of them could finish speaking, two air bombs suddenly flew from a distance, knocking Lavanda and Basil away and falling outside the ring. "Ah! Wow!" Broly, who was standing on the ground, looked confused, and Bergamo, the boss, was even more confused. Jumping so high on the edge of the ring is simply too much to deal with. Number 17 said with a handsome face, turning his palms forward with frivolous words and an evil look. "There are so many flaws." Number 17 walked slowly towards Broly. "Don't thank me too much, you look stupid. Why don't you fight back?" "Hello. Thank you. Have you seen my captain?" Broly also recognized number 17 as one of his own, and he asked politely. "Is he the father of Sun Wukong?" Number 17 said casually, glancing at Bergamo who was trembling. "I saw him over there before, and he seems to have fought with someone else. I don't know where he is now." "Oh, okay, thank you very much." Broly bowed his head to express his gratitude and planned to leave just like that. Swipe. As the three werewolf brothers suddenly lost too, the bearded dwarf in the stands looked at the crowded contestants sitting next to him and said, "Hey, who else among you is in the ring?" "Haha. Just one." Rabbit Souletta pointed at Bergamo beside the ring and said with a trembling body, "There is only one left, and he is still being pushed to the ground and rubbed by people from other universes. Their universe is going to end." "What?" The bearded dwarf's eyes widened, he was about to die. There was only one left so quickly. Only 3 minutes have passed since the conference started. So, are you going to jump down by yourself? Or let me take you down? Number 17 raised his eyebrows and pointed his palm at Bergamo. Damn it! Bergamo turned his head and looked back at the darkness like the abyss of death behind him. From the punches and kicks of number 17 just now, he fully understood that he was invincible. "Hey, Bergamo! You're the only one left in the ring!" The bearded dwarf roared with all his strength as veins appeared on his forehead. "If you fall too, then we will all be wiped out. Don't fall down! There's only one left. A lone wolf on the verge of extinction." Number 17 looked at the wolf with clenched teeth and endless pleading eyes. You, please, don't let our universe be wiped out, okay?" Bergamo sobbed. Number 17 slowly lowered his hand very speechlessly. The look in his eyes was very similar to the look in the eyes of his extinct dog Urha when he begged for mercy after doing something wrong. "Forget it. There's no one here. Go look elsewhere." Number 17 put his hands in his pockets and walked away. "Hey!" Bergamo breathed a heavy sigh of relief, finally escaping. Everyone in Universe 9 in the stands was relieved. Regardless of whether the black-haired man said Bergamo was a human or a dog, it would be great if he could not be knocked out of the ring and lose his qualifications. Bergamo rolled around and hurriedly found a corner to hide in. He didn't dare to fight anymore. After all, the survival of Universe 9's crisis depended on him. But as long as you are still in the ring with so many contestants gathered, you will always be met by others. Chapter 55 Despair from the Lone Wolf. After 2 minutes of trembling with fear, Bergamo heard a teasing voice. "Ho ho! I found a little mouse hiding." Frisia looked at the lone wolf Bergamo, who was curling up carefully in the cave. "I can't even hold my breath. Isn't this a pre-dinner dessert that can't be delivered to your door?" "Mr. Frisia, this is obviously a wolf. It's a mutilated wolf that's only afraid of the cold." Frost followed behind and explained aloud, "Look, he is shivering from the cold and wearing a scarf. Is this the point? Mr. Frost, please ask this little guy to get off the ring." Frisia ordered with his hands on his hips, turning to look at Frost. "Got it." Frost responded, strolling towards Bergamo. Bergamo wanted to escape, but the narrow entrance was blocked by Frisia, leaving Bergamo with nowhere to escape. Haha! Bergamo struggled to resist and punched Frost, but the already demoralized Bergamo could not be Frost's opponent. Bergamo's fist was blocked by Frost's palm, and Bergamo kicked out again without giving up. "It's useless. Your struggles are all in vain." Frost sneered, grabbed Bergamo's ankles, and threw him against the rock wall. "Audience!" Snapped. Cough, cough, cough. Bergamo struggled to get up, but damn, he couldn't beat him. If this continues, he will become a sinner in Universe 9 and must escape. Bergamo was suppressed and beaten by Frost until he vomited blood and was still trying to find an opportunity to escape. There was really no chance of escape. Bergamo finally gritted his teeth and knelt in front of Frisia and Frost. "Please. Let me hide until the end. I'm the only one left in our universe. Please." Bergamo put aside his pride and spoke with a sad pleading, trying to arouse a little mercy from Frisia and Frost. "Oh ho ho ho!" Frisia put his hand to his mouth and laughed, "I pray that Universe 9 is more spineless than I thought. Will Bergamos please help? It is useless to face the evil Frisia and the hypocritical Frost. Bergamo's final outcome was that he was beaten by Frost until his face was bruised and swollen until he passed out. Then Frost dragged the broken Bergamo and threw him out of the ring. Brush! As Bergamo fell out of the ring, and when he saw the 10 contestants gathered in the stands, even people in other universes held their breath unconsciously. Of course, this does not include other players who are still fighting in the ring. Ah! As the bearded dwarf, the god of destruction of Universe 9, Sidera was trembling constantly and couldn't even speak a word. Cold sweat continued to roll down his forehead, and the fear of waiting for his own destruction crept into his heart. Hey Lord Beerus, all 10 contestants from that universe have appeared. Krillin also had cold sweat on his face, feeling nervous for no reason. Beerus was silent and did not answer, but secretly glanced at the high priest in front of the pumice stone. Oops, everything in Universe 9 has fallen. King Chuan obviously noticed and sighed. All contestants in Universe 9 are eliminated. The words of the great priest were like the summons of a demon from hell, now proceed to eliminate them. These concise words determined the survival of a universe. The people who were still fighting in the ring all stopped and looked at the high platform. No, 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 Kyo Shen Luo of Universe 9 was bursting into tears at the moment. Let's give people a better image in the end. The dwarf Changhu, the god of destruction, sighed softly and reached out to pat Luo Er's shoulder. Luo Er sniffed and reached out to wipe away his tears. Everyone in Universe 9 has a look of despair and deep loss. They are going to be wiped out. Hey! Yet Yen stood on a high rock. He put his hand on the rock and stepped on the raised stone below, making a surprised sound. The first universe to disappear in almost 5 minutes. But Yet Yen didn't pay much attention. Anyway, the entire universe will come back on the 17th. Yet Yen jumped towards the rocky mountain in the distance. He hadn't found Sun Wukong and Jillian yet. Not even Vegeta was seen, let alone the not-so-cold killer. Okay. After hearing the words of the great priest, Chuan Wang happily raised his little hand, looked at the divine pad in his hand, stretched out his hand and pressed it heavily. Hu ho ho! All the people in the stands of Universe 9 disappeared collectively, leaving only the lonely angel Mojito who sighed. His figure is indescribably depressed and desolate, and his job has been lost. Will it stop functioning later? In the stands, and even the players in the ring were dumbfounded, they could have witnessed the disappearance of a universe. But the atmosphere was extremely solemn, and everyone remained silent. Those who were eliminated would be ruthlessly erased. They disappeared, those people disappeared. Broly said in surprise, "This is really amazing. Such a powerful force." The high priest seemed to hear a lot of doubts, and he explained, "Yes. The entire universe of Universe 9 has been wiped out, including all planets, creatures, and even the gods have disappeared." Shen Ye heard this, and a chill ran down Kyo Shen Xin's spine. If all the contestants in Universe 7 are also eliminated, then he will also. There is indeed nothing left. Whis looked at the magic ball on his scepter and said something that shocked Beerus next to him. As long as you are eliminated, there will be no exemption, no matter how good your relationship with Daquan King or Chuan Wang is. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, it seemed he couldn't slack off anymore. Damn that bastard Frisia, what on earth are you playing with Frost? Piccolo was quite concerned about Frost who had knocked him off the ring before. Who knows, Frisia is not a good person to begin with. Not to mention Frost is still a sinister villain. Krillin also had cold sweat on his forehead. If they meet Goku and Vegeta who are flying solo, they are fine, but they are afraid of meeting his number 18. Can number 18 win? Then, everyone, please continue. After all, time is passing. The great priest reminded him calmly without caring about other people's feelings. No. Absolutely cannot lose. Beerus had veins on his forehead. He clenched his fists tightly and his voice was almost hoarse. Universe 7. Chapter 56 King Daquan adds to the chaos. At this moment, all the gods looked solemnly at the little one on the high throne. The king was not a real child. He is an existence that stands at the top of the universe. That is the supreme existence that controls the life and death of everyone, including gods. Things are getting more and more serious. Don't forget there is King Daquan jumping up and down in the ring. Compared with the solemn and oppressive atmosphere of the 8 universes here, the gods of destruction from the 4 universes sitting together on the other side who did not participate in the tournament of power looked relatively relaxed, and the atmosphere was more pleasant. Looking at the empty stand, the 4 gods of destruction sang in harmony and expressed their joy. Sea monster god of destruction, Universe 9 has been destroyed. Fox god of destruction, it's nice not to have to participate. The sulky god of destruction said, I didn't expect it to be so fast. How many warriors from other universes are still in the ring? The alien god of destruction swallowed his saliva. According to my past observation experience, there are still 7 or 8 people in every universe. No, that's not right. The hairy god of destruction pointed at the people sitting in Universe 11 with a surprised look on his face. Look, they don't have a single player. It's unbelievable. It seems that this victory belongs to Universe 11. The fox god of destruction made his judgment. Humph. The clown god of destruction did not hear their discussion, but he looked very confident. Yet Yen also noticed that there was not even a single failed contestant in the stands of Universe 11. Yet Yen was a little unhappy. Why? Isn't it just Jiren who is powerful in Universe 11? Do the other guys have a big tree behind them so they can enjoy the shade? So, Yet Yen changed his target. He was going to find the guys from Universe 11 and kick 1 or 2 out to balance them out. That's fun, isn't it? Yet Yen changed several rocky hills and continued to scan the surroundings. Then he saw Frost's great progress, knocking many players from other universes out of the ring. Haha. After getting rid of the so-called trash fish, Frost also felt a little exhausted. Papa. Frisia, who was watching the battle next to him, clapped, That's amazing, Mr. Frost. Thank you. I just let one of them escape. Frost accepted Frisia's compliment, then let's do it next. Snapped. Frisia patted Frost on the shoulder and said with a smile, Leave the rest to me. Oh. By the way. Frisia brushed Frost's shoulder and stretched out his index finger as if he suddenly thought of something. Besides fighting, there is something I forgot to tell you. What? Frost turned around with confusion, but Frisia quickly stretched out his fingers and grabbed Frost's throat. Seeing this, Yet Yen had a look on his face that said that was indeed the case. There are quite a lot of Frisia and Xiaojuju. I picked up a little brother for nothing, and used him as a coolie to destroy the guys in other universes who were not strong in combat, and then sent the little brother to the west. Ah! With Frost's body covered in cold sweat and trembling, Frisia whispered in his ear, That is, don't trust anyone. Haha. Frisia kicked up hard, sending Frost flying out of the ring. This instant change surprised both Beerus and Krillin, who were secretly paying attention to the two of them. Brush! Frost's figure appeared in the stands from outside the ring. He reached out and touched his throat. He didn't even recover. Ah! What's going on? Klin blinked blankly. Didn't they engage in some kind of cooperation? Now it seems that this is just Frisia's plan. We are all being used. Piccolo crossed his arms, belatedly guessing Frisia's thoughts. He was very angry at Frisia's despicable actions, which could be seen from the blue veins that kept popping up on his forehead. And equally angry was Frost, who had just appeared not far away. He gritted his teeth. Asshole! Asshole! Frisia! You're doing such a weird trick. Beerus was also a little annoyed. Frisia was actually leading others by the nose. But, in this case, we can at least confirm that Frisia is still on our side. Kaishin Xin tried to persuade the angry people present. This guy Frisia has obviously made people angry with these conspiracies. I didn't expect that the scary thing about Frisia became a reliable teammate. After a long silence, the old Kaishin suddenly said this. Tisk. Although Beerus still looked very angry, he had to admit that what the old Kaishin said was somewhat right. Yet Yen didn't pay attention to what was said in the stands, because at this time he finally found Sun Wukong, and it was really unintentional. But this guy Sun Wukong was fighting Topo and the rabbit Tispo. The contestants from Universe 11 have also been found. Good things come in pairs. Sun Wukong was still in Super 1 form and faced the attacks from Topo and Tispo. Although he had a hard time dealing with them, he obviously wanted to maintain his strength and wait to fight Jiren. Fuck. 2 against 1, did you ask me if I agreed? Yet Yen casually made an excuse and instantly entered the pink form to intervene in the battle. Swish swish. At this moment, Tispo was showing off his speed, causing several of Sun Wukong's fists to miss. Haha. Not there. Tispo avoided Sun Wukong's fist and jumped into the sky. At this time, Yet Yen bent his feet on the top of the rock and used force to sweep Tispo jumping in the sky away with one kick. Boom! When Tispo fell to the ground and made a small crater, he couldn't even realize who had sneak attacked him. Humph! Rabbit, your opponent now is me. Yet Yen put his hands on his hips and sneered, what should he do? I think the posture I present now is so cool. Ooh, brother has also transformed? And it's a color I've never seen before. Seeing Yet Yen's transformation, King Xuan clapped his hands happily. Papa papa. Listening to the voice above, Tispo stood up and felt embarrassed. Great King? Why are you here? Seeing how fiercely you fought, my hands are itchy too. Yet Yen still put his hands on his hips, waiting for Sun Wukong's thanks. After waiting for several seconds, Sun Wukong didn't thank him, but Tispo on the other side broke into a cold sweat while waiting. King Daquan. You look at me like this. Do I make you dissatisfied? Tispo asked cautiously. Humph. It's okay. Yet Yen turned around, raised his right hand and waved impatiently, don't let me see you, or you will turn into a roast rabbit. Yes, yes. Tispo almost squeezed his speed to the extreme and ran towards Topo. He couldn't afford to run fast. Yet Yen soon noticed that after Sun Wukong got rid of Topo's fight, he ran to the other side of the battle zone, completely ignoring him as the king of Daquan. Chapter 57 Super Blue Overlay Super 3. Yet Yen followed Sun Wukong's back and saw that the not-so-cold killer Hit was leaning against a rock wall with his arms folded. Could it be that Sun Wukong wants to have a fight with Hit? But soon, Yet Yen put aside this idea. Amidst the occasional explosions, as the smoke dissipated, facing Jiren far away was Vegeta. Damn it, the most powerful Chi-Ren, but why, is Vegeta and Jiren fighting? Yet Yen feels that Vegeta can only do one move at most in Jiren's hands. Ha ha! Vegeta roared and reached Super Blue, rushing towards Jiren and punching out his fist. As Yet Yen expected, Vegeta did punch the air, and was quickly slapped by Jiren's wave and rolled around the ring twice. Snapped. Haha. But in the next moment, he was completely out of Yet Yen's guess. Vegeta stood up, clenched his fists, and transformed into the Super 3 form in the Super Blue realm with a roar. Super Blue stacks Super 3. Shit. 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 Yet Yen's eyes widened. Thinking about it carefully, it's normal. Vegeta was originally capable of Super Blue and Super 4, but now it seems that he can stack Super 3. It seems normal. Pooh. Come to the world of Dragon Ball, he, a prophet who knows the plot well and the history of development, is actually useless? No use at all? Damn it, Vegeta likes to play in superimposed forms. In this superimposed form, Vegeta once again rushed towards Jiren, but this time Jiren still easily avoided the punch. But Jillian finally moved. The two of them kept punching each other, and the super speed dazzled Yen. Bang bang bang! The attacks between the two seemed extremely fierce, but neither of them could do anything about the other. Vegeta raised his foot and kicked Jiren. Jiren, whose expression did not change at all, quickly bent his arm to block it with his elbow. Was it a fierce battle from the beginning? Yen stared hard, fearing that he would miss any wonderful moment. After Jiren blocked Vegeta's sweeping kick, he punched Vegeta in the cheek. Vegeta lowered his body to avoid the blow. Snapped! Vegeta moved his feet, and he appeared behind Jiren in an instant, swinging his fist towards Jiren's back. Jiren didn't seem to notice it, but in the next moment he had already moved forward to put some distance between him and Vegeta, waiting until he turned around. Ha! Vegeta had already struck out a Qigong wave, and the energy was so fast that it swept up the surrounding air waves. Boom! Jiren didn't have time to dodge. He crossed his hands on his chest, and the Qigong wave hit his body, followed by a deafening explosion. Humph! Who are you trying to show by putting on a bad face? Vegeta curled his lips and sneered. Hey, Vegeta, let me fight. Not far away, Sun Wukong saw the opportunity and quickly put his hands to his mouth, shouting loudly like a trumpet. Come here and take a rest first. Are you tired from all the transformations? Yen looked a little ugly. Hey, why did Dragon Ball protagonist Goku become a joke? Behind Jiren, Toppo and the rest of the Justice Warriors of Universe 11 gathered together. Toppo spoke, Jiren, we're here to help. No. I can handle it myself. Jiren said without looking back, keeping his eyes on Vegeta. Vegeta glanced sideways at Sun Wukong, who had his hands on his hips, and said with a cold snort, Luzuo, you'd better have a good rest. In the next moment, Jiren rushed towards Vegeta quickly and swung his powerful fist towards Vegeta's face. Well done! Vegeta seemed a little excited, he shouted and stretched out his palm to block Jiren's fist. Vegeta then punched first, but Jiren dodged it as he expected, and the second blow he twisted around had already arrived. A sweeping kick hit Jiren's abdomen. Jiren seemed not to notice, and was swept directly to the pillar in the center of the arena not far away. A crack was created in the hard pillar, and rubble scattered. Jiren remained calm as he fell with gravity and stood on the ring. As if he couldn't feel the pain, Jiren rushed towards Vegeta, and the two fought in close quarters again. Sun Wukong and Hit were the only two people nearby who looked seriously. Yen felt that his eyes were a little sour. Vegeta and Jiren were so fast that there were no other contestants around them, and they probably couldn't withstand the aftermath of their battle. After all, this is a battle that has surpassed the realm of gods. The punches and kicks were so fast that it was dizzying. The two of them hit from here to the rock, and then suddenly disappeared from the rock and appeared in another part of the ring. Bang bang bang! Papa papa! All around were the sound of explosions in the air as they were being beaten, and the energy that enlarged the circle from time to time. Snapped! Vegeta's fist was blocked by Jiren's palm, and Jiren punched Vegeta's jaw with his other hand. Boom! Vegeta's face was hit upwards, and this time he flew backwards, his feet sliding back and forth against the ring. Swish! 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 Two shallow dents were left along the way. After Vegeta stabilized his body, he spread his hands back wide. Flash cannon! The energy ball rushed towards Jiren quickly, and Jiren stared with indifferent eyes, and launched multiple attacks that were too fast to see clearly and used them as a barrier to resist Vegeta's energy ball. There was an explosion at the barrier, and thick smoke covered everyone's eyes. As the smoke dissipated, Jiren's people disappeared. Vegeta's vigilant eyes kept scanning the surroundings, but his vigilance seemed to have no effect. Jiren kicked Vegeta in the face from directly above him, and Vegeta was kicked into the rock and embedded in it. Neither of them seemed to release all their fighting power, yet Yen could feel it, even though it seemed like a fierce battle. But in fact, both of them are testing each other, releasing their fighting power bit by bit to suppress the other. After all, less than 10 minutes had passed since the start of the conference. Yet Yen felt that his eyes were so sore. He couldn't help but stretched out his hand to rub his eyes, and then turned his attention to Hit. "Hey, Hit, can you come and discuss with me?" Yetian Luo asked in front of Hit. Not getting an answer from Hit, Yetian felt a little helpless. It seems that the killer who is not too cold is still very cold. Just when Yetian thought he couldn't wait for Hit's answer, Hit actually spoke slowly, looking at Jillian who was fighting in front. "I want to fight that guy." "That guy?" Seeing Hit focusing on the battle between Vegeta and Jiren, Yetian curled his lips and turned to look at the two fighting people. TCH. Chapter 58. I am also very powerful. At this moment, Vegeta quickly appeared behind Jiren, waving his fist and hitting Jiren's head. Brush! Jiren stretched his arm directly to the back of his head to block Vegeta's fist, then turned around and punched Vegeta. Tisk! Vegeta probably also noticed that the fight between the two was in a stalemate, and he spat dissatisfiedly. The two started punching and kicking again, and the faster two seemed to have many arms and legs, and countless after images appeared. "That guy Vegeta is more powerful than I thought." Krillin sighed in the stands. "They haven't unleashed their full combat power yet." Weiss reminded with a smile. "There is still so much time, enough for them to decide the winner." Piccolo softened a lot. He crossed his arms and looked solemn. Vegeta closed his fists and kept doing backflips to distance himself from Jiren. He stabilized his body, straightened his arms and formed a calyx shape with his hands, and fired Qigong waves at Jiren. Aha! The powerful shock wave exploded instantly, and the smoke swept half of the arena, which was shocking to people. "You kid! That face is so disgusting." Vegeta suddenly showed veins on his forehead and felt annoyed. This guy Jiren actually didn't take him seriously. It's really abominable. The Super Blue Super 3 form actually can't do much harm to this guy. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing Jiren's figure. Indeed, such a powerful attack had little effect on him. His shoulders were only dusted by the dust brought up by the smoke, but the rest was intact. "That guy is too powerful." Sun Wukong sighed, but his expression could not contain his excitement. "Really? I find that if this is the case, without the new moves I have recently developed, I might just lose." Hit also spoke and said a lot. "Hey? New move? What is it?" Sun Wukong looked back at Hit with a curious expression. "You'll know when the time comes." Hit didn't tell Sun Wukong directly, "I did this to defeat you. It seems that you must have put in a lot of effort to practice." Sun Wukong said with a smile, "This conference is really getting more and more interesting." But yet Yen knew that when Hit was in the power conference, he had already realized the further advancement of flash time, condensation time. Listening to Sun Wukong saying that the conference is getting more and more interesting, yet Yen yawned again and again, and it became more and more boring to watch. He doesn't want to watch it now. He also wants to find someone to spar with, but unfortunately this not-so-cold killer is very cold to him. Yet Yen turned his gaze away and looked at the other contestants from Universe 11 who were also watching the game not far away. "Hey, there are a lot of people who want to compete." Yet Yen roared and rushed towards Tispo. It was agreed that he couldn't let him see the rabbit a second time, but now he just saw it, right? Roasted rabbit. Yet Yen kicked Tispo, sending the unsuspecting Tispo flying into the air. Lord Daquan King Tuopo looked at Yet Yen who was not far away from him with a serious expression. "Don't just watch others fight, come and warm up with me." Yet Yen raised his eyebrows, stretched out his thumb, and wiped his nose. He bounced around twice, and now he is the Dragon Ball version of Bruce Lee. Tispo fell to the ground. He got up and looked at Yet Yen with squinted eyes. Although he was afraid, he was more disgusted. This Daquan king was very naughty, and beat him again and again, and even threatened him. Then I'm offended. Tispo's anger reached the critical point. What happened to the rabbit? Rabbits will bite when they are anxious. No offense, use all your strength. Yet Yen said with a slight smile while punching the air, come on. Tispo's long ears twitched slightly, and he rushed toward Yet Yen with the force of his feet. That speed is fast, but it is only fast in the eyes of Sun Wukong in Super 1 form. In the eyes of Yet Yen, who is now in the pink realm, it is as fast as a real rabbit. It's fast, but you can still catch it if you want. Thinking like this, Yet Yen did just that. He struck out with a knife, and Tispo pressed his body down to avoid it smoothly. Before he could counterattack, Yet Yen's other hand moved. He grabbed Tispo's ears, spun around several times, and threw Tispo into the air. Seeing Tispo being suppressed and beaten by Yet Yen, the other members of the justice team couldn't stand it anymore, and they all rushed towards Yet Yen and punched out their own fists. Hey! Yet Yen's air bomb was still shot out, and his feet were raised to block Topo's fist. He can't beat Jiren, the number 1 player in Universe 11, but he still has some confidence in Topo, the second-ranked player, Yet Yen. This is the third-ranked Tispo, let alone that. Because the air bomb at this moment had already hit Tispo's body, he fell towards the outside of the ring. Tispo, an urgent and concerned cry came from the contestants of Universe 11. Yet Yen didn't pay attention. His foot was still on Topo's fist at the moment. As he continued to exert force, Topo's original one hand had become 2 hands to resist. But unfortunately, even if he resisted with both hands, Topo couldn't hold on for long. His arms were already trembling. Haha! Yet Yen smiled indifferently and retracted his foot. Under Topo's doubtful eyes, he raised the question again. Well, Topo not only trembled in his arms, but also his entire fat body trembled slightly under this heavy blow. Ha! Yet Yen continued to exert force, but Topo could no longer resist. His body flew backwards and screamed. Wow! I'm not that useless. Yet Yen sighed with his hands on his hips, and then watched Topo fall from mid-air to the ground, and his body kept sliding out for several meters. It is indeed very powerful. As expected of Lord Daquan King. Topo stood up with his hands on his knees and praised in response. But I won't let go. Topo clenched his hands into fists at his waist, his expression serious and solemn. Really? Then let's decide who wins first. Yet Yen rushed towards Topo again, punching and kicking Topo. Bang bang bang! Topo also quickly followed Yet Yen's movements and blocked Yet Yen's attacks one by one. Oh, brother is great! Chuan Wang sat high up and watched, clapping his hands from time to time. I'm really envious. Then Mr. Chuan Wang, do you want to come down and have some fun? When the high priest heard this, he turned sideways and looked back at Mr. Chuan Wang and asked. Chapter 59 Aesthetic Problems. Yet Yen, who was punching and kicking for a long time, felt that he and Topo were evenly matched. He soon lost interest and it would be difficult to determine the winner if they continued to fight. Stop fighting! Yet Yen retracted his fist and did several backflips to increase the distance between him and Topo. With Topo's gritted teeth expression, Yet Yen quickly jumped a few times on the dilapidated arena, and he disappeared. Lord Daquan King, you are really naughty. Boon walked to Topo's side and sighed as he looked at Yet Yen, who disappeared. Well, Topo looked at Tispo, who was eliminated because of Yet Yen in the stands, with a heavy expression. There are only 9 members left in the Pride team. Yet Yen quickly stopped at a place not far away after escaping. He saw number 18 and Brian from Universe 2 fighting. Which warrior? At this time, Librian and the girl standing behind have not yet transformed, and they still look like young and beautiful girls. Yet Yen breathed a sigh of relief, otherwise he might not be able to control himself and take off his shoes to slap the fat woman who was full of love. She was so ugly that no one could compare to her. Number 18 and Librian were fighting together. Watching the two beauties fight, Yetian nodded with satisfaction. This is so pleasing to the eye. Damn it! Ribri yelled angrily, quickly retreating to distance himself from number 18. How could she, a warrior who protects love and victory, be suppressed and beaten by such an ugly woman? I, Ribrian, shoulder the will of the second universe and protect the love and peace of the universe. I will never lose to you. On the other side of the stands, the old man Per, the Kaijin of Universe 2, also showed his girlish heart, coquettishly saying, "Here he comes. The beautiful Sailor Moon of love." What? Kaishin Xin and the old Kaishin looked at each other, wondering what the Kaishin of Universe 2 was crazy about. Librian, use your charisma and let them see how powerful you are. Helios, the god of destruction from Universe 2, said with unknown meaning. Yes. Ribrine winked at the other side of the stands, then let me transform and show it off. Brian, Brian, Brian. Tisk, don't change. Fatty. Before Yetian finished speaking, he saw the innocent and lovely Librian surrounded by light, and then transformed into a fat man who could not be looked at directly. Fuck. It hurts my eyes. Yetian quickly covered his eyes and rubbed them, as if washing them. Damn it, you actually attacked my eyes. Yetian didn't care, he threw a gas bomb at Librian with a wave of his hand. Snapped. The air bomb hit Librian who had just transformed, making her a little confused. Even number 18 turned to look at Yetian in surprise. I really can't help it. Yetian's feet kept crushing on the ground. What should I do? The soles of my feet are so itchy that I really want to take off my shoes, put them on, and slap that ugly woman hard. On the 17th, come quickly. Where are you? Don't let the plot collapse. He doesn't want to watch such disgusting things and play number 18. Yetian collapsed several times after being hurt in the eyes, but unfortunately, none of the 17 figures were there. The gift of love. Librian rushed towards number 18. The huge running body made Yetian feel like the ground was shaking. Ribrine, who had become fatter, blocked No 18's fist. And then she quickly counterattacked and punched number 18. Number 18 was knocked upside down and fell to the ground. She knelt down and rubbed her buttocks. Tisk, can I still gain weight and become stronger? This action is very elegant. Yetian laughed, because number 18 happened to have his back to him. Hey! Stand up quickly, you ugly woman! Kakuncha and Luji stood behind Librian and shouted. While number 18 raised a question mark on his head and turned to look at Yetian behind him. Is there anyone else behind him? Yetian also looked around with questions on his head, and finally his eyes fell back on Librian. Speaking of ugly women, he thought the only ones attending the conference were probably the transformed ones from Universe 2. The other women are pretty respectable, okay? Lord King Daquan, I'm talking about this guy. This ugly girl. Librian noticed Yetian's fiery direct gaze, clenched his fists angrily and shouted. Is she ugly? There were more and more question marks on Yetian's head, and he pointed at number 18 to ask. Yes. The so-called ugly is the antonym of beauty. Luoji kindly explained to Yetian. Yetian looked at Kakuncha and Luji who had not yet transformed behind him, then at number 18, and finally focused on Librian. Beautiful. Yetian felt that he should doubt life again. Is there something wrong with his aesthetics? Hee. Yes, Lord Daquan, Lord Librian is a super beauty, like that ugly girl. It's still 500 years too early to win. No, 10,000 years. Kakuncha saw Yetian's confused look, so she also gave a kind reminder. Humph. Librian crossed his arms and proudly accepted the lavish compliments from Kakuncha and Luji that day. Librian is not only beautiful in appearance, she is also very powerful. Yes, the peerless appearance and powerful strength are truly perfect. Is there something wrong with my aesthetics? Yet Yen looked at number 18, who also had a strange look on his face, confused enough to want to confirm. I don't know. Number 18 looked at Yet Yen with the same puzzlement. She had no idea what the other party was talking about. Ho ho. Every planet in every universe has different aesthetics. Weiss also noticed the situation on Yet Yen's side and explained with a smile. Then, she can be considered a beauty. Klin was always paying attention to the situation on number 18. Hearing Weiss's words, his expression was indescribable. Humph, are the aesthetics different? I don't think she's cute, but I think she's a bit ridiculous for being fat. Beerus was surprised by Krillin's reaction and expressed his opinion casually. Then Hales can't be considered a beauty, right? Yet Yen pointed to the Egyptian goddess of destruction on the other side of the stand. In his eyes, Helles can be considered a glamorous beauty, but number 18 can only be called an ugly girl. That's right. So Hales, aren't you even considered a beauty in your own universe? Beerus turned to look at Universe 2 and asked. Chapter 60 A hot-eyed woman. Don't be so jabbering, I don't care if you are beautiful or ugly. Anyway, in my eyes you are ugly. Yet Yen put his hands on his hips and pointed at Librian with narrowed eyes. What? When Librian heard Yet Yen's words, he felt as if he was struck by a bolt from the blue. He was deeply shocked and knelt down with his hands on the ground. On our planet, beauty equals strength. Being extremely beautiful is equal to being extremely powerful. Lord Daquan actually called me ugly. That's right. Get off the ring quickly. Yet Yen nodded and said matter-of-factly with his hands on his hips. To say that number 18 is ugly is simply unreasonable. Don't look at my fist of love. Librian was a little shaken, but still insisted on herself. She waved a huge fist to attack Yet Yen. Even if you are the king of Daquan, you cannot stop me from being firm in my love. Apparently it was because Yet Yen's words seriously irritated Librian. Yet Yen looked at the huge fist and quickly stepped back to avoid it. Tornado Arrow of Love. Super Rainstorm of Love. Explosion of Immortal Love. Librian saw that his attacks were dodged by Yet Yen, and he hit them again and again without hesitation. Yet Yen also dodged quickly, making provocative faces from time to time, as if he was afraid that Librian would not be stimulated enough. Tisk Yet Yen looked at the ground where he avoided and saw a pit of love being smashed. He was speechless to the extreme. These are all random attacks. At this moment, Kakunsha and Luoji took the opportunity to appear behind Yet Yen regardless of the opportunity. They both reached out to restrain Yet Yen's shoulders at the same time. Snapped. Suppressing Yet Yen like a prisoner, Kakunsha and Luoji shouted in unison, Lord Librian, let Lord Daquan see your beauty. Don't force others to make things difficult for you. That's what Yet Yen said. He still somewhat enjoyed the feeling of being pulled by the two girls. After all, these two people haven't transformed yet, and in Yet Yen's aesthetics, they are still considered beauties. But the next moment, he saw Librian leaping and spinning into the air, and then the huge body flew towards him, as if he wanted to be overwhelmed by Mount Tai. No. Yet Yen panicked. He didn't want to be pinned down by an ugly girl. Yet Yen hurriedly turned over Kakunsha and Luoji, broke their hands apart, and stepped back to distance themselves. What a child's play! Number 18 reached out and tucked his hair behind his ears as if it had nothing to do with him. It's okay to be lazy and get money. Librian's attack failed again. After hearing No 18's words, she cast her hateful eyes over her. Kakunsha, Luoji, imprison her. Her sanity has recovered a little. If she can't vent her anger on King Daquan, then let's do something to this ugly woman. Okay, Lord Librian. Kakunsha and Luoji followed suit and restrained number 18 who was watching the show. Hey, what do you want to do? Let go of No 18. Clin couldn't sit still when he saw it. He stood up and shouted nervously. It's so despicable to take advantage of others' danger like this. Ribrine, who was about to attack, followed the voice and looked at Clin, who was standing up in the stands, and then she was ashamed. Then that is. Ribrine's shyness appeared on her face, and her whole body trembled slightly, feeling extremely shy. That handsome guy. Who is he? Hey? Hey. Yet Yen looked towards Clin, such a dwarf? He has a shaved head and no nose. Call me handsome? Is this a handsome guy? So who is he? So handsome that he's sinful? Is that my husband? What's the problem? Number 18 looked at Librian suspiciously and asked. What are you talking about? How could an ugly girl like you marry such a handsome guy? Hearing what number 18 said, Librian also wanted to doubt his life. Ouch! Kakuncha and Luoji also sighed repeatedly, with expressions on their faces like flowers. Clin, stuck in cow dung, number 18. That head as smooth as pearls, the facial features are so concise and perfect. Even the nose is not as perfect. Kakuncha also lamented Clin's peerless appearance. He is an impeccable man. Luoji also echoed. Hey! Beerus glanced at Krillin with a teasing look. They actually said you are a handsome guy. Thank you so much, I'm not very happy. Clin had a constipated expression on his face. Also, my name is Clin. Clin. What the hell are you talking about? Hey, you all should be normal. Yet Yen shouted out as he looked at Librian, who was almost going crazy with excitement. What kind of neurosis are these? Is this the tournament of power? Is it a melee fight? We're not talking about whether we're beautiful, ugly, or handsome, right? It's a little off track. How is it possible? How is it possible for a handsome guy to be with such an ugly girl? I absolutely cannot accept it. Ribrine looked a little crazy. She raised her hands in the air and made a heart shape with her hands, releasing a pink light and hitting the imprisoned number 18. Beautiful cannon. The light was about to attack number 18, but it became smaller and smaller, the energy became extremely weak, and then disappeared. Oops! Master Librian is shaken by the known beauty. Luoji opened his eyes wide. Luoji and Kakuncha suffered a huge blow, and number 18 also took the opportunity to break free and knock the sluggish two people away. Oh! I don't know what you are talking nonsense about, but if this is the only ability you have, then get off the ring as soon as possible. Number 18 stretched out one hand and aimed at Ribrian. Humph! Even if we fail, we are still beautiful. Let's dance by ourselves. Brienne walked towards the edge of the ring angrily. Lord Librian! Kakuncha and Luoji saw Librian being so impulsive and anxiously wanted to reach out to stop him. Humph! I really don't know what to do. Number 18 stopped paying attention and just followed these strange people. It's really child's play. Seeing this, Yet Yen also agreed with what he said before the 18th. If you can continue playing, continue playing. If you can't continue playing, go down and play. Yet Yen shrugged his shoulders and planned to change places to see how other people were fighting. He can't play with such a hot-eyed woman. Lord Librian, don't give up so easily. We agreed to advance and retreat together. Kakuncha stretched out Erkin's hand to try to dissuade her.